All right, people. Welcome to Unacademy NEET English. Welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I believe all of you are doing great, having a good time. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me know in the chats if I'm perfectly audible, visible. Okay? If I'm perfectly audible, visible to each and every single student, let the people come, let the people join. Okay? Till then, you guys tell me in the chats is how is everybody going? Okay? How is how is your preparation going, by the way? Tell me, guys. So today's session is going to be amazing, guys. You guys are going to love it, that is for sure. Okay. Entire physics class 11th we are going to smash, that is for sure. And before that, I would want you guys to smash the like button. Liking the session means marking the attendance. Okay. So you guys are supposed to mark the attendance as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Okay. Guys, I will take you from the scratch and I will give you the level which you actually need. But make sure everybody of you stay till the end. Okay. And make the notes properly. Okay. Make the notes properly because this is going to help you in the coming days. And my dear NEET aspirants, from this particular session, you can expect definitely, I would say, 20 to 25 questions in your upcoming NEET paper because we will be discussing all those topics from which questions have been asking in the past 15 to 20 years. Okay, they cannot ask the question out of these topics, that is for sure. Trust me, my dear NEET aspirants. Okay, so do smash the like button because liking the session means marking the attendance. Everybody out there. Okay. Yo, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Now, before this, let me just tell you the course flow. Let me just tell you the flow of the session flow. The first chapter that we will be taking is Kinematics 1D. Everybody listen to me very carefully. Second chapter will be taking the Kinematics 2D. I have added the previous year questions of JEE Mains also. Third session I'll be taking, that is laws of motion. Then we will move on to the friction. Variety of problems also on friction. Then we will move on to the work, energy and power. Then we will move on to the center of mass and collisions. Then we will move on to the rotation. Then afterwards we'll move on to the gravitation. Then we will move on to the fluids. Then we will move on to the thermodynamics. Then we will move on to the KTG. Then thermal properties, then SHM and waves. So my dear NEET aspirants, this is going to be the session flow. And before that, I would want you guys to join this Telegram channel. That is t.me/YAWARMANZOOR. Everything we share over here only. Okay. I share everything over here only, notes, everything, whatever it is, my dear NEET aspirants. Okay, make sure you join this, whatever the important notification, notes, everything I put up over here. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, let's begin with the first chapter. That's Kinematics 1D. Okay. Let's begin with the first chapter, that is Kinematics 1D. I hope everybody has liked the session. Okay. Let's begin with the first chapter, that is Kinematics 1D. This is the chapter 1. Okay. I'll just write over here, chapter 1. So my dear NEET aspirants, when it comes to this kinematics, listen to me very carefully. If they ask you the question from distance and displacement, they will be asking from in this particular case. Distance and displacement in case of a circle. Listen to me very, very, very carefully, my dear NEET aspirants. Listen to me very, very, very carefully. Distance slash displacement. Okay. Now, guys, I would want you guys to focus exactly over here. I'll be starting from the scratch. From the scratch. Let's suppose I am traveling from point A to point B. There's a circle. I'm moving in a circular path. This is the radius of the circle. I am traveling from point A to point B like this. This is the radius. Now, while traveling from point A to point B, how much angle I have cut or how much angle I have covered, it is theta. Now, guys, this is the actual path along which I am moving. This actual path is what we call distance. And if you join this point and this point, my dear NEET aspirants, this is what we call the displacement. Guys, I will be to the point. Make sure everybody of you listen carefully. If you have not studied these chapters before, you would be able to understand each and every single thing. That is a promise, that is a guarantee. Okay, make sure you listen to this very carefully and you make the notes from your head. Now, boys and girls, if I say from this point to this point, you are moving. Okay. So this is what we call the distance and this is what we call displacement. Shortest distance between the two. If somebody asks you, sir, what is going to be the distance in the circular path? You directly remember it is going to be a radius into the angle that you have covered. That's it. Sir, where does it come from? Now is not the time to think about that. Directly you remember it is r into theta. R means the radius, how much angle you have covered. If somebody asks you how much is the displacement, you will be simply saying that is 2r sine of theta by 2, my dear NEET aspirants. 2r sine of theta by 2. This is going to be the displacement. Now, let's suppose I'll give you the example over here, my dear NEET aspirants. An object moves in a circle. An object moves in a circle. Let's suppose from this point, this is A, to let's suppose this point, this is point B. Okay, and this is the angle theta. This is the radius r and this is radius r. Can I say in this particular case, clearly I can see theta is equal to 90 degree, or I can say that is pi divided by 2, boys and girls. Absolutely, sir. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, I can say, sir, how much is the distance over here from A point to B point? I can say this is the distance. This is the distance. The actual path it has covered along this. And this one is what we call displacement. This one is what we call displacement. If somebody says, sir, what is the distance over here? Distance is r into theta. My dear NEET aspirants, r into theta is over here pi divided by 2. Done and dusted. Okay. And when I say displacement, boys and girls, displacement will be 2r sine of theta by 2. Theta is 90 divided by 2. Okay. Whenever you have only angle, no sine, cos and all, you prefer to write in radians. This is in radians, this is in degrees. Okay. Pi by 2 radians or 90 degrees, one and the same thing. So what I can say over here, 90 by 2 is 45. So this will be 2r sine of 45, my dear NEET aspirants. So you can say over here, this would be 2r sine 45 would be 1 divided by root 2. Now, guys, what I want you guys to do is you rationalize, you multiply with root 2 and you divide with root 2 over here. Now, boys and girls, you can say 2r. Now, in the numerator, it will be root 2 divided by root 2 into root 2. Guys, we say root 2 into root 2 is root 2 whole square. Square and root will cancel out. It will be 2. So root 2 into root 2 is 2. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So it will be root 2r. Please tell me in the chats, is this clear till over here? Everyone means everyone. Let me know in the chats if this is crystalline clear till over here. Tell me, guys, quickly. Do smash the like button because liking the session is mandatory. Is this clear? Tell me quickly in the chats. Is this clear? So displacement from A point to B point will be root 2r. It will be root 2r. As simple as that. Okay, 2r sine of theta by 2. Theta is 90. 90 by 2 is 45. 45 is 1. Sine 45 is 1 by root 2. Then I rationalized. Multiply with root 2 or divide with root 2. Root 2 into root 2 is 2. 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So it becomes root 2r. Now, boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. I'll take you from the scratch. Give you the level which you actually need. Now, an object moves in a circular path by an angle of 60 degrees. Okay. It says an object moves in a circular path by an angle of 60 degrees. Okay. An object was, let's suppose, at point A. After some time, it reached point B. So this is R and this is R. And this angle it has covered as 60 degrees. It is asking find the ratio of distance to displacement. It is asking find the ratio of distance to displacement. Guys, if I say distance I told you simply, you write R into theta. And how much is the angle over here? Theta is basically 60 degrees. In radians, you can say pi divided by 3 radians. So my dear NEET aspirants, I can say distance in this particular case will be, instead of this theta, I can write pi by 3 and then we say R. This is going to be the distance. When I say displacement, my dear NEET aspirants, displacement simply means that is 2r sine of theta by 2. 2r sine of theta by 2. So my dear NEET aspirants, you can say displacement is equal to 2r. Then sine of theta by 2. What is theta, my dear NEET aspirants? Theta is 60 degrees over here. So 60 divided by 2 I can write over here. So you can say over here, this is 2r. Sine of 60 by 2 is sine 30. Sine 30 is how much, guys? Sine 30 is 1 divided by 2. This and this will cancel. So if I say in this case, what is going to be, what we say displacement. What is going to be displacement? That is r. Now you have to find the ratio. Ratio means distance upon displacement. Ratio of distance divided by displacement. What is the value of distance? Pi r by 3. This is pi r divided by 3 upon. What is the displacement? Displacement is r, my dear NEET aspirants. This r and r will cancel. So answer is pi divided by 3. Please let me know in the chats with the fire emojis if this is crystalline clear. Please let me know in the chats with the fire emojis if this is crystalline clear. Come on, quick. Tell me, guys, if this is crystalline clear. That's great. That's great. That's great. Now, boys and girls, one more important thing, that is average velocity. Average velocity. Okay. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Let's suppose if I say an object started from this point A. An object started from this point A and it has moved to the point B. It has moved to the point B. Okay. Could you please tell me in this particular case, what is the displacement? Displacement means join initial and final point. This is displacement. And what is the distance? Distance is also same. I can say here, distance is equal to displacement. So my dear NEET aspirants, from A to B, without change in direction, it is not changing the direction. It is not moving backward or it goes here or there. So if somebody says, what is the average velocity in this case? Average velocity is, you can say total displacement traveled divided by total time taken. That's it. You will be directly remembering this. Very important, my dear NEET aspirants. If they ask you the question from kinematics, either they can ask from the average velocity, average speed, or they can ask from the equations of motion, or they can ask from the graphs. These are the only three things from which they can ask you the questions. So we say total displacement traveled upon total time taken. Now, in this case, if I say average speed, listen carefully. Average speed. You directly remember, sir, average speed means how fast you are traveling from A to B. Okay, average velocity means how fast you are traveling from A to B along with the direction. So you will be simply saying, sir, it is total distance traveled. Because when you write speed, you take distance. When you write velocity, you take displacement. Divided by, I would say, total time taken. This one. Total distance traveled upon total time taken. And in this particular case, I would say here, distance is equal to displacement. Okay. When the direction of the object is not changing, in this particular case, we can say average speed will be equals to average velocity. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. So if an object moves from A to B, if I say how much is the average speed, that is total distance divided by total time. How much is the average velocity? Total displacement upon total time. So if distance and displacement are same, that is same where direction of the object is not changing. So we say average velocity will be equals to average speed. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Everybody out there. Come on, guys. Smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. Now, let's take a look at the question. Okay. Before this, variety of problems which they can ask you. This is type 1. Variety of questions they can ask you from average speed and average velocity. Take a look at the question, guys. An object is moving in a straight line without change in direction. If the direction of the object is not changing, distance and displacement will be same. Moves x1 distance in time t1. This object moves x1 distance in time t1. Let's suppose this t1 is 5 seconds. This distance is 10 meters. Okay, like that. And x2 distance, from here to here, it is x2 distance in time t2. Find average speed and average velocity over here. Can I say, boys and girls, in this particular case, distance and displacement will be same? Yes, because direction is not changing. So if I find over here average speed, that will be actually average velocity. So how do we find that? Total distance traveled or total displacement traveled upon total time taken. Now tell me, guys, how much is the total distance or displacement? From here to here x1, from here to here x2. You can say x1 plus x2 divided by time is t1 plus t2. Done and dusted. Simple. Let's take a look at the second one. Type 2. An object moves with speed v1. This is speed v1 for time t1. Now, guys, listen to me very carefully. Sir, an object is having the speed v1 for how much time? For time t1. Now, speed and time is given. Previously, distance and time was given. That's why I call it time 2. Like for first 10 seconds, it has speed 30 meter per second. For next 15 seconds, it has speed 20 meter per second. With speed v2, okay? And for time t1 and with speed v2 or time t2. Object moves with v1 for t1, then v2 for t2. Now in this particular case, we have to find the average speed or average velocity. Boys and girls, when it comes to the average speed or average velocity, it is total distance upon total time. I want you guys to listen to me very carefully over here. Boys and girls, listen. Sir, we say velocity is equal to distance upon time or displacement upon time. Can you tell me what is the value of displacement, that is velocity into time? Now tell me from here to here, how much distance is not given, not displacement. How can we find? velocity into time. You can say v1 into t1 plus how much is this distance? This is v2 into t2 divided by, I can say, t1 plus t2. My dear NEET aspirants, this is what you guys are supposed to remember. If velocity and time, direct ratta, you guys are supposed to remember it, okay? So if velocity and time is given, then you say v1 t1 plus v2 t2 upon t1 plus t2. Now let's suppose, boys and girls, if t1 is equal to t2 is equal to t, if this time and this time will be equal, in that particular case, you will be directly remembering, okay, directly, you can put it over here, you will get this expression. So you'll be directly remembering v1 plus v2 divided by 2. Sir, directly do I have to remember this? Absolutely, without a shadow of doubt. If, my dear, we say for three equal intervals, for three equal intervals, what I'm trying to say is that an object, let's suppose it moves for a time t, it has velocity v1. Then for another t, it has velocity v2. Then for another t, it has velocity v3. If you have two time intervals equal, then v1 plus v2 divided by 2. If you have three, here in this particular cases, average velocity will be directly writing v1 plus v2 plus v3 divided by over here 3. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Sir, if velocity and time are different, if time is different, then this. If time is equal for two intervals, this. If for three intervals, then this. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Come on, guys. Let me know in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Let me know if this is crystalline clear. Everybody out there, boys and girls. Quick. Tell me. That's great. That's great. Then we will move on to the type 3. Take a look. An object moves x1 distance with velocity v1. An object moves x1 distance with velocity v1. Then it moves x2 distance with velocity v2. Okay, here distance and velocity is given. If I say in this particular case, what is the average speed or velocity? Total distance traveled, that is x1 plus x2 divided by total time taken. Listen carefully, guys and boys and girls. Boys and girls. If I say, sir, we say velocity is displacement upon time. Could you please tell me what is the value of time? Time will be displacement. Time will be, take it over here, that is displacement upon velocity. Alright, take it over here, take it over there. Now, distance. Now time. How do you find the time? Sir, from here to here, time will be x1 by v1. x1 by v1 plus. From here to here, time is going to be x2 divided by v2, boys and girls. This I would want you guys to keep in your box. Now, if let's suppose they say for, I'll write over here, if x1 is equal to x2 is equal to x. If this distance and this distance is equal, in that particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, you would be saying this would be x1 plus x2. That means, so directly I'll be writing over here 2 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2. So you need to put it over here, you'll get this expression. Okay. Clear? Clear? Now, boys and girls, if I say for 3 equal intervals, for 3 equal distances, let's suppose an object covers x with velocity v1. next x with velocity v2, next x with velocity v3. In this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, average velocity will be for two equal distances, 2 upon 1 by v1, 1 by v2. For three equal distances, you can say 3 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2 plus 1 divided by v3. Now, this I would want you guys to keep in the box, my dear NEET aspirants. So, this is the type 3 problem. This is the type 3 problem. This is the type 3 problem from the average velocity portion. Now let's take a look at the question number 1, which was asked in JEE Mains 2023. Take a look. And a person travels x distance with velocity v1 and then x distance with velocity v2. A person travels x distance with velocity v1 and then another x travels with velocity v2. The average velocity of the person is v. Average velocity in this particular case is given as v. Then the relation correct would be, you have to tell me which option is correct. Just one liner if you know the concept. If equal distances are given, then 2 upon 1 by v1 plus 1 by v2. Sir, in this particular case, average velocity will be when distance and velocity are given. Guys, when distance and velocity are given, that two equal distances, then 2 upon 1 by v1 plus 1 by v2. So this would be 2 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2. Now, what is the value of average velocity? That is v. V is equal to 2 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2. Now, this term you can take here, this term you can take here. So you can write 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2 is equal to 2 upon v. Now tell me which option is the correct option over here. That is option D. Please tell me in the chat if this is clear. Please tell me in the chat if this is clear. Quick. Next question. JEE Mains 2023. JEE Mains 2023. JEE Mains 2023, boys and girls. See, an object moves with speed v1, v2 and v3 along the line segment AB, BC and CD. When I say give me the signal in the chats, you guys are supposed to write CC. Okay, with the fire emoji, CC means crystal clear and then fire emoji means extra clear. This is what you guys are supposed to write in the chats. Okay, that's it. CC and fire emoji. Now, an object moves with a speed v1, v2 and v3 along the line segment AB, BC and CD. Along AB it has speed v1, along BC it has speed v2, along CD it has speed v3. Respectively. Where AB is equal to BC. AB is equal to BC. If this is X, this is X. And then it is saying, guys, it says AB is equal to BC. And I would say this is X. Then it says, my dear NEET aspirants, this AD, complete AD, is, my dear NEET aspirants, 3 times of AB. Means this entire distance is 3 times of AB. So can I say you can write over here, this is 3 times of X? Obviously. Now, if this is X, this is X. And AD is 3 times of X. This is already 2x. So this would be how much X? So can you please tell me in the chats, boys and girls, what is going to be the average velocity in this case, sir? Average velocity will be, guys, equal distances. Don't you think it is exactly like this? Equal distances. Okay. And then you can say average velocity would be this. So in this particular case, you can say 3 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2 plus 1 divided by v3, my dear NEET aspirants. Now solve this, my dear NEET aspirants, and tell me which option is the correct option. Option B must be the correct option. That's it. You just have to simplify this. Let's move on to the next one. This one. JEE Mains 2023. A vehicle travels 4 kilometers. Listen to me very carefully. A vehicle travels 4 kilometers with 3 kilometers per hour. Okay. A vehicle travels 4 kilometers with 3 kilometers per hour. This is speed v1. and another 4 kilometers, with speed of 5 kilometer per hour. V2 is equal to 5 kilometer per hour. Okay. Then the average speed is, you guys are supposed to tell me what is the average speed in this particular case. Tell me, boys and girls, average speed in this particular case. Again, distance is same and velocity is given. So can I say, my dear NEET aspirants, 2 upon 1 divided by V1 plus 1 divided by V2. So you'll be directly writing 2 upon 1 divided by V1. So I can say 1 divided by V1, 1 divided by 3, plus I can say 1 divided by 5. Oh, solve this and you will get the correct option. That is 3.75. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats, everybody out there. Is this clear? JEE Mains 2023, another shift. Another shift. Okay. This we already done. Okay. This I'll keep you as homework. Yes. Now, boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. Equations of motion. Okay. Or when acceleration is not constant, or you can directly remember it like this. See, guys, listen to me very carefully. Is this clear till over here? Or give me the signal in the chats. Everybody, whosoever is watching, let me know in the chats and smash the like button if you are not liked the session yet. Smash the like button if you are not liked the session yet. Come on, quick. Come on. Okay. That's great. Now take a look, boys and girls. I want you to understand this point. Let's suppose if you have position. Okay. If you have position. Understand this very carefully and directly remember whatever I say in this particular case. And if you have velocity, position or a displacement, and you have velocity, and my dear NEET aspirants, you have acceleration. You will be exactly remembering it like this. Okay. Now, boys and girls, position means X. And if you guys are supposed to find what? Velocity. Position is given, you have to find velocity. You will be simply doing one thing. Guys, remember this. If position is given, you are supposed to find velocity. You will be simply saying V is equal to dx by dt. Okay. If displacement is given, you have to find the velocity. You will be doing the differentiation. And if velocity is given, you are supposed to find the position, or I would say displacement. You'll be simply saying, sir, S is equal to integration of, I would say, V dt. S is equal to displacement is equal to integration of V dt. As simple as that. Then if velocity is given, my dear NEET aspirants, and you are supposed to find acceleration, you'll be simply saying acceleration is dv divided by dt. Okay. Yes. Okay. If displacement is given, you are supposed to find velocity. You'll be doing differentiation. And in reverse, you will have to do the integration. And my dear NEET aspirants, if velocity is given, you are supposed to find acceleration. Do the integration, differentiation. And from acceleration, if you have to find a change in velocity or velocity, I would say delta V is equal to integration of a dt. So integration a dt actually gives change in velocity. From then in the question, it would be mentioned whether initial is 0 or something. We can find the velocity also. Now, this is the format you guys are supposed to remember. Now, from this particular thing, we understood 1, 2, 3, 4 equations. This is velocity, displacement, velocity, acceleration, velocity, and time is given. One more equation I want you to understand. Guys, see. This is the acceleration in terms of time. that formula of acceleration in which time is given. And if I tell you one more important thing, we say as acceleration is dv by dt. Understand this point? Now multiply over here with dx and divide over here with dx. Multiply and divide. Interchange the position of this and this. So acceleration will be, take it over here, take it over there. So this will be dx divided by dt. And when you take this over here, it would be dv divided by dx. Now dx divided by dt, dx by dt is velocity. So acceleration will come out to be velocity, and then we say dv by dx. Sir, what formula is this? This is the equation. Understand this very carefully. This is the acceleration in terms of position. This is the acceleration in terms of position. This equation also helps us to find acceleration. But when velocity is given in terms of position, wait. Please don't cry. Please don't cry. If I say velocity is equal to 4t square plus 2t, find acceleration. Which formula you will be using? You will be using this formula. Why? Because velocity is given in terms of time. Do the differentiation. Do the differentiation simply. Sir, acceleration would be differentiation of this 4 2s are 8t plus 2t has differentiation 2. Now, this is the first question. Let's suppose if the question is something like this. V is equal to 4x square. Find acceleration. Now here, in this particular case, you will be using this equation. You will be using this equation. Why? Because velocity is given in terms of x. So you'll be using this equation to find acceleration. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. So equations of motion just in one slide and to the point. To the point. Guys, if I tell you at this moment you remember something, please remember it directly. Don't ask me, sir, where does this come from? Where does that come from? Now is not the time. Okay, now is not the time. The same topic, if I explain in your normal class, like the regular classes, I take almost 5 to 6 days in explaining these equations. But here, I am explaining the similar concepts and the same amount of content, and I would say in just 10 minutes. This is the difference. But one thing I would want you guys to do is, that is remember directly if I'm saying whatever in this particular class. And do smash the like button. That's great. That's great. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this question. This is a question of J Mains 2025. Question of J Mains 2025. A particle moves along x-axis, has its displacement x, varying with time as according to the equation. This is the displacement of the particle. X is equal to C naught, and then you say t square minus 2. Then we say plus. Here it is, guys, t minus 2 whole square. Can you open this? Can you open this? Guys, a minus b whole square, that is a square plus b square minus 2ab. So that is t square plus 2 square. 2 square is 4. Minus 2ab, that is 2ab. So I would say 2 into 4, that is 40. This would be 40. Right? 2a into b. 2 into 2 is 4. 4 into t is 40. Now, what does it say? Sir, position is given. You are supposed to find displacement. Now tell me. Arey, I told you the concept, bro. If position is given, first you have to find velocity. When you get velocity, then you can find acceleration. Means you have to first do the differentiation, you will get velocity. Again differentiation, you will get acceleration. Oh. Sir, pure concept. Now tell me, boys and girls, in this particular case, what am I supposed to write? Velocity will be equals to, that is differentiation of this dx divided by dt, differentiation of displacement. C naught is constant, take it out. Okay, where C naught and C are constants. Then, what is the differentiation of t square? It is 2t. What is the differentiation of 2? It is 0, constant is 0. Plus c. What is that? C is also constant. Differentiation of t square, 2t. Differentiation of 4, it is 0. Differentiation of minus 4t, it is minus 4. Now tell me acceleration. Sir, that is dv by dt. Differentiation of this. Now, boys and girls, what is the differentiation of C? 2C naught into T. 2C naught is constant. If I say what is the differentiation of 4T, you say 4. 7T, it is 7. So 2C naught into T, it will be 2C naught plus. What is the differentiation of this term? This term, this term. This would be simply, guys, for 2C into T, it would be 2C. And differentiation of 4, it is 0. So can I write over here 2? I can take common. C naught plus C is going to be the acceleration. Is there any option? C naught plus C is the acceleration. Is this clear? Is this clear, boys and girls? Take a look. J Mains 2024. J Mains 2024. Now see. A particle initially at rest. Initially at rest means initial velocity of the particle is 0. Okay. From the reference x is equal to 0. With velocity v that carries. Okay. There is basically a particle. Let's suppose this is a car. This car has the velocity v is equal to 4 under root x. Now if v is given, velocity of the car is given. You guys are supposed to tell me acceleration of the particle. Tell me, my dear NEET aspirants. Tell me, my dear NEET aspirants, which equation will you prefer? Will you prefer this equation or this equation? Sir, my mind says that these are the questions which has the maximum probability to ask you in the NEET. If I am showing you, I have put up the NEET level questions also, J Mains level questions also. Okay. Now, in this particular question, my mind says that, sir, I will use this equation. Why? Because velocity is given in terms of x, not in terms of time. So here, velocity is given in terms of x. If I have to calculate acceleration, I'll be using A is equal to V dV by dx. Okay. Now, guys, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. We are supposed to find acceleration. Tell me. In this particular case, I can say, tell me over here, sir, acceleration will be simply, sir, that is V. What is the value of V? This will be 4 and root x. Instead of V, I can write 4 root x. Then d divided by dx of this V. Again, this is 4 and under root of x. I can write it something like this. Now tell me, boys and girls, what am I supposed to write? What am I supposed to write over here? What am I supposed to write? So acceleration would be, this is 4 root x, 4 under root of x. Now what is the differentiation of this? Guys, listen to me very carefully. I'll be doing the differentiation over here. D divided by dx of 4 root x. Differentiation of this. See, 4 is constant, take this out. What is the differentiation of root x? We can write it like this also, guys. D divided by dx of root x means x raised power 1 by 2. Power of root is, value of root is 1 by 2. So we can say 4. What is the differentiation of x raised power 1 by 2? 1 power down, power minus 1. So 1 by 2 down, x raised power 1 by 2 minus 1. So now, guys, you can say this 2 1s are 2 2s are 4. So this will be 2 and this will be x raised power 1 by 2 minus 1 is minus 1 by 2. Now, if you take this in the denominator, you can write 2 upon x raised power plus 1 by 2. Because if you will take this in the denominator, negative sign becomes positive. So you will be writing it over here 2 upon under root of x. 2 upon under root of x. Because value of root is 1 by 2. So I can say differentiation of this term, it will come out to be, that is 2 upon, we say under root of x. Now tell me, what can I cancel? Sir, root x and root x will be cancelled. 4 2s are 8. So acceleration will come out to be 8 meter per second square. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats, everybody. One more question from this. One more question from this. The acceleration of a particle is increasing linearly with time as bt. Acceleration of the particle is given as bt. The particle starts from the origin. The particle starts from the origin with initial velocity v0. Initial velocity of the object is v0. Okay, vi is equal to v0. Okay, the distance traveled by the particle in time t is, we are supposed to find the distance traveled, or we say displacement traveled. Listen to me very carefully. Guys, acceleration is given. We are supposed to find displacement. Oh. Sir, if velocity would have been given, and from the velocity, if we have to find the displacement, we'll do integration. But velocity is not given. What is given? Acceleration. So what we do is we find the velocity first. From acceleration, we'll find velocity first. Then from velocity, we'll find displacement. So means we have to do the integration twice. So in this particular case, first from the acceleration, we'll find velocity. From velocity, we'll find, I would say, displacement. So what we are supposed to do? Sir, integration of a dt. This will give us change in velocity. Then again, if we do the integration of velocity, integration of v dt, it will give us the distance or displacement. Oh. Now tell me, boys and girls, first I'll write over here, let's find velocity. Acceleration is given, let's find velocity. This is initial velocity. You'll be saying, sir, as delta v is equal to integration of a dt. Because when acceleration is given, you are supposed to find velocity, you'll be doing the integration. Now tell me, boys and girls, can I write over here, this would be v final minus v initial, change in velocity, final minus initial, is equal to integration of, what is the value of acceleration, boys and girls? That is bt, b into t, and then we say dt. Now b is constant, take this b out, and v initial is also 0. So final velocity will come out to be, this would be, boys and girls, in this particular case, let's call final velocity as v. This would be, take this b out. What is the integration of t? It would be t square divided by 2. 0 to t we are integrating by the particle in time t. You can put the 0 to t limit also. That would be again same. This is velocity. Now from velocity, if you find displacement, you'll be saying integration of v dt again. So you'll be saying over here, again over here, okay, initial velocity is not 0. Sorry. Initial velocity is v0. Initial velocity is v0. No problem. Sir, this is v final minus initial velocity is v0 is equal to this. Now take it over there. So v will be equals to v0 plus bt square divided by 2. Yes. bt square divided by 2. Now do the integration to find the displacement. So we'll be saying, sir, this displacement would be, that is integration of velocity. That is, velocity is this is v0 plus bt square divided by 2 into, I would say, dt. Now you will have to do the integration of this term and this term separately. Now tell me, boys and girls, if I find the displacement over here, now integration, let's suppose v0 is constant, initial velocity is constant. If I say you have 4, what is the integration of 4 with respect to t? 4t. With respect to x, 4x. Similarly, if you have v0 with respect to t, it would be v0 into t plus. Then b by 2 is constant, my dear NEET aspirants. What is the integration of t square? It is power plus 1 upon power plus 1. That is 2 plus 1. That is 3. That will be t cube divided by 3. So can I say, in this case, s will be equals to v0 into t plus bt cube divided by 6. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me in the chats if this is clear, boys and girls. Come on, quick. Give me the signal in the chats if this is clear. Everybody. Is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. Everyone means everyone. Okay. Guys, simply acceleration was given. First, we calculated velocity by this equation. So this would be change in velocity. Final velocity minus initial velocity is equal to integration of dt into dt. So from this, you got velocity. And then again, you integrated, you got the displacement. I would recommend you guys to watch this later on. Okay. If you have any sort of confusion in this question, please watch this later on. This is a simple question, not complicated one. If you get any sort of confusion at any point, just mark that and watch the recording later on. You would be able to understand. Okay. Now guys, motion under gravity. Very important. I would want you guys to focus over here. Let's suppose I have got an object. If I release this object, it falls down. Why? Because of the gravity. We say if we have an object, suppose if a ball is dropped from certain height. My dear NEET aspirants, if a ball is dropped from certain height, okay? If a ball is dropped from certain height, so I would say this is the ball. What is the force acting on this ball? That is F is equal to mg. Because of this force only it falls down. Now, you might have studied this in your class 9th. Sir, we know that force is equal to mass into acceleration. So acceleration will be simply force divided by mass. Now, can you tell me what is the force acting on this mass over here? That is m into g. Divided by mass of the object is m. M and m will cancel. So acceleration of this object came out to be g. So whenever the object falls freely, it has what acceleration? That is g. So this acceleration, g we consider as 9.8 meter per second square. And my dear NEET aspirants, almost we consider it in 99% questions, we'll be considering it 10 meter per second square. So if I say, I am releasing this object from certain height, with what acceleration it is going to fall, we say 9.8 or we say 10 meter per second square. And we always consider this g as negative. Please keep this in your mind. Either the object is going up or it is falling down. In both the cases, we consider this acceleration as negative. That is minus 10 meter per second square. Now, what I want you guys to understand over here is, time of fall. You write over here time of fall. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have an object. You release it. If you release an object from certain height, we consider its initial velocity as 0. There are two things. If you throw the object, in that case, initial velocity is not 0. If you release the object, in that case, we consider initial velocity 0. Let's suppose it is falling h height. This height is h. If somebody says how much time it is going to take in falling down, so this time of flight would be under root of 2h divided by g. Please keep this thing in your mind. How much time it is going to take in falling, that is under root of 2h by g. Yes. Now, velocity of hit. Let's suppose you release this object from certain height. Initial velocity is 0. Now it is falling h height down. If I say what is the velocity with which it is going to hit the surface, this is what we call the velocity of hit. With what velocity it will strike the surface? You say, sir, this velocity is going to be under root of, I would say 2 g into h. Directly you will be remembering this. This is the velocity of it, under root of 2h by g. With what velocity an object strikes the surface, that is under root of 2h by g. Now, I need to tell you basically an important relation over here. That is a ratio of heights. Please listen to this very carefully. Very, very important. Very, very important. Listen to this very carefully. Understand this. Boys and girls, if you release an object from certain height, please, I want your 100% attention. If you release an object from certain height, we say initial velocity we consider 0 because initially velocity is 0. And we consider acceleration as g. G is constant. G is constant. That is 10 meter per second square. Because at every point in falling, it has same acceleration. Here acceleration is 9.8, 9.8, 9.8, 9.8. Listen carefully, please, please, please. If I say, sir, how much distance or how much height it will cover in first second. If I say, let's suppose at t is equal to 0, it is here. When you release, after 1 second, it reaches here. After 2 seconds, it has reached here. After 3 seconds, it has reached here. After 4 seconds here. After 5 seconds here, it strikes the surface after 5 seconds. How much is the distance in the first one? Like in first second, how much distance, how much height it will cover in the first second? If initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant, we say the distance or height covered in the first second is x. Okay. In the second it would be 3x. Sir, can you prove it right now? Now is not the time. Please directly remember. In the first second, it will cover how much? X. Second, 3x. Third second, 5x. Fourth second, 7x. 9x. Similarly, in 1 second, x. In complete 2 seconds. Guys, from here to here. In 2 seconds, it is 4x. In 3 seconds, it is 9x. 5 plus 3 is 8 plus 1 is 9. That's why total 9. In 4 seconds, from here to here, from 0 to 4, this would be how much? 16x. In 5 seconds, it would be 25x. See what is the difference? This height covered in first second, this height covered in 1 second. This is height covered in second. This is height covered in 2 seconds, complete 2 seconds from 0 to 2. This is height covered in 3 seconds. This is height covered in third second. This is height covered in 3 seconds from here to here. This is height covered in fourth second. This is height covered in 4 seconds. Okay. Now, listen. So, can I say the ratio would be? Height covered in, okay, first second, third, fourth, fifth. X is to 3x is to 5x is to 7x is to 9x. Array 3, 5, odd ratio. And height covered in 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. X, 4x, 9x, 16x, 25x. This would be the ratio. Okay, now boys and girls, I have to tell you something else. Wait, see. If somebody says, what is this x? Can you tell me, how do you find this displacement? Guys, listen carefully. We say, use, you might have heard this equation. S is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. This is the equation which we actually use to find the displacement. Now, if you have to tell me, how much is the displacement in 1 second? You say, sir, displacement in 1 second is x, or in first second it is x. Is equal to ut. Tell me what is the initial velocity? 0. This is 0 into t. Plus 1 by 2. What is the acceleration? 10. Okay, consider magnitude only. I know it is minus 10, but consider magnitude only. 10. T square. Sir, what is the time from here to here? 1 second. So 1 square. So x will come out to be, this is 1 square is 1, 10 divided by 2. That is 5. So my dear NEET aspirants, if I say this x is coming out to be 5, could you please, this will be how much? This will be 5 into 3 is 15. This will be how much? 5 into 5 is 25. This will be 7 5s are 35. This would be how much? 45. So from now onwards, what I want you guys to remember is that, listen to me very carefully. If an object is released from certain height with initial velocity 0, acceleration constant, acceleration g, constant, okay? In that particular case, listen to me very carefully. In first second, it will cover 5. In second, it will cover 1 second. This will be second, it will cover 15. In third second, it will cover 25. Now it depends in question if it is given centimeters or meters, that is okay. So in fourth second, it will cover 35. In fifth second, it will cover, I would say 45, and so on. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear to each and every single student. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear to each and every single student. Everyone means everyone. Tell me quickly if this is crystal and clear. Tell me quickly if this is crystal and clear. Come on, guys. Tell me if this is crystal and clear. You directly remember 5, 15, 25, 35, 45. If in the question it is given meters, consider meters. Centimeters, consider centimeters. Second ratio is simple. If you see. If you say this is x, if you say this is 3x, so how much will be this? 3 plus 1 is 4. If you say this is 5x, how much will be this? 5 plus 3 plus 1. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. So means in 3 seconds it will be 9x. That is the ratio what I'm saying over here. Okay, that's great. Now, see the question which was asked in NEET 2022. See, the ratio of distance traveled by a freely falling body, which means initial velocity is 0, in first, second, third, fourth second. First, second, third, fourth, it is saying, what is the ratio in the first second? First, second, third, fourth. X is to 3x is to 5x is to 7x. X will cancel. 1 is to 3 is to 5 is to 7. Just one liner if you know the concept. Okay. Now take a look at this question. See. A stone falls freely under gravity. A stone falls means initial velocity is 0. It falls freely under gravity. It covers distance h1, h2 and h3 in the first 5 seconds. Guys, listen to me very carefully. I want you to understand this. Please and please give me 100% of your attention. Listen. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, sir, from here to here, how much is the duration? 1 second. You can say it is 5 seconds also. Not a problem. You can say it is 10 seconds also. Not a problem. You can say it is 100 seconds also. Not a problem. Means if here to here it is 5, then here it must be 10. Gap must be same. Arey bro, if this is 1, this is 2. So if this is 5, this must be 10. This must be, I would say 15. This must be 15. This must be 20 seconds. Or if this is 10, how much must be this? 20. How much must be this? 30. How much must be this? 40 seconds. If this is 100, this you can say 200. This you can say 300. Okay, this you can say 400 seconds. Means, sir, for this time also it is valid 100%. But what is the condition? Gap must be the same and initial velocity 0, acceleration constant. Now tell me, can I say, guys, please, what is this? This is the distance or height covered in first 5 seconds. Or this is the height covered in next 5 seconds. Array, if this is 5, this is 10. This will be next 5 seconds. This gap is 5. This is 5. This is 5. This is height covered in next 5 seconds. That would be 3x. Height covered in next 5 seconds. Next 5 seconds. Array, yes or no? Or this is height covered in first 10 seconds. Height covered in next 10 seconds. Height covered in next 10 seconds. Give me the signal in the chats. Array, this is simple, bro. Why are you saying you are not able to understand this? This is simple. Give me the signal in the chats, so guys. Come on, come on, come on. Give me the signal in the chats. Hey, leave this ratio, bro. Why are you getting confused? Leave this ratio. Remember this only. I'll solve all the questions with this ratio. Leave this ratio. 1:4:9. I am saying if you release an object from here to here, if you keep the gap 10 seconds, here it must be 20. Here it must be 30. Here it must be 40. Sir, then this would be x. This would be 3x. This gap, this would be 5x. This would be 7x. If you keep this gap as 1000 seconds, then here it must be 2000 seconds. Here it must be 3000 seconds. Here it must be 4000 seconds. Then the gap would be same, bro. Anshul Ahmed, please, bro, watch this later, okay? Now take a look. A stone falls freely under gravity. It covers distances h1, h2 and h3 in first 5 seconds, next 5 seconds and next 5 seconds. Take a look. In the first 5 seconds, it would be here, first 5 seconds. This gap would be next 5 seconds. So if this is 5, what is the time over here? 10 seconds. This is next 5 seconds. What must be the time over here? 15 seconds. Okay. So it says a stone falls freely under gravity. It covers distances h1, h2 and h3. So in the first 5 seconds, h1. In the next 5 seconds, h2. In the next 5 seconds, h3. Now tell me, can I say in this particular case, h1 is to, I would say, h2 is to, I would say, h3. What will be the ratio? Tell me, tell me, tell me. X is to 3x is to 5x, bro. Array, this is x, this is 3x, this is 5x. So can I say, this is the ratio, this is the ratio. If I would have said 10, 15, 20, same ratio. Now, what is the relation between h1, h2 and h3? You have to make the relation. Let's make relation. Divide this and this. h1 divided by h2. So it means x divided by 3x. X and x will cancel. Take it over there. So h1 will be equals to h2 divided by 3. Call this equation first. Now divide first and third. h1 divided by h3. It will come out to be x divided by 5x. Okay. Now here, x and x will cancel. Take it over there. h1 will come out to be h3 divided by 5. First you divided this and this. This h1, h2. Then h1 and h3. Call this equation second. Now tell me, h1 is equal to this. h1 is also equal to this. So can I say h1 is equal to h2 divided by 3? And h1 is also equal to h3 divided by 5. This is the relation between them. Means you have to make one equation in which all the 3 is present. That is what we call the relation. Is this clear? Is this clear, boys and girls? Is this clear? Is this clear? Or you can directly remember this. You can directly remember this. Oh, h1 divided by 1. See. h1, h2, h3. See, how do you make the relation? h1 divided by x is equal to h2 divided by 3x directly is equal to h3 divided by 5x directly. X will cancel. It will come out to be h1 is equal to h2 by 3 is equal to h3 by 5. Let me make one more. See, an object falls under gravity. Acceleration is constant. Initial velocity is 0. Okay. Okay. It covers, this is first 100 seconds. Next 100 seconds. Next 300 seconds. It covers H1. It covers H2. It covers H3. Could you please tell me what is the relation between H1, H2 and H3? You'll simply say, sir, this is X. This would be 3X. This would be 5X. What is the relation? Sir, H1 divided by X is equal to H2 divided by 3X is equal to H3 divided by 5X. Oh. Sir, H1 is equal to H2 by 3 is equal to H3 by 5. Just one liner. You can make any relation, bro. You can make any relation, bro. Before this is the question. Take a look. This is what we call water droplet problem. Water droplet problem. And this water droplet problem is very important. Very, very important. This is called ratio of heights. Smash the like button if you are not like the session yet. Now take a look, boys and girls. Take a look. See, water drops from a tap on the floor. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. There is a tap. Okay. There is a tap. Water droplets from this tap on the floor. This is the floor. I'll show you the technique in this particular question, then we'll move on to the next one. At regular intervals mean if one droplet is falling, next droplet, if I say, let's suppose one droplet is falling, next droplet falls after 1 second. Next droplet must also fall after 1 second. That is 0 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds. This is regular intervals. Regular intervals means when one droplet falls, next must fall after 1 second, next after 1 second, next after 1 second, next after 1 second. Or if one droplet is falling, next droplet must fall 5 seconds. After, let's suppose next droplet falls after 5 seconds. Next must also fall after 5. After 5, gap first, 5. It says the first drop strikes the floor. When first drop strikes the floor, the sixth drop begins to fall. It says that when the first droplet strikes the floor, let's suppose this is the first droplet. Okay. At that point of time, sixth droplet begins to fall, comes out of the tap. This is sixth. Now, if this is first and this is sixth, how many will be in between? Sir, this will be second, this will be third, this will be fourth, this will be fifth, and this will be sixth. This will be the gap now. If I say when first droplet touches the surface, third droplet comes out. First, second, third, then only 3. If this is sixth, so in between there will be 4 droplets. Now, if these are falling in the regular intervals, means, guys, this gap is 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Or if this gap is 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, because they are following regular intervals. So boys and girls, okay, then it says the height of at which the fourth droplet from the ground is. We are supposed to find height of fourth droplet. Okay, first of all, tell me, this would be X, this would be 3X, this would be 5X, this would be 7X, this would be 9X. Yes or no? Yes, sir. 100%, sir. Now tell me, boys and girls, in this particular case, listen to me very carefully. Can I say over here, listen carefully. Can I say over here, guys, this height in this case is given as how much? This height in this case is given as how much? Water droplets from a tap of 5 meters. This is given as 5 meters. This is given in the question, and this we know. Now can I say this height, addition of these must be equal to this? X plus, 3X plus, 5X plus, 7X plus, 9x must be equal to 5. Okay. Okay. Now tell me, boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. 3x, 9 plus 7 is 16. 16 plus 5 is 21. 21 plus 3 is 24. This is 25. So 25x is equal to 5. So 5 ones are, 5 fives are. So x will come out to be 1 divided by 5. So can I say in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, first, second, third, fourth, this is the height of the fourth droplet. Now, height of the fourth droplet, tell me how much it is. 9 plus 7 is 16. 16 plus 5 is 21x. Now, tell me, what is the value of this 21 into x is 1 divided by 5. 21 divided by 5. Is this clear? Is this clear? Oh? Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. 4.2. Is this clear? Oh, is this clear? Let me explain this quickly. When sixth droplet comes out, at that point of time, first droplet touches the floor. So this is first, this must be second, this must be third, this must be fourth, this must be fifth. This height is given as 5 meters. This is x, this is 3x, this is 5x, this is 7x, and this is 9x. So it says, what is the height of third droplet, bro? What can they ask? 1, 2, 3, 4. So height of third, this is first. So, sir, height of fourth droplet is, height of fourth droplet in this particular case is 21x. Okay, now what is the value of x? You say x plus 3x plus 5x plus 7x plus 9x will be equals to 5 meters because total is 5. So x will be equals to 1 by 5. Now put it over here, you'll get the answer. Let's suppose if they ask you in the same question, they ask you 1, 2, 3. What is the height of third droplet? 9 plus 7. Height of third droplet. That is 1, 2, 3. Okay, 9 plus 7 is 16x. So that will be 16 into 1 by 5. Okay, they can ask you this also. What is the gap between third and fourth droplet? 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the gap between? Gap between, I would say, third and fourth droplet. How much is that? 5x. And what is the value of x? 1 by 5. 5 into 1 divided by 5. Are yes or no? Tell me. Is this clear? What else they can ask in the water droplet problem? Is this clear? Give me the signal in the chat, so boys and girls. Come on, I need the signal from every single student. Okay. This I'll give you as homework. Similar question, bro. Water droplets fall at regular intervals. Okay. Water droplets fall at regular intervals from a tap 5 meters above the ground. Tap is 5 meters above the ground. This is 5 meters. The third drop leaving the tap at that instant when first drop touches the ground. It says when first drop touches the ground, third drop leaves the tap. First, third, this would be second. This is x, this is 3x. What is the height of second droplet? Arey yaar, height of second droplet is 3x. 3x, bro. Okay. Okay. Now, motion under gravity from ground to ground. Listen to me very carefully. When you throw an object when you throw an object, okay, when you throw an object in air, now see, you'll be doing it from your end. This is your homework. Now let's suppose you throw an object in air, okay, it goes till the top, it stops over there. So at top most point its velocity becomes 0. Then it falls back. When you throw an object in air, it reaches the top and then it falls back. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, first and the foremost thing, here we say time of flight. How much time it is going to take in the complete journey from bottom to top, top to bottom. How much time? If you throw an object in air, how much time it will complete its journey? So this t is equal to 2u divided by g. U is the velocity with which you are throwing it. Okay, g is acceleration due to gravity. If somebody says how much time it is going to take in the upward journey, that is u divided by g. How much time it is going to take in the downward journey? It is u divided by g. So upward plus downward, this plus this is equal to u by g. Okay. Next is maximum height. How high it can go? Maximum height. Okay, maximum height. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, when I say maximum height, it is h max, it is u square divided by 2g. Initial velocity square divided by 2g. This is the maximum height. These are the two things that you guys need to remember over here. But I have to tell you something else. Take a look, my dear NEET aspirants. Ignore this. See, let's suppose we have a question on the screen. A ball is projected up with speed 40 meters per second, then fine. First of all, they are asking us to find the time of flight. Listen carefully. This question is very important. Listen carefully. We said time of flight will be 2u by g. 2. What is the value of u? U is the initial velocity, that is 40 into 40 divided by g. G is 10. Acceleration due to gravity is 10. Okay. Now, can I say, I'll explain, please listen carefully. Can I say in this particular case, sir, time of flight 2u by g, 0 and 0 will cancel, 2 4s are 8, so 8 seconds. So this ball is going to take 8 seconds in going up and falling down. So how much will be the upward journey? 4 seconds. Time in upward journey. Time in downward journey is 4 seconds. 4 plus 4 is 8 seconds. Now let's make the diagram. This is the diagram. So here we are throwing 0 seconds. After t is equal to 1 second, I would say it is here. After t is equal to 2 seconds, it is here. After 3 seconds, it is here. After 4 seconds, it will be at the top, because the time in the upward journey is 4. Then, my dear NEET aspirants, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Okay? Now I want you guys to focus over here. I need 100% of your attention. Imagine this journey. Imagine this journey is not present. Upward journey. Ignore the upward journey. Only the downward journey is present. Now tell me, can I say at the topmost point velocity of the object becomes 0? Obviously, sir. Then only it falls back. Now tell me, consider downward journey. Please listen carefully. Consider downward journey. If you consider downward journey, initial velocity is how much? 0. Sir, in the upward journey, initial velocity is how much? 40. It is not 0. In the downward journey, initial velocity is how much? 0. And acceleration is how much? G, which is constant. Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. So if initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. So in the first second, leave 5, 6, 7. In the first second, what should be the height covered? X. This would be 3x. This would be 5x. This would be 7x. Oh. Means this is 5. this is 15, this is 25, and this is 35. Now see. Means, sir, from now onwards, whenever we throw the ball upward and when it falls back, we must consider its downward journey, yes, to solve the problems. Now, if this is 35, could you please tell me, guys, in this gap is 35, this must be how much? That is 35. This gap is 25, this must be how much? 25. This gap is 15, this must be how much? 15. This gap is 5, this must be how much? 5. Oh. So you are supposed to consider the downward journey and make its replica on the left side. That is the upward journey. Are you able to understand now? So if this is 35, this is 35. This is 25, this is 25. This is 15, this is 15. This is 5, this is 5. Yes, sir. Now, if I say, what is going to be the maximum height? 35 plus 25, 60. Plus 15, 75. Plus 5, 80. 80 is the maximum height. Let's find. Sir, u square divided by 2g. U is 40. So 40 square. 40 into 40. Divided by 2g. G is 10. 0 and 0 will cancel. 2 ones are 2. 2s are 4. 2 into 40 is 80. Oh my goodness. Without the formula, we got to know the value of the maximum height. Means this is valid from this side also. 100%. Now see one more important thing. Now see. What is the velocity here? 0. Consider downward journey. If I say what is the velocity at 5 seconds? Here. You say, sir, I'll use v is equal to u plus at. This equation we use in order to find the velocity. Okay. This we use in order to find the velocity. Now, my dear NEET, consider meters, bro. Consider meters, whatever it is. This is not important. 5, 15, 25, this is important. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, if I say what is the velocity at this point, 5 seconds, you say v is equal to u plus at. Will you consider the upward journey or downward journey? I told you to do everything in the downward journey. Now, velocity in the downward journey at this, you'll be saying, what is the considered downward journey from here to here? What is the initial velocity? 0 plus. What is acceleration? Minus 10. Minus g na, or you can say 10. Time. From here to here. Because we are not considering the upward journey. Don't tell me 5 seconds. Only 1 second in the downward journey into 1. So this comes out to be 10. Oh. So whatever is the velocity here, same will be velocity here, but in the upward direction. So this will be also 10, but upward. Okay, tell me. Can I say, sir, velocity at this point, v is equal to u plus at. Initial velocity in the downward journey, that is 0 plus. Acceleration is 10. Now time. Shall I consider 6 seconds time or 1 plus 1, 2 seconds? 2 seconds. Because in the downward journey, this is 2. So this is 20. So here also velocity will be 20. Oh my goodness. So here velocity will be 30. But downward, minus 30. You can say minus 30, minus 20, minus 10. Here it will be upward. That is 20, 30. Upward. Oh. Now see, in this particular case, boys and girls, so speed after t is equal to 5 seconds. What is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What is the speed after 5 seconds? Sir, speed after 5 seconds. This will be the same speed after, I would say, 3 seconds. It is how much? 10 meters per second. Sir, what is the speed after 6 seconds? That will be the same speed. Speed after 2 seconds is equal to speed after 6 seconds. It will be how much? That is 20. Arey, tell me in the chats, bro. Tell me in the chats, bro. Is this clear? Come on, quick. Smash the like button, boys and girls. I told you to consider the downward journey, okay? I told you are going to love this particular class. I'll not leave anything and I'll complete all your 13 chapters. Okay? But stay till the end. After this session, you are going to say, Sir, now I have that confidence that I can think of 130 plus in my physics in NEET 2026. Okay. Consider downward journey, upward journey, you will smash automatically. Now see rest of the questions. Distance covered in 6 seconds. Take a look. If I say how much is the distance? Distance is the actual path. Displacement is the shortest path. See, 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the distance covered in 6 seconds. Now tell me, from here to here it is 80. 80 plus 5 is 85. 85 plus 15 is 100. Oh. Sir, distance in 6 seconds is 100 meters. If I say consider meters here. Okay, tell me. Next one. Displacement in 6 seconds. Sir, displacement in 6 seconds. So ball goes up and then it reaches here. So displacement means join initial point. From here we are launching this and join final point. Sir, that is 35 plus 25, 60. Oh. That is 60. 35 plus 25, that came out to be 60. That came out to be 60. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, when you have to cover the distance, you will be considering the entire path. When you have to cover the displacement, so join final point, join initial point, this will be the displacement. Average speed in 7 seconds. Guys, how do we find average speed? Total distance traveled upon total time taken. Now, in 7 seconds, what is the distance? Distance in 7 seconds. Guys, 80. 80 plus 5 is 85. 100. 100 plus 25 is 125. Oh. So this is 125 divided by total time. It says 7 seconds divided by 7. Now see, average velocity in 5 seconds. Average velocity means total displacement upon total time. Now see, total displacement in 5 seconds. This is 80 plus 5 is 85. It says in 5 seconds. Now tell me, this is 4 till 4 it is 80. 80 plus 5 is 85. Okay. Average, okay. Average velocity, it is displacement. We are supposed to find displacement. Guys. In 5 seconds, it will be here. This is the initial point. Join initial and final. So 15 plus 25 plus, this is 60 plus 15 is 75. So 75 divided by 5. Distance moved in 8th second. Distance moved in 8th second. This distance moved in 1st second, 2nd second, 3rd second, 4th second, 5th second, 6th second, 7th second, 8th second. How much is the distance moved in 8th second? 35 meters. This was the combination of total of 9 questions. Clear? Come on, give me the signal in the chats. Everyone means everyone. Give me the signal in the chats if this is clear. Tell me quickly if this is crystalline clear. Come on. If this is crystalline clear, give me the signal in the chats. Smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. Come on, quick. Position time graph. Position time graph. Position time graph. Take a look. Position time graph. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have a car over here. Okay. This car is moving after t is equal to 1 seconds, its position is 1. It is at 1 meters. After t is equal to 2 seconds, it is at 2 meters. After t is equal to 3 seconds, it's at 3 meters. After t is equal to 4 seconds, it's at 4 meters. Now, I am asking you to plot this situation graphically. This. What is given in this situation? Sir, a car is moving. Position is given. Where the object is. Time is given. So, my dear NEET aspirants, I can say position versus time graph will be on y-axis you will be plotting position, on x-axis you will be plotting time. And its position time graph will be the straight line. Why? Because when time is 1, x is 1. When time is 1, position is 1. When time is 2, position is 2. When time is 3, position is 3. This is the position time graph of this situation. Means, sir, when position of an object is given, time is given, we can make its graph also. Yes. Which graph? Position time graph. Now see. If I say what is the slope? Guys, always remember slope. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, we say, listen carefully, we say, this is y versus x graph. And this angle is theta. If somebody says, what is the slope of yx graph? Slope always means tan theta. Direct, remember. Tan theta means perpendicular by base. And here we consider perpendicular as y, base as x. Why? Because if theta is made with x-axis, this will be base. So what if we make the theta with y-axis? Then y will be base. So perpendicular upon base. Now here slope will be tan theta. And that will be perpendicular by base. Or you can say here dy by dx also. It is one and the same thing. Either you say y by x, dy by dx, it's one and the same thing. So boys and girls, what I'm trying to say in this particular case is slope is tan theta. That will be here perpendicular, that is dx divided by dt. Now tell me what is dx by dt. Sir, that is velocity. So can I say from now onwards, slope of position time graph gives us what? Velocity. Yes. Slope of position time graph gives us velocity. Take a look at the question. JEE 2025. Take a look at this question. Very important and next level question. Next level question. The displacement versus time graph, position time or displacement time, one and the same thing, is given something like this. You have to tell me which option is correct. You have to tell me which option is correct. You have to tell me which option is correct. Take a look. Take a look. The average velocity during t0 to 3 seconds is 10 meter per second. Guys, see. Listen, please. When I say option 1, we say average velocity. Sir, average velocity means total displacement divided by total time. Okay. Total displacement, we also write it like this. Mathematically, that is delta x divided by delta t. This is also the way to write total displacement and total time. Delta by delta. Okay, sir. We also write it like this. Sir, delta x, it means final position minus initial position divided by final time minus initial time. Remember this from now onwards, my dear NEET aspirants. So either you say delta x by delta t, either you say total displacement, total time. Mathematically, we write it like this. We write it like this. I hope there is no confusion in this. Now, boys and girls, what I want you guys to understand, guys, I'll be sharing the notes in my Telegram channel. That is this t.me/YAWARMANZOOR in this Telegram channel. Okay. Now, boys and girls, so I say final position minus initial position. Okay. Now, can I say in this particular case, average velocity will be final minus initial? Now, sir, from 0 to 3 seconds. Initial time is 0, final time is 3. Now, see. Initial time is 0. So this is initial position. Initial position is also 0. But at 3, this is the time 3. What is the position at t is equal to 3 seconds? Array, sir, that is 5. Oh. So final position is 5. Initial position is 0. Divided by final time, that is 3. Initial time is 0. So 3 minus 0. 5 divided by 3. So it comes out to be 5 divided by 3. So option first is incorrect. Option first is incorrect. Let's take a look at second option. The average velocity during t is equal to 3 to t is equal to 5 seconds will be. Guys, see, t is equal to 3 seconds and t is equal to 5 seconds. Again, you can use the same, or you can simply say, guys, when you talk about velocity, in case of position time graph, you say slope. And what is the slope of this line? Directly remember, please and please, if the line is parallel to x-axis, its slope is 0. If its slope is 0, means its velocity is 0. Even, sir, can we calculate by using this formula also? 100%. Array, final position, bro. At t is equal to 5, final position is 5. At t is equal to 3, initial position is 5. 5 minus 5, 0. Array, sir, crystal clear. Amazing, sir. Amazing. B option is correct. The instantaneous velocity at t is equal to 2 seconds is 5 meters per second. It says instantaneous velocity at this is 5 meters per second. Take a look. Third, I will check. So boys and girls, instantaneous velocity at t is equal to 2. See. Sir, very important point. If there is a straight line, in case of a straight line, slope at every point is same. Every point. Directly remember. If slope at every point is same, means velocity at every point is same. So can we say, sir, velocity between this point and this point is also same? 100%. Between this point and this point is also same? 100%. At this point also, 100%. So if slope is constant, means slope between the 2 points is also same. Slope at a point is also same. Remember this. So boys and girls, if you have to find velocity at this point, why don't you find velocity between this and this? Because that we can find. So now see, that means velocity at 2 seconds will be same as velocity between 2 seconds and 5 seconds. Oh, sir, amazing. Why? Because straight line. Now tell me, can I say that will be final position minus initial position upon final time minus initial time? Now tell me boys and girls. So final time is 3. 2 seconds and 5 seconds, 2 seconds and 3 seconds, bro. 2 seconds and 3 seconds. Sorry. 2 and 3. Now tell me, add 3 seconds, because from here to here it is same, no? So velocity will be same. So at t is equal to 3 seconds, velocity is 5. At t is equal to 2 seconds, velocity is 0. So it is final position 5, initial position 0. Because at 2, initial position is 0, 5. Okay. At, what is final time? 3. What is initial time? 2. 3 minus 2. 3 minus 2 is 1. 5 by 1 is 5 meters per second. Oh my goodness. Now this one I would suggest you to check from your end. It was incorrect. And this is correct. Let's check for option E. This question is amazing because this question explains everything. Option D, the average velocity from t is equal to 0 to t is equal to 9. From t is equal to 0 to t is equal to 9. How do you find average velocity from 0 to 9? Final position minus initial position. Final time minus initial time. What is the position at t is equal to 9? 0. What is the position at t is equal to 0? 0. So you can say, sir, 0 minus 0 divided by time, whatever it is, 9 seconds, will be 0. Now, can you see the last option? Oh, correct. Or give me the signal in the chats. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everybody out there. Is this clear? Is this clear? Now see, another question from JEE 2023. Is this clear? Is this clear? That's great. Take a look. The position time graph for two students and be returning from their school to their homes are shown. This is the position time graph. Okay. Now, first and the foremost thing, this is the position time graph of two students who are returning to home. Now see. In this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, we say this is the final position of A. This is the final position of B. Now, let's suppose this is 10 and this is 7. Now, this is initial position of both is same because this has initial position, this has initial position same. So, can I say, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, listen to me very carefully. Sir, displacement, which has got the more displacement, which is covering more displacement? Sir, 10 minus 0, final position minus initial position. 7 minus 0, 7. So, displacement of B is greater than displacement of A. Displacement of B is greater than displacement of A. So, my dear NEET aspirants, two students are returning home. Okay, two students are returning home from school. One is covering, please listen, one is covering, I would say, 10 meters. Another is covering 7 meters. This is school. This is home of one, this is home of another. This is covering 7. This is covering 10. So the graph of this is 10, graph of this is 7. Okay. So I can say, A lives closer to the school. A lives closer to the school. Absolutely. Because it is covering less displacement. Arey, yes or no? Arey, yaar, I am just giving you the example 10 and 7 so that you can understand. This is x1, this is x2. Just to make you understand, na? Now see, in this particular case, so we say A lives closer to the school. Okay. B lives closer to the school. Incorrect. A takes lesser time. Now see, this is on this axis we say time. Here let's suppose 10 seconds. Here it is 0. So A is taking this much of time. And you see B. This is B. Which one is taking lesser time? Which one is taking lesser time? Sir, I think B is taking lesser time. So A takes lesser time. Incorrect. A travels faster than B. A travels faster than B. Okay, let's see. Guys, listen. If I say this is the angle beta, this is the angle alpha. Now tell me here, sir, when it comes to the alpha, that is less than beta. This angle is less than this. So what does that mean? That means slope of A is less than slope of B. So slope A in case of position time graph, that is velocity of A is less than velocity of B. So velocity of A is less than velocity of B. Now tell me, boys and girls, velocity of A is less than velocity of B. So A travels faster. A takes less, A travels faster. So B travels faster than A. B travels faster than A. Velocity of B is greater. Velocity of B is greater because see. First you check the displacement, that is on y-axis. Then you check the velocity on x-axis. And then you check the time. Oh, this question is so amazing, na? So amazing. Because everything is explained in just one question. Displacement, velocity, time. Is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. Is this clear? I need the signal in the chats. Please. So if you have to find displacement, check y-axis. Sir, displacement of B is greater than displacement of A. If you have checked velocity, check slope. Sir, this is making less slope, this is making more slope. Velocity of B is greater than velocity of A. If you have to check time, check x-axis. Check x-axis. See, this B is taking less time, A is taking more time. If any sort of confusion you have in this one, please. Sir, if A lives closer, then takes less. If I live closer to the school, does it mean I'll take less time? No, I move slowly. I can take more time also. You have to check, whenever you check speed, check slope. Whenever you have to check time, you need to check this one. Velocity time graph. Velocity time graph. Take a look. Take a look, boys and girls. Let's understand velocity time graph first. Let's understand velocity time graph. Let's suppose you have a car over here. This car has a velocity of 1 meter per second. After this car is moving. After t is equal to 1 second, it has velocity 1. After t is equal to 2 seconds, it has velocity 2. After t is equal to 3 seconds, it has velocity 3. After t is equal to 4 seconds, it has velocity 4. Okay. 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 Yes. Now, if I say plot this situation graphically, you will be plotting its velocity versus time. So velocity versus time, it would be straight line. Why? Because when time is 1, velocity is 1. When time is 1, velocity is 1. Join these 2 points, it would be this. When time is 2, velocity is 2. When time is 2, so from here to here it is 2, velocity is 2. Join these 2, it would be this point. When time is 3, velocity is 3. Join these 2 points, it would be this. Now if you join, it would become a straight line. Now in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, what is the slope over here? Slope is tan theta. Tan theta is perpendicular by base. Perpendicular is this delta V. Divided by base is delta t. What is delta V by delta t? Or you say dV by dt. Sir, this is dV divided by dt. Sir, what is dV by dt? That is acceleration. So from now onwards, if somebody says, what is slope of velocity time graph? It is acceleration. And what is slope of position time graph? It is velocity. One more important thing. Area under velocity time graph. See, let's suppose, boys and girls, if we have y versus x graph, something like this. If I say, what is the area under this graph? This area, this much. Always remember, we find area something like this. Integration of whatever is on y-axis, whatever is on x-axis into dx. This will be. Sir, if this is v and this is u, then integration of v into du. Now check over here. Area under velocity time graph. This is velocity versus time. This is the graph. If I say how much is this area? This area. You'll be simply saying, sir, this area is integration of whatever is on this y-axis v, whatever is on x-axis, that is dt. Now tell me, we recently studied, I told you in the detail, if you remember, what is integration of v dt? That is displacement. Integration of v dt is displacement, boys and girls. So we can say integration of v dt, it is displacement. So from now onwards, my dear NEET aspirants, area of velocity time graph gives you displacement. And slope of velocity time graph gives you acceleration, and area gives you displacement. Sir, what about this area of position time graph? That gives nothing. Now see, if let's suppose velocity versus time graph is this, always remember, they asked you to find the distance and displacement. Please remember this. If velocity versus time graph is given, they ask you to find the displacement or distance. This is the area. Call it A1 and call it A2. How do you find distance or a displacement from velocity time graph? Area. If they ask you to find distance, guys, distance from velocity time graph, always remember it is area, but upper area plus lower area. A1 plus A2. Now you can calculate it from your end. 1 by 2 base into altitude. And when I say displacement, guys, distance can never be negative. Displacement can be positive, negative, and zero. Positive, negative, and zero. So my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, if I say displacement, you will be saying A1 minus A2. Sir, when you find displacement from velocity time graph, shall we consider lower area as negative? Absolutely. And sir, upper area as positive? Absolutely. And in case of distance, both positive. In case of displacement, upper positive, lower negative. Question from JEE 2025. Velocity time graph is given. What is the distance covered between t is equal to 0 to 4 seconds? From t is equal to 0 to t is equal to 4 seconds. Means area of this plus area of this. So I can say displacement in this particular case would be this area plus this area. Because area gives you the displacement. Okay. Now tell me, what is this area? 1 by 2 base. This is a triangle. Area of triangle plus area of square. 1 by 2 base into altitude. Altitude is how much? 10. 1 by 2 base is 2. Altitude is 10. This is 10 plus this area. How much is this? What is the area of square? Length into breadth. So this length is 4 minus 2 is 2. Breadth is how much? 10. So this is 10 plus 20, that is 30. So displacement is 30. This one, JEE 2025. The motion of an airplane is represented by velocity time graph. The distance covered in first 30.5 seconds. See guys, this is 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. So 30.5. So from here to here, you need to find this area. Now tell me, divide this in two parts. This area plus this area plus this area. See, could you please tell me how much is this area? 1 by 2 base. Base is 2. Altitude. Sure. This is 400. This is 200. 400 minus 200 is 200. This and this will cancel. It comes out to be 200. So area of this, guys, displacement will be, area of this is 200 plus area of this, that is length into breadth, 2 into 200, that is 400 plus 400 plus area of this. See guys, if this is 2, this is 30.5. 30.5 minus 2, this will be 28.5. So area of this is 28.5 multiplied by this length into this breadth. This breadth, 0 to 400 into 400. 28.5 into 400. Do this, you will get the answer. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Come on, guys, ladies and gentlemen, come on. Tell me quickly in the chats if this is clear. Tell me quickly in the chats if this is clear. This area plus this area plus this area will be the displacement. Is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? This one, JEE 2023, this I am giving you as homework. Okay. In the given graph, the ratio of distance to displacement. Is this clearer? It's in meters, na? Meter per second. So this will come out to be in the meters, okay? Meter square, this one. Okay, then you can convert to the kilometer also. Square kilometer. So it should come out to be, I guess, 12,000. Huh? That means 12,000 meters square. That is, yes. Do check this from your end. Now see, in this velocity versus time graph, take a look. You are supposed to find distance and displacement by ratio. Distance divided by displacement ratio. See guys, this is the graph till here. Consider this A1. Consider this A2. So when you have to find the distance, listen to me very carefully. When you have to find the distance, you say A1 plus A2. Now you can find this area from your end. This is triangle, this is square. This you can break over here, triangle plus square. This is again triangle. This is also triangle. Simple, bro. You can do it from your end. And when I say displacement, it will be A1 minus A2. Once you get this and this, you can put it over here and get the answer. Can you do it from your end? Can you do it from your end? Okay. And after this, you have acceleration time graph. Max 90%, 99% questions they ask from the velocity and displacement time graph. Acceleration time graph is nothing. If I say AT graph, we say if let's suppose there is a car which is moving, after t is equal to 1 seconds, acceleration is 1. After t is equal to 2 seconds, acceleration is 2. After t is equal to 3 seconds, its acceleration is 3. If we make its acceleration versus time graph, you'll be making it like this, A into t. This. Sir, do we define slope of acceleration time graph? No, not in your syllabus. That's in the MSc level. But what we define is area under AT graph. Area under AT graph. See. What is area? Sir, slope? No, slope is not in your syllabus. A versus T. Now tell me, what is this area? This area will be integration of whatever is on y-axis, whatever is on the x-axis, this one. Now tell me, what is integration of A dt? That is change in velocity. So from now onwards, you'll be remembering that area of acceleration time graph is change in velocity, delta V. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay. Now, boys and girls, let's move on to the kinematics 2D. Let's move on to the kinematics 2D. Okay. Let's move on to the kinematics 2D. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Is this clear till over here? Is this clear? Come on. Acceleration position graph is asked in, I would say, in your JE. 99% it is asked in your JE. Okay. Okay. Just a second, guys. Give me a minute. I will come. Just a minute. No, 5 minutes. Just a minute. Okay. Now, boys and girls, let's dive into the session. Okay. Okay. Now, kinematics 2D. In kinematics 2D, we have to first understand the projectile motion. Whatever I tell you in this particular case, please do remember directly. I would want you guys to do remember this directly. Everybody. Projectile motion. What is the projectile motion? See, guys, if you throw an object something like this, it goes into the air and it follows this parabolic path. This motion is called a projectile motion. It's a two-dimensional motion. So basically, if you throw an object, let's suppose its velocity u at an angle theta, it will follow this path. Now, this u, this velocity, initial velocity, it will have two components. This component, if the angle is made from this side, this is called u cos theta. Or you can say initial velocity in x direction, ux. Ux means initial velocity in x direction. Uy, this component is what we call uy, initial velocity in y direction, u sine theta. Okay. Now, boys and girls, after some time, the object, let's suppose, reaches here. Or after some time, it reaches here at the topmost point. Now, let me first tell you one thing. We define three things over here. Listen. Sir, how much time it is going to reach from here to here? That is what we call the time of flight. How much time it is going to take from here to here, from ground to ground. How high it can go, my dear NEET aspirants, that is called maximum height. And how far it can go, that is what we call range. Three things we define over here. Time of flight, maximum height, and range. Time of flight, maximum height, and range. Listen. It is the time taken by a projectile to complete its journey. Directly remember, time of flight will be 2u. U is the initial velocity sine theta. U sine theta means which component of the velocity? Y component. 2u sine theta by g. Or u sine theta also means uy. 2uy by g. Now, this is the time taken in the complete journey. If I say, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. So, if you launch an object from here to here with a velocity u, so till here, this is what we call upward time. And this is what we call downward time. Now, if this is 2u sine theta by g, upward time is going to be u sine theta by g, and u sine theta means which component of the velocity? That is uy, and this component is ux. This is u cos, this is u sine. This is u sine theta by g or uy by g. Downward is u sine theta by g, that will be 2u sine theta by g. Okay, this is going to be the time of flight. Then one more important thing. Maximum height. If you throw a projectile. Okay. If I say how high it can go, this maximum height. U square sine square theta by 2g. U sine theta means uy square divided by 2g. Okay. If you throw a projectile, how far it can go, this is what we call range. And range will be 2u square sine theta cos theta by g. U is the initial velocity sine theta cos theta by g. Theta is the angle at which we have launched. And range, we can also write it like this, u square sine of 2 theta by g. This is also the formula. Now guys, can you write it like this? See. I can write it like this. Range is equal to, we say 2 u, it is u square. We can write like this, u sine theta. Give one u to this, u cos theta divided by g. Now what is u sine theta? Uy. U cos theta ux. 2 ux uy divided by g. These are the formulas of range. One more important thing. If I say you are launching a projectile, my dear NEET aspirants, okay, you are launching a projectile. What is the velocity at topmost point? See, it will have horizontal component Vx, it will have vertical component Vy. If you have launched this projectile at an angle u, with velocity u at an angle theta, this component will be u cos theta, horizontal. Now guys, horizontal component of the velocity remains constant throughout the motion. It does not change. It remains constant throughout the motion. Okay. So if this is ux. So if here it is u cos theta, here also it will be u cos theta. It does not change. Please remember it directly. Sir, here also it will be u cos theta, 100%. And what about y? Vy. Vy will be 0. At topmost point, vertical component of the velocity is 0. Time of flight is 2u sine theta by g. Or you can say 2uy by g. Upward time is u sine theta by g. Downward time is u sine theta by g. Velocity at topmost point. Vertical component is 0. Horizontal component is u cos theta. Maximum height. U square sine square theta by 2g or uy square by 2g. Range. These are the three formulas of range. Okay. One more important thing. Velocity at any point. Listen. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you are launching a projectile, okay, and with velocity u at angle theta, this component will be u cos theta and this component will be u sine theta. Now, boys and girls, what I'm trying to say in this particular case, after some time, let's suppose it reached here. Here its velocity is v. It is not the topmost point. Topmost point is this. Now, here velocity will have two components, Vx, this is Vy. This is a general point after time t, and here this angle is alpha. If somebody says what is the velocity at any point after time t, this is the general formula. This was the topmost point. So this will be the velocity at any point. U cos theta into I cap plus u sine theta minus gt into j cap, and this alpha, this is the alpha, this alpha will be u sine theta minus gt Vy divided by Vx, right? Tan alpha is perpendicular by base, na? Tan alpha is perpendicular is Vy, base is Vx, Vy by Vx. This is Vy, this is Vx. Or directly you remember this. This is the velocity at any point. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. I hope there is no doubt in this one. I hope there is no doubt in this one. Please tell me in the chats, everybody out there. Come on. Now see guys. There is a question which was asked in JEE 2026. There is a question which was asked in JEE 2026. Take a look. A projectile is thrown upwards at an angle of 60 degrees. A projectile is thrown upwards at an angle of 60 degrees. Okay? At an angle of 60 degrees. With the horizontal. Let's suppose with velocity u. The speed of the projectile is 20 meters per second. When its direction is 45 degrees with the horizontal. Let's suppose after some time, the projectile reaches here. At this point, its speed is 25 meters per second. It says when it is making how much? 45 degrees with the horizontal. Now tell me one thing. Okay, it says the initial velocity of the projectile is, we are supposed to find the value of u. As simple, bro. One thing I would want you guys to remember. If this is the initial velocity, this will be the horizontal component, u cos of 60. Okay, this is ux. And my dear NEET aspirants, if this is v, this will be vx. And this vx, if this is 25, this component will be what? That is 25 cos of, I would say 45. Oh, it is 20 cos of 45. Okay, 20 cos of 45. Now tell me, did I tell you horizontal component of the projectile motion remains the same? Here it remains the same. At every point it remains the same. Vx is equal to ux at every point. Directly remember this, boys and girls. So can I say as horizontal component of the projectile remains constant. Now what is the value of Vx? That is 20 cos of 45 is equal to, what is the value of Ux? Ux, that is u cos of 60. Now tell me, 20 cos 45 is 1 divided by root 2 is equal to u. Cos 60 is 1 divided by 2. Now 2 into 20, that is 40. So u will come out to be, that is 40 divided by root 2. No option is matching. Do one thing, rationalize. Multiply with root 2 and divide with root 2. Now you can say u is equal to root 2 into root 2 is 2. So 40 divided by 2 into root 2. So 2 ones are 2, 20s are. So u will come out to be 20 root 2. So 20 root 2. I hope this question is clear. Next question. Next question. JEE 2025. Take a look. An object of mass m is projected from the origin in xy plane. Guys, this question I have put up in rotational motion also. Rotational motion. It is better if I show you this over there only, because here I'll have to explain angular momentum, over there again angular momentum. So let's keep it for there only. Okay. JEE 2026, recent attempt, 24th January, recent. A boy throws a ball into air at an angle of 45 degree from the horizontal to land onto a roof of a building. This is a building. Okay. There is a boy. It throws a ball. I would say something like this. Okay. At an angle of 45 degrees. Okay. Yes. At an angle of 45 degrees to the roof of a building. This is the building. Okay. If the ball attains the maximum height in 2 seconds. So ball attains the maximum height. This is the maximum height. So time upward in this case is given as 2 seconds. Boy is throwing the ball in air. It reaches the roof of the building. Okay. And lands onto the building. In building it reaches 3 seconds. Okay. So till maximum height it is taking how much time? 2 seconds. Array, this is the time of flight, upward time, na? How do you define upward time? Sir, how much time it is going to take to reach the top? That is time of upward. Now, how much is that? U sine theta by G. Okay. So, time upward is given. Then the value of H is, we are supposed to find what is the value of maximum height, H. Okay. Listen. So, we say time upward is given as 2u sine of theta. Theta is 45. Sorry, u sine 45. U sine of 45, because you are throwing this ball at an angle of 45 divided by G, and this is given as 2. Initial velocity is not given. Find it. U sine 45 is 1 by root 2 into G is 10. So what I can say over here, take it over there. So U will come out to be 2 into 10 is 20 into root 2. Okay. Now, boys and girls, if I say this is the initial velocity, what you are supposed to find then the value of maximum height? So I can say, sir, H max is equal to u square sine square of theta divided by 2g. So u square, that is, this is u, 20 root 2 whole square, sine square of 45 divided by 2g, g is 10. So 2 into 10 is 20. So this will come out to be 20 square is 400. Root 2 whole square is 2, because square and root 2 will cancel into 2. Sine 45. Sine 45 is 1 by root 2, but it has got square. So square and root will cancel, it will become 1 by 2. So we'll be writing over here 1 divided by 2 into 20. 0 and 0 will cancel. 2 and 2 will cancel. So now 40 divided by 2, it will come out to be 20. Guys, is this question clear? Is this question clear? Okay. Is this question clear? Is this question clear? Tell me. Okay. Could you please follow this question? Okay. Could you please follow this question? This is H only, na? H is the maximum height we are supposed to consider over here. Yes. Can you solve this question? Guys, can you solve this question? Can you solve this question? Quick, this is the question of JEE 2024. This is a question of JEE 2024. Come on, come on. Tell me. If an object is projected with velocity this, an object is projected with velocity this, u is equal to alpha I cap plus beta j cap. Okay. We are supposed to find maximum height, time of flight and range. This is a very good question. We are supposed to find in this particular case, guys, this is the velocity, maximum height. Could you please tell me what is the maximum height? What is the range and what is the time of flight? See. If you are launching this object with velocity u, listen carefully. This will be the horizontal component of velocity ux and this will be the vertical component of the velocity uy. Whenever you have the velocity something like this, it is alpha I cap plus beta j cap. Alpha I cap plus beta j cap. Understand this very carefully. This you will be considering as ux. This you will be considering as uy. Because you always say this velocity, initial velocity, it is whatever is mentioned with I cap, it is the x component, ux. Whatever is mentioned with j cap, it is uy. Okay. So we always mention horizontal x component with I cap and y component with j cap. Now tell me in this particular case, what is ux? That is alpha. What is uy? That is beta. Now tell me. You recently studied when it comes to the time of flight. Guys. Can you tell me what is the time of flight in this particular case? Sir, time of flight you recently said that is 2uy by g and when it comes to the maximum height that is uy square by 2g. When it comes to the range, 2 times of ux uy divided by g. So I can say in this particular case that is 2uy divided by g. So this is 2. What is the value of uy? That is beta divided by g. What is the value of h max? That is uy square divided by 2g. What is uy square? That is beta square divided by 2g. What is the value of range? 2 times of ux uy divided by g. So this will be 2. Ux is alpha, uy is beta divided by g. Okay, can you tell me what is the value of the angle at which you are launching this? Also find theta. This is a very good question. Can you tell me in the chats what is the value of theta? Can you tell me what is the value of theta? Quick. Can you tell me what is the value of theta? Quick, 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 quick. I need the signal. I need the answer in the chats. What is the value of theta? At what angle you are launching this projectile? At what angle you are launching this projectile? Come on, quick. Give me the signal in the chats. Tell me. Tell me, guys. See, can I say, sir, this tan theta is perpendicular by base? So you can simply say in this particular case, tan of theta is perpendicular by base. Perpendicular is how much? That is uy. Base is how much? That is ux. So tan of theta, what is the value of uy? Uy, that is beta divided by alpha. Beta divided by alpha. So theta is equal to tan inverse of beta by alpha. Yes, 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 yes. Lot of students are giving. Uy by ux, na? Perpendicular by base. Uy is beta divided by alpha. Why are you saying alpha by beta? Beta by alpha, not alpha by beta. Beta by alpha. Okay. Yeah, this is a good question. A ball of mass 100 grams is projected with a velocity of 20 meters per second at an angle of 60 degrees with the horizontal. The decrease in the kinetic energy of the ball during the motion from the point of projection to the topmost point. Guys, you have launched an object. Listen carefully, please, please, please. You have launched an object with a velocity of 20. U is equal to 20. At an angle of 60 degrees. This angle is 60. The decrease in the kinetic energy. Okay. The decrease in the kinetic energy of the ball during the motion from the point of projection to the highest point. This is the highest point. So from the point of projection to the highest point, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. From the point of projection to the highest point, you guys are supposed to tell me what is the decrease in kinetic energy. Guys, here, what is the kinetic energy initially? 1 divided by 2 mv square. Okay. And what is the kinetic energy finally? Listen to me very carefully. At topmost point, vertical component of the velocity is 0. So it has got only horizontal component, that is Vx. Now tell me, listen carefully, please and please. If this is u, this component will be how much? If this is 20, this component will be how much? 20 cos of 60. So that will be 20. Cos 60 is 1 by 2. So this will be 10. So at topmost point, this will be 10. Because I told you horizontal component remains the same. Horizontal component remains the same. Now tell me, boys and girls, if I say at this point, what is the kinetic energy initially? 1 divided by 2 mv square. Please tell me in the chats, is this velocity or this is speed? Is this velocity or speed? Is this velocity or speed? Tell me. Is this velocity or speed? Tell me in the chats, is this velocity or speed? Is this velocity or speed? Is this velocity or speed? So I'll write 1 divided by 2 m. M is how much? 100 grams. So 100 grams will be 100 divided by 1000 when you convert to the kgs. Into, this is speed, it is not velocity. It is speed. So speed at this point, it is 20. So I'll write over here 20 square. 0, 0, 0, 0. So this will be 1 divided by 2 into 1 divided by 10 into 20 into 20. Okay. So 2 ones are 2 twos are 2 ones are 2 zeros are. Okay. So this will come out to be the initial kinetic energy in this particular case, 1 by 2 mv square. Okay. So 2 ones are 2 fives are 10. So this will come out to be 100. Okay. So 1 by 2 mv square. So this came out to be the kinetic energy initial. Could you please tell me what is the kinetic energy final? 1 divided by 2 mv final square. And at topmost point, it has got how much? 1 divided by 2. Mass is 100 divided by 1000 into v final square, that is 10 into, I would say, 10. So this 0, 0 and this 0 and this 0. So this will come out to be 100 divided by 20 divided by 20. 0, 0, 2 ones are 2 fives are. Here it is 5. Here it is 5. So in this particular case, what can I say? 1 divided by 2. Mass is, we can say 100 divided by 1000 into, this is 20 into 20. 20 into, I would say 20. Okay, because it is 20 square. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. So this will be this 0 and this 0. Now how much it will be? 2 into 2 is 4. 4 into 10 is 40. Oh, 40 divided by 2 is 20. Sorry. 40 divided by 2 is 20. This is 20 joule. Now, initial kinetic energy is how much? 40 by 2, this is 20. So what will be the delta KE loss? That will be initial kinetic energy minus final kinetic energy. Now tell me, guys, remember this very carefully. Don't consider velocity over here. You will be saying, sir, this will have x component, y component. You will be putting that over here. No, kinetic energy is a scalar quantity. So this has to be speed. This cannot be velocity. So that's why I'm taking directly 20 over here. This is the magnitude of speed at this point. And at this point, what is the speed? That is 10. So I can say kinetic energy initially is how much? 20 minus finally is 5. So this will come out to be 50. Clear? Is this clear? Tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Please give me the signal in the chats. Do you want me to repeat this? Quick. Smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. This I'll keep you as homework. Please do this from your end, okay? One important relation. See, listen carefully. Just it will take me a minute. If let's suppose you are throwing a projectile in air, okay? You are throwing a projectile in air. This is the maximum height. This is the range. How far it can go, this is the maximum height. Sir, is there any relation between maximum height and range? Yes. We say H is equal to R tan of theta divided by 4. H is equal to R tan theta divided by 4. What is theta? Theta is the angle at which you have launched it. This is the relation between, I would say maximum height and range. Now see, the questions have been directly asked in your NEET from this. Take a look. Question in JEE 2025. Take a look, boys and girls. A projectile is projected with velocity u so that its horizontal range is 3 times the maximum height. Okay? So that its horizontal range is 3 times the maximum height. A projectile is projected with velocity u. Guys, listen to me very carefully. We are launching a projectile, okay? And my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose with velocity u at an angle theta. It says its horizontal range is 3 times the maximum height. Okay? The horizontal range of the horizontal range of the projectile it is asking. Okay, now see, sir, when we say a range, that is 2u square sine theta cos theta divided by g. But the question here is sine theta cos theta, we don't know because theta is not given. Okay. The horizontal range of the projectile is given. Okay, this is given. R is equal to nu square divided by 25g. We are supposed to find the value of n. Amazing. Take a look. See, guys. If what is given in the question, you have to understand the question in such a way so that you must see what is given. Sir, maximum height is given and horizontal range is given. If maximum height is given and horizontal range is given, we know this relation. We say as h is equal to r tan of theta divided by 4. And instead of this r, I can write 3h. H is equal to 3h tan theta by 4. I'll write it over here. H is equal to 3r. H is equal to 3h because instead of r, I'll put 3h tan of theta divided by 4. H will cancel. Take it over there. 4 divided by 3 is equal to tan theta. You got tan theta. Okay. Can we make the triangle? If I say this angle is theta, so if tan theta is 4 by 3, what does that mean? That means this is perpendicular, this is base. Tan theta is perpendicular by base. Now, if this is 4, this is 3, this will be how much? 5. PGT, apply PGT, under root of 4 square plus 3 square, that will be 5. If this is 4, this is 3 and this is 5. Guys, I will give you the break, okay? Please wait. I'll give you the break. We'll take the break and we'll take the long break, 50 minutes break. But wait, please. So my dear NEET aspirants, I can say, sir, this will be the triangle. If tan theta is 4 by 3 means perpendicular by base, this is 5. Can you tell me in this case, what is the value of sine theta? That is perpendicular upon hypotenuse, 4 by 5. What is the value of cos theta? So that is 3 by 5. Now, can I use the range formula? Use 2u square sine of theta cos of theta divided by g. Now I can say range is equal to 2u square sine theta. What is the value of sine theta? 4 by 5. Okay. Cos theta 3 by 5. 4 by 5, 3 by 5. 2u square 4 by 5 into 3 by 5 divided by g. Now a range will come out to be 4 into 3 is 12, 12 into 2 is 24, 24u square, 24u square, 24u square divided by 5 into 5 is 25g. Now compare this and this. U square, 25, 25, g. What is the value of n? N is 24. This was a very good question, by the way. Is this question clear? Give me the signal. Is this question clear? Come on. Is this question clear? Guys, is this question clear? Is this question clear? This is a question from JEE 2020. The angle of projection of a projectile to have the same horizontal range and maximum height. So a horizontal projectile has same range as maximum height. R is equal to h. It is asking what is the angle of projection. At what angle we have launched this? Is it clear? Oh. Is this clear? Oh, tell me. See, H is equal to R. We are supposed to find the value of theta. We know, sir, H is equal to R tan of theta divided by 4. H is equal to R tan theta divided by 4. So you can write over here H is equal to, instead of R, we can write H tan of theta divided by 4. So H and H will cancel, take it over there. So tan of theta will come out to be 4. So theta will be equals, take it over there, tan inverse of 4. Tan inverse of 4. Yes, D. Option D. Option D. Guys, notes will be available in my Telegram. t.me/Yawar Manzoor. t.me/Yawar Manzoor. Notes will be available over here. Please do join this Telegram because I will be sharing the notes still over here only. Guys, tell me, is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats, because whenever I say give me the signal in the chats, it means you guys are supposed to give the signal. You guys are supposed to tell me in this particular case. Okay, you guys are supposed to tell me in this particular case. Is this clear? Is this clear? Okay, now take a look. River swimmer problem. River swimmer problem. Take a look, my dear NEET aspirants. I want you to understand this very, very, very carefully. Listen. Let's suppose, boys and girls, see, in river swimmer problem, what you are supposed to do is, I want you guys to understand this very carefully. This is very important from your NEET perspective. Okay? Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, I say you have got a river over here. I say you have got a river over here. There's a river flowing. And you guys are supposed to cross the river. You are a diver. You dive into the river, you have to cross the river. You are a swimmer. Now, I can ask you two questions. Sir, you have to cross the river along the shortest path. Okay? Or you have to take minimum time. Like, will you cross the river like this, which path? First, second, or third? Along the shortest, it would be second. And you have to take minimum time in crossing the river. These are the two questions they can ask you in the river swimmer problem. These are the two questions they can ask you in the river swimmer problem. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. First one is crossing the river in minimum time. Crossing the river in minimum time. That's what you guys are supposed to do. Crossing the river in minimum time. Okay, crossing the river in minimum time. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you guys to understand in this particular case is, let's suppose I say this is the river. This is the river. Okay. And my dear NEET aspirants, this is the swimmer. If swimmer starts diving with a velocity of man, I call this as velocity of man or velocity of swimmer. This is the velocity of swimmer with which the swimmer starts diving. This is the velocity with which swimmer starts diving. Okay. This is the velocity with which swimmer starts diving. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, this river has its own velocity of the river. River is also flowing. Now, when the swimmer dives into the river. Now it will have two velocities, its own velocity and velocity of the river. Okay. Now, due to the Vm, its own velocity, it will cross. And due to this Vr, basically it will be dragged. Sir, if the river velocity is 0, river is still, it is not flowing. In that particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, it can cross directly. But since the river velocity is there, it will be dragged. We say in this particular case, this person will be dragged. So this person wanted to actually reach this particular point, but due to this river velocity, it will reach this point. So this is the drift created. Why is this drift being created? Because of the river velocity, my dear NEET aspirants. Due to this Vm, this person will cross the river. Due to this Vr, it will be drifted. So it will land onto this particular point. Okay, this is the drift created. But time in this case will be minimum. Sir, if we dive into the water and river directly, okay, in this particular case, time will be minimum, my dear NEET aspirants. In this particular case, time will be minimum, my dear NEET aspirants. Okay. So time will be minimum. Why was it drifted? Because of Vr, the person was drifted. Because of Vm, it will cross. So if I say, my dear NEET aspirants, this width over here is D. This is the width of the river. This is D. So can I say in this particular case, sir, this minimum time over here will be how much time it is going to take? Sir, time is distance upon velocity. Distance is D and velocity is what? Vm. Why should you take Vm, not Vr? Because due to Vm only it is crossing, due to Vr it is being drifted. So that's why I am taking this. This will be the minimum time. Directly remember, this is the minimum time in crossing the river. Now, my dear NEET aspirant, this is Vr and this will be the net velocity of the swimmer. If somebody says, what is the net velocity of the swimmer? You can say, this velocity will be under root of this square plus this square. Under root of, I can say Vm square plus Vr square. Oh, sir. If somebody says, how much is this drift created? Guys, this drift is being created due to this Vr. So this is the horizontal distance. Drift is velocity into time. Sir, velocity is Vr. I can say this is Vr and time in this case is t. Sir, when this person was moving from this point to this point, let's suppose this person has basically, it took 10 seconds in crossing. In those 10 seconds only this drift was created. So the same time I'm mentioning over here. If I say you take 10 minutes to cross the river, so in those 10 minutes only you are creating this drift. So I can say this drift like this also. This drift like this also, Vr into minimum time, I can say D divided by Vm. Please tell me in the chats if these points are crystal and clear. This is case 1 done. This is case 1 done. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Okay. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Second, case 2. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Case 2. Crossing the river along the shortest path. Shortest path. Crossing the river along the shortest path. Crossing the river along the shortest path. Guys, I know how to cover 13 chapters in one day, okay? We have the experience. We have done this before. Stay till the end, okay? And I'll not leave any topic. I'll cover, okay? I would say from which max all the questions will be asked in your NEET examination. Okay? Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, crossing the river along the shortest path. If I say this or this, which one will be the shortest path? Middle one. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if you start diving straight, you are being drifted with river velocity, so you ultimately reach here. No doubt in this case, time is minimum, but the path is not the shortest. So what you do instead is, you initially move at some angle. This is velocity of man. And this is, I would say, velocity of a river. Now, even if you are being drifted, even if you are drifted, my dear NEET aspirants, okay, due to this river velocity, still you will reach this particular point. If you start diving straight, then in that case, you will be drifted. So you initially move at an angle of theta. So if you have to move along the shortest path, then you move at an angle theta. If you have to move in the minimum time, then you move straight. In this case, drift will be created. Now see, if this is Vm, this Vm will have two components. This is Vm cos theta, and this will be Vm sin theta. Now, in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, if this component of the velocity becomes equal to this component, if Vm sin theta becomes equal to Vr, if Vm sin theta becomes equal to Vr, we say then guys, if this component becomes equal to this component, this velocity, these two will cancel each other. So means then the person will move along the shortest path with what velocity? Vm. Then person moves with Vm cos theta along the shortest path. And in this particular case, if this is equal to this and they're opposite, they will cancel out each other. What is going to be the net velocity in this case? That is Vm cos theta. Arey bro, if this is equal to this, net velocity will remain only Vm cos theta. So this will be the net velocity. And if somebody says how much is going to be the time taken here, this distance, this is the width of the river. This width is d. Time taken is d upon with what velocity the person is crossing? Vm cos theta. D upon Vm cos theta. Oh. In JEE mains, so many times this have been asked. What is the angle? Angle between direction of swimmer with respect to the flow. Means it is asking at what angle the swimmer start diving with respect to the flow. This is the flow direction. So this is theta plus 90. So that is 90 plus theta. If I say at what direction the swimmer start diving with respect to the shortest path. With respect to the shortest path, it is theta. With respect to the flow, it is 90 plus theta. Crystal clear, done and dusted, drained, man. All the questions till now in JEE mains, in NEET have been asked from these two cases only. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Everybody out there. Everybody, tell me. We'll take the break exactly at 12:50. 12:50, yes. Okay, let me take the question over here. Okay. Let me take some of the questions over here in this particular case. Okay, the first question that I'm taking over here is JEE 2019. JEE 2019. That's great. Now see, what does the question say? Stream of a river has a velocity of 2 km/h. Just listen directly. Stream of a river has a velocity of 2 km/h. Okay, means velocity of the river is given as 2 km/h. Okay. Then it says swimmer can swim with a velocity of 4 km/h. Velocity of the man is 4 kilometer per hour. What is the velocity of river? 2. What is the velocity of swimmer? 4. Find the direction of the swimmer. We are supposed to find the direction of the swimmer so that he travels straight with respect to the flow. So we have to find the direction of the swimmer with respect to the flow so that he travels straight. It says the person must travel straight. So what is the direction of the swimmer? This velocity of man, it is asking us this angle plus this angle. Oh. So what is at what angle the swimmer should move with respect to the flow? This will be the velocity of the river. Velocity of the river. So that he travels straight with respect to the flow. This is here. Person must move along the shortest path. So what is the direction of swimmer? What is the direction of the swimmer with respect to the flow? So that he must travel along the straight path. So if he has to travel along the straight path, he must move at some angle, bro. Now tell me, when we talk about the shortest path, in that particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, this is Vm. It will have two components, this and this. This is Vm sine theta. So can I say in this particular case, guys, Vm sine theta must be equal to Vr? Then only it will move along the shortest path, na? Now, what is the value of Vm? 4. Sine of theta. What is the value of Vr? That is 2. 2 ones are 2, 2s are 4. So sine of theta came out to be 1 by 2. If sine theta came out to be 1 divided by 2, my dear NEET aspirants. So can I say, we say sine of theta, when is the value of sine theta as 1 by 2? Sine of 30 degrees. Sine will cancel, so theta will come out to be 30 degrees. Now, we are supposed to find with respect to the flow. I'll write with respect to flow. With respect to flow. What can I say? It will be 90 plus 30, boys and girls. That will be 120 degrees. Answer is not 30, answer is 120. With respect to the shortest path, it is 30. But with respect to the flow, it is total angle, that is 120. Is this clear? Is this clear? Tell me. Is this clear? JEE 2023. JEE 2023. The speed of the swimmer is 4 km per hour in still water. Okay. The speed of the swimmer is 4 km per hour in still water. Means velocity of swimmer, man, is given as 4 km per hour. Okay. The width of the river is 1 kilometer. This width of the river, D, is given as 1 kilometer. Okay. He reaches a point directly. He reaches a point 750 meters down the stream on the opposite bank. It says that this person reaches the point 750 meters downstream, drift. 750 meters downstream on the opposite bank. Okay. The speed of the river water is, we are supposed to find what is the speed of a river water in this particular case. Guys, tell me one thing. This person started swimming. This is the velocity of the swimmer, velocity of the man. It says when he crosses, he reaches 750 meters down on the opposite bank. So means drift is created. If drift is created, means he is taking the minimum time. He has moved straight. Array, drift will be created in case 1. In this case, drift will be created. In the case 2, drift is not created. In case 1, drift is created. Array, if it is given in the still water, doesn't matter, bro. Velocity of swimmer will be the same. Velocity of swimmer is this only, na? Okay. He reaches, question is saying that this is the velocity. In still water means, wait. In still water means this person can move with a velocity of 4 km per hour, even if it is a still water. Okay. Now the question says, when the person crosses, he reaches 750 meters downstream. It is question, is the language of the question. I'll read it once again. As the speed of the swimmer is 4 km per hour in still water. The width of the river is 1 kilometer. He reaches a point 750 meters down the stream on the opposite bank. The speed of the river water is. Now tell me, can you guys follow this from your end? In this particular case, I can say, sir, drift is how much? Tell me, what is the value of drift? Drift is VR into D divided by VM. So you can simply say VR into this D divided by VM. Now this drift is, I can say 750 meters in this particular case. That is 0.75 kilometers is equal to this VR. What is the value of VR? Okay, that we need to calculate. Divided by what is the value of VM? That is 4. Okay. And this D is given as 1 kilometer over here. So can I write this will be 75 divided by 100. This is in meters. When you convert to the kilometers, it will be 0.75 kilometer. 75 divided by 100. This is VR divided by 4. 75, 25 3s are, 25 4s are. 4 and 4 will cancel. So velocity of the river came out to be 3 km per hour. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Come on, guys. Give me the signal in the chats if this is clear. Quick. We'll take the break at 12:50, okay? 50 minutes, 50 to 55 minutes break, long break. Chill. Okay, one more question. JEE 2021. JEE 2021. A person is swimming with a speed of 10 meter per second. Okay. A person is swimming with a speed of 10 meter per second. Velocity of man is given as 10 meter per second. Okay. At an angle of 120 degree with respect to the flow. Oh my goodness. This is velocity of river. With respect to the velocity of river, it is this angle is given as 120. This angle is given as 120. So in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, I can say 90 plus theta is given as 120. This total angle. With respect to the flow, this man is swimming at, I can say 120. Could you please tell me what is the value of theta? 120 minus 90, that will be 30. So this theta is 30. This theta is 30. Okay, this theta is 30. So in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, will the person move along the shortest path or in the minimum time? Along the shortest path. This is Vm. This will be over here Vm sine 30. And this will be over here Vm cos 30. Yes, sir. Now tell me, what does the question say? Find the speed of the flow. What is the value of Vr? Tell me. We say here, in this particular case, this Vr has to be equal to this. Vr has to be equal to Vm sine of 30. Now Vr is equal to, what is the value of Vm? That is 10. Sine 30 is 1 divided by 2. So it will come out to be 5. Is this clear? They can ask you nothing else, bro. These are all the previous year questions of JEE Mains. Nothing else they can ask you from this. Okay. Is this clear? Is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. You are an amazing teacher. I know better than Wasim sir. I know. Okay. Okay. That's great. Yo, Wasim but in the chats. Okay, let me give you one more, guys. Let me give you one more, guys. The question is, let's suppose something like this. A river 4 miles wide. A river 4 miles wide is flowing at a rate of 2 miles per hour. 2 miles per hour. The minimum time taken by the boat to cross the river with a speed of 4 miles per hour. With a speed of 4 miles per hour is, we are supposed to find the minimum time. Okay. Now see, in this particular case, a river of 4 miles wide is flowing at the rate of 2 miles per hour. Okay. There is a river. This river, it is 4 miles wide, means D is given as 4. And it is flowing at a rate of 2 miles per hour. So velocity of the river is given as 2 miles per hour. The minimum time taken by the boat to cross the river. If the boat has, or if the man has to cross the river in the minimum time, he has to move straight. Okay? He has to move straight. So in this particular case, I can say this will be the velocity of man. This man will be actually drifted. He will reach this particular point. This man will be drifted and he will reach this particular point. Okay? This man will be drifted and he will reach this particular point. But time in this case will be minimum. So this will be the drift created. And if I say how much is the minimum time, I have recently told you what is the minimum time. That is d upon, I can say, Vm. D upon Vm. Okay. Oh, stop promoting your sessions in my session. Huh? Don't distract my students. This is the formula by which you can find the minimum time. Even, and what is the value of D? That is 4. And what is the value of Vm? That is 2. This is the Vm. River of 4 miles wide is flowing at the rate of this. Okay, the minimum time to cross the boat. And in this particular case, you can find the drift also. Okay. By the boat to cross the river with a speed of velocity of boat or velocity of man is given as 4 in this particular case, 4 miles per hour. Okay. Is that clear? So this will be d divided by this. So Vm, what is the value of d? D is 4, Vm is, I can say, 4. So this will be the minimum time. And drift in this particular case will be, I told you recently, that is V d divided by Vm. This is the drift. That is Vr into d divided by Vm. Vr into d divided by Vm. So this will be Vr into d divided by, I can say, Vm in this particular case. Okay. D divided by Vm is 1. Vr in this particular case is 2. So this will be 2 miles. Is this clear? Okay. Yes. So we are done with this. Next is going to be laws of motion. But laws of motion we are going to take after the break. Okay. Laws of motion I will be taking after the break. Break till. Let's take the break till 1:50. Okay. Then after this break, we'll be having 3 more hours, guys. Okay. Because I'll give you the break after 3 hours. So take this long break, get done with your lunch. And next chapter after break. After the break. That is laws of motion. Is that clear? See you after the break. Let's start, guys. Huh? Just a second. Okay. Now, guys, take a look. When it comes to the laws of motion, let's basically talk about the Newton's second law of motion. Okay? Because from this portion only, they can ask you the question. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Before this, if we say Newton's first law of motion, if I say Newton's first law of motion, okay, Newton's first law of motion is nothing but, listen to me very carefully. If, let's suppose you have an object, and if net external force, if this is at rest, means its velocity is 0. If net external force acting on this object is 0, you have an object, the amount of force acting from this side is equal to the amount of force acting from this side. If net external force acting on this object is 0, we say it remains in the rest forever. It remains at rest forever. If, my dear NEET aspirants, you have a block over here, if I say this is moving with a constant velocity, 20 meter per second, 20 meter per second, 20 meter per second, and if you are applying force from this side, you are applying force from this side, in this case also, net external force is 0. We say it will keep moving with a constant velocity forever. It will not change the direction. This is Newton's first law. Newton's first law says, if net external force on an object is 0, and if it is in the state of rest, it will remain in the state of rest forever, until and unless there is some net external force. Okay, if the body is moving with constant velocity, it will keep moving with a constant velocity forever, until and unless there is some net external force. Important in this case is Newton's second law. Listen to me very carefully. Let me just tell you over here. Let's suppose you have a mass over here which is moving with a velocity v. We define in this particular case momentum. Momentum is equal to m into v, mass into velocity. This is the momentum of the mass, mass into velocity. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, I want you to understand this. Let's suppose you have a mass, it has mass m, velocity v. What is the momentum of this object over here, m into v? Now, you are applying some sort of net external force. This is the net external force. When you apply the net external force, will its velocity change or its velocity will remain the same? Sir, its velocity will change. So, from v to v dash, its velocity becomes v dash. So, could you please tell me what is the final momentum, m into v dash? So, can I say when you applied the external force, then only its velocity changed from v to v dash? Yes. So, I can say due to this external force, I would say momentum of this object changed from mv to mv dash. Momentum change. So due to this net external force, I say momentum changed. So change in momentum is delta P divided by delta T, my dear NEET aspirants. So when you apply the external force, net external force on an object, its velocity changes. Due to the change in velocity, its momentum changes. If net external force is zero, we say then velocity will remain constant. Now, boys and girls, listen very carefully. This is also what we call the average force. Like if you are applying the force on this object from here to here. Okay. So means how much is the average force you are applying? Sir, from here to here, the force which you are applying, that is delta P by delta T. Sir, that is total change in momentum from A to B upon total change in time. So with respect to time, we say. If I say instantaneous force, that we can say dP by dt. That we can say dP by dt. This is instantaneous force. My dear NEET aspirant, see. If you are applying the force on this object from here to here, if you are applying the force on this object from here to here, we say total change in momentum divided by total change in time, that is average force. If I say what is the change in momentum at a particular instant, that is dP, small change in momentum. How much is the time, that is dt, that will be the average force. Guys, force acting on this mass from this point to this point is average force. Force acting at a particular instant is instantaneous force. From here to here, force is average. At a particular instant, force is instantaneous force. Now we know that this momentum is mass into velocity. We can write this force will be simply d divided by dt of m into v. This is actually Newton's second law. Whenever net force acts on an object, its momentum changes. Change in momentum with respect to time is directly proportional to the force. So I can say, guys, this external force, instead of P, I can write mb. Now differentiation of, here we will be using the UV rule, differentiation of m, then v. So first, guys, how do you use the product rule of differentiation? Keep this m as it is, differentiation of v, dv by dt. Then plus keep v as it is, then differentiation of m with respect to time. Okay? Yes. Now, boys and girls, what I want you to understand over here is, this is also the expression of force. Now, can I say, if let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say mass of the object is constant. Let's suppose if you are applying the force on this object, you considered mass as constant. So if mass of an object is constant, so dm by dt, differentiation, change in mass will be zero. This term will be zero. If this term will be zero, then in that case, force will be equals to, that is m dv by dt. Because differentiation of constant is zero. So dv by dt is acceleration. In that case, F is equal to m into a. So this expression of Newton's second law is valid when mass is constant. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say if velocity is constant, then this term will become zero, dv by dt. So you can say in that case, force will be v dm divided by dt. In that case, this will be the force, my dear NEET aspirants, if we say velocity is constant and mass is variable. Mass is variable. If velocity is constant, mass is variable. In that particular case, this is valid. This expression is valid. Sir, mass is variable in which case? Rocket propulsion. When rocket goes up, in that particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, I can say, if rocket goes up, in that particular case, we say mass of the rocket decreases. Now, guys, take a look at this particular question. A player catches a cricket ball. Guys, tell me, is this clear? A player catches a cricket ball of 200 grams mass, moving with a speed of 20 meters per second. If the time taken to complete the catch is 0.5 seconds, then the force exerted on the player's hand is, guys, see, when you take the catch, when you catch the ball, so we say ball comes to rest finally. So could you please tell me, guys, what is the value of change in momentum? Change in momentum means delta P. It means final momentum minus initial momentum. So I can write it like this. Change in momentum is mass into final velocity minus mass into initial velocity. So delta P is equal to mass out, final velocity minus initial velocity. Boys and girls, when you catch a ball, so basically it says that how much force this ball exerts on your hand. The force exerted by the ball on the player's hand is. We say force is, how do we calculate force? Force is equal to delta P divided by delta T, change in momentum with respect to time. So you can simply say, sir, delta P is equal to, what is the mass of the ball? That is 200 grams. So I can write 200 divided by 1000 because we have to convert this to kgs. Final velocity, when the ball comes to rest finally, so final velocity will be 0, minus initial velocity is 20. So 0, 0, 0, 0. So this will become, take this minus out, minus 2 divided by 10 into this 20, 0, 0, 2 2s are 4. So delta V, okay, if I say mod of delta P, change in momentum magnitude, it will come out to be plus 4. Minus also becomes plus because we say magnitude, how much is the change in momentum magnitude. Now we say force is equal to delta P divided by delta T. What is the value of delta P? That is 4. That is 0.5 seconds, 0.5 seconds. So I can write over here 4 divided by 0.5 seconds means 5 divided by 10. So this will 4 into 10 is, this is 40 divided by 5. So this will come out to be 8 Newton. Because it says it takes the catch in 0.5 seconds. Next, my dear NEET aspirants, take a look over here. Take a look over here. Okay. Okay. Before this, I would want you guys to understand this thing. Okay. Rocket propulsion first. You need to understand the rocket propulsion first. Okay. Yes. Take a look. This is very important. I would want your 100% attention in this particular case. Otherwise, it is very difficult for you to understand. Please, please. Guys, I need your 100% attention at this moment. Then only you would be able to understand this particular point. Please, everybody of you, listen to me very carefully. Everybody of you, listen to me very carefully. Listen. Rocket propulsion. Let's suppose this is a rocket. This is a fuel inside the rocket. Okay. Which burns, due to which rocket goes up. Listen carefully. What is the detail mentioned? Your fuel of the rocket burns. When the fuel of the rocket burns, due to which exhaust gases come out of the rocket. When the fuel of the rocket burns, it sends the exhaust gases out. Exhaust gases come out of the rocket. Okay. Now, rocket pushes the gas down. This rocket pushes the gas down. Okay. And gas pushes the rocket up in return. When this rocket pushes the gas down, in return, gas pushes the rocket up. Due to which upthrust force is created. Due to which this upthrust force is created on the rocket. How does rocket go up? Inside the rocket, gas burns, so rocket sends the gas out. In return, this gas pushes the rocket up. Action reaction now. So this, due to which upthrust force is created. So due to this upthrust force only, this rocket basically goes up. This is how the rocket goes up. Now, when basically the fuel burns, exhaust gases come out, mass of the rocket decreases. And this rocket contains large amount of fuel. Every second it burns large amount of fuel. So basically when the fuel burns, we say mass of the rocket decreases. Now sheer mass of the rocket is decreasing. Why? Because fuel is burning. So mass burned in time t or fuel burned in time t. Listen carefully. So that is dm by dt into t. I am telling you, give me 100% attention right now. Otherwise you won't be able to understand this. dm by dt into t. Sir, what does it mean? I'll make you understand what does it mean. dm by dt basically means it is the rate of fuel burning. With what rate fuel is burning? Let's suppose if I say value of dm divided by dt is 10 kg per second. What does it mean? It means every second this rocket burns 10 kg fuel. If I say 50 kg per second, It means every second it burns 50 kg fuel. Every second 50 kg fuel, if 50 kg is decreasing, 50 kg mass is decreasing. What is the mass burnt in time t? How much mass is burnt in time t? That is dm by dt into t. If I say, let's suppose, oh, see, dm by dt is 10. Every second it is burning 10 kgs, reducing 10 kgs. What is the mass burned in 10 seconds? You say, sir, dm by dt is 10 into 10. 10 into 10 is 100. 100. Now, boys and girls, what you need to understand in this particular case, please listen carefully. Initial mass of the rocket is m naught when no fuel was burned. Initial mass of the rocket is m naught. After time t, since the fuel is burning, after time t, remaining mass of the rocket is mass after time t, initial mass minus dm by dt into t, because this is the mass burned in time t. Array, sir, let's suppose initial mass is 100 and mass burned in time t is 10. So 100 minus 10, that will be 90. 90 is the remaining mass in time t. I need the signal in the chats. Is this clear? Quick. This is the mass remaining after time t. This is the mass remaining after time t. First thing you need to understand, remember over here, mass remaining after time t. Now guys, we say, sir, this upthrust force is being created due to the gas which pushes the rocket up. How much is this upthrust force? This upthrust force is v dm by dt. What is this v? Where v is the velocity of the gas. V means the velocity of the gas. With what velocity gas comes out of the rocket? This is the level up content, guys. This is the level up content. So where v is the velocity of the gas and dm by dt is rate of change of mass, or with what rate fuel is burning, with what rate gas is coming out. All the three things is same. Rate of change of mass, or with what rate mass is decreasing, or with what rate fuel is burning, or with what rate gas is coming out. All is having the same meaning. With what rate mass is changing, with what rate mass is decreasing, with what rate fuel is burning, with what rate gas is coming out, all have the same meaning. Okay, this is the upthrust. This is the upthrust force created on the rocket due to which rocket goes up. One more important thing. Acceleration of the rocket at time t is equal to 0. What is the acceleration of the rocket at time t is equal to 0? Sir, acceleration of the rocket at time t is equal to 0 means when the rocket is about to go up, it has not gone up yet, it is about to go up. So it is A is equal to v dm by dt divided by m naught. When gravity free space, when gravity is not present. Please directly remember, please. When gravity is present, in that case, acceleration of the rocket will be v dm by dt divided by m naught minus g. Guys, if gravity is not present, then this much only. If gravity is present, then minus g. This is the acceleration. Acceleration of the rocket after time t. Guys, if I say this is the rocket over here, at time t is equal to 0. After time t is equal to t, it reached here. What is the acceleration here? What is the acceleration here? Initially, this one. If gravity is present, this one. After time t, what is the acceleration here? v dm by dt minus m naught dm by dt into t. You have to remember this directly. Please. Okay. And when gravity is present, same expression minus t, minus g. Same expression minus g. Is this clear, boys and girls? That's it. You need to understand this much only. What did I tell you? When the rocket goes up, so basically fuel burns, which pushes the gas down. In return, gas pushes the rocket up. So upthrust is created. So if I say how much is the mass burnt in time t, dm by dt into t. How much is the remaining mass, m naught minus dm by dt into t. How much is the upthrust force created on the rocket, v dm by dt. What is the acceleration of the rocket at t is equal to 0 initially? v dm by dt divided by m naught. M naught is the initial mass. If gravity is present, then minus g. What is the acceleration of the rocket after time t? V dm by dt divided by m naught minus dm by dt into t. If gravity is present, then minus g. That's it. Rocket propulsion case. Take a look. Take a look. Very good question. A 600 kg rocket is set up for vertical firing. Okay, there is a 600 kg rocket. It is set up for vertical firing. The exhaust speed, if the exhaust speed is 1000 meter per second, means the gases which comes out, which has the speed of 1000 meter per second. Okay. The mass ejected per second, okay, to supply the thrust needed to overcome the weight of the rocket will be. Amazing question. See, what is the force acting on the rocket in the downward direction, mg? Now, when the gas is coming out, in return, we say upthrust is being created on this F. And this F upthrust is V dm by dt. I recently told you. It says that, boys and girls, see, tell me. This mg is pulling the rocket in the downward direction. Upthrust is pulling it in the upward direction. If I say this upthrust is less than mg, do you think that this upthrust will take the rocket up? No. So this upthrust has to be equal to mg or slightly greater than mg. Then only it can pull the rocket up. That's what it is saying. The mass of the gas ejected per second. How much gas it should eject every second. That means dm by dt. How much gas it should eject every second. Every second. Okay. To supply the upthrust, due to which, see, if this is large, upthrust will be large. So that it creates the upthrust. As more gas comes out, it in return upthrust will be more. So that it supplies the upthrust needed to overcome, which is required to overcome, okay, overcome, which is required to balance this mg. So means here, my dear NEET aspirants, in order to push the rocket up, this force must overcome this force. Means V dm divided by dt must be equal to mg. That is what we call this force is overcoming this force, then only rocket is being pushed up. Sir, what if this force does not overcome this? Then the rocket will not go up. Now V dm by dt, what is the value of V? This is 1000. Dm by dt, we have to find out how much mass it should burn. Okay, this m, what is the mass of the rocket, my dear NEET aspirants? Okay, this is m, mass of the rocket, m. What is the mass of the rocket? 600 kgs. And g is acceleration due to gravity is 10. Now tell me, boys and girls, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So this dm divided by dt is equal to 6 kg per second. Means every second, this rocket should burn 6 kg fuel. Then only it will provide the sufficient upthrust which will overcome this mg. Please tell me in the chats if this question is clear. Next level question this is. Please tell me in the chats if this question is clear. It is simple, but it needs a proper understanding. It is simple, but it needs the proper understanding. Smash the like button if you're not liked this session yet. JEE 2022. Now see, a balloon of mass 10 kg in air. The air escapes from the balloon at a uniform rate with a velocity of 4.5 centimeter per second. This is the balloon. This is the balloon. Okay. Okay. Mass of the balloon is 10 grams. Okay. The air escapes from the balloon. When the air escapes from the balloon, okay, with what rate? The air escapes from the balloon with a uniform rate at a velocity of 4.5 centimeter per second. Okay. When air escapes from the balloon. Arey, that's what I'm saying now, bro. Sir, if this is equal to this, how will it go up? I'm telling you, this is slightly greater than this. When we solve the question, we take it equal. We don't say greater. While solving the question, we always take this equal to this one. Okay. So, it has to be slightly greater than this one, then it will go up. But while solving the question, we say approximately it is slightly greater. We almost take it equal. Now see, this is 4.5 centimeter per second. Now when the air comes out, it produces the upthrust to this. Okay. Upthrust. If the balloon shrinks in 5 seconds completely, means it shrinks completely in 5 seconds, mass of this becomes 0. Then it says, then the average force acting on the balloon will be, we are supposed to find upthrust. Upthrust is what? V dm by dt. Now tell me, V with what velocity? 4.5. dm. dm means change in mass. Initially mass of the balloon is 10. Then it says it completely shrinks, so it becomes 0. So this will be 10 minus 0. Change in mass is 10 minus 0. Because initial mass is 10, final mass is 0, so 10 minus 0. So now time. In time how much? In 5 seconds. So this will be 4.5, that is 45 divided by 10 into this 10 divided by 5. 10 and 10 will cancel. 5 ones are, 5 nines are. So it will come out to be 9 dyne. Okay. So don't change this to the meter per second. Don't change to the kgs. If you keep it as it is, then you take the force in dynes. If you convert this to the meter per second, this to kgs, then you have to take the force in newtons. But here it is asking in dynes. A rocket of mass 5700 kg ejects mass at a constant rate. So mass of the rocket is basically given as, this is m naught. This is given as 5700 kgs. There is a rocket. It has mass 5700 kgs. Ejects mass at a constant rate, means it is ejecting the gas. That means it is ejecting the mass. So value of dm divided by dt is 15 kg per second. Every second it is burning how much fuel? 15 kg per second. With a constant speed of 2 km per second. So this velocity in this particular case is given as 2 km per second. The acceleration of the rocket under 1 minute in this particular case is acceleration of the rocket in 1 minute. So time is given as 60 seconds over here. 2 km per second. Kilometer is how many meters? 1000 meters. So this will be 2000 meter per second. Okay. Now in this particular case, the acceleration of the rocket 1 minute after the blast. So means acceleration of the rocket after time t. And gravity is present. Acceleration of the rocket after time t, that is this one. V dm by dt, m naught minus acceleration after time t, because it says acceleration of the rocket after time t. Okay, that is V dm divided by dt upon m naught minus dm by dt into t, m naught minus dm by dt into t, m naught minus dm divided by dt into t minus, I would say, g. Put the values and get the answer. What is the velocity? 2000. What is the value of dm by dt? 15. Upon what is the initial mass? 5700 kgs. I have told you the complete theory initially. Okay. Then minus dm by dt into t. Dm by dt is how much? Again 15. And time is 60 seconds. Okay. Minus g is 10. Now solve this from your end and get the value of acceleration. Tell me. Velocity is 2. Velocity is 2. Whatever it is, if it is 12, so take 12, yaar. Okay. Is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear, guys? Tell me quickly in the chats. See, in the question, it will be mentioned whether the gravity is not present. If they do not mention, then consider gravity. If they do not mention, then gravity is there. If they mention it's a gravity-free space, then you have to consider this equation. They will be mentioning for sure. When gravity is present, means the normal case. When gravity is not present, then they will be mentioning in the question. Then you take this. Clear? I need the signal from every single student, whosoever is watching. Go. Come on. Quick. And do smash the like button, everybody out there. Okay. Now, motion of a connected body system. Very important, this one. Motion of a connected body system. Take a look. Find the acceleration and the tension. See, guys, you will be given a connected mass system, something like this. They will ask you two things, acceleration and tension. First of all, whenever they ask you to find the acceleration, simply you write net pulling force divided by net mass. Now, guys, take a look. When I write acceleration over here, net pulling force, what is the net pulling? What is the force which is pulling this system? 20. Sir, shall we consider this tension also the pulling force? No. One thing, guys, let's suppose if this is a block. If this block has mass m, what is the force acting on this mass in the downward direction? mg. Everybody knows that. Sir, in this particular case, if the force acting in the downward direction is mg, is there any force acting in the upward direction? Yes, that is what we call tension. This T is balancing this mg. And tension is always created when there is string. If this is a string, tension is created in the string. So, my dear NEET aspirants, this is force F. In this string, tension will be created and it is always away from the body. Here it will be away from the body. And if this is a same string, so tension at every point will be same. What is the net pulling force? That is 20. What is the net mass? 6 plus 4 is 10. This is 2 meter per second square. Okay, 2 meter per second square. This is 2 meter per second square. Is this clear? Now, if I ask you to find the tension, consider any block, consider 4 kg block. Consider 4 kg. Guys, how do you find the tension? How do you find the acceleration? Net pulling force by net mass. Now consider 4 kg block. This is 4 kg. In the forward direction, what is the force acting? T. Use Newton's second law. What is that? Net force is equal to mass into acceleration. Sir, net force, what is the force acting over here? T. Mass of this block is 4. And acceleration, this acceleration is 2. This is for this also for the entire system also, because this is a connected system. So I can say this is 2. So it will come out to be 8 Newton. As simple as that. Let me show you the good one. Take a look at this. In this particular case, you are pulling this with a force of 120 Newton, which is connected to the 5 kg, which is connected to 7 kg. Now see, in this rope, tension I would say is T1. Here also the same tension. This is another rope. When the rope changes, tension will be different. So here tension is T2. And what is the net pulling force on this system? 120. Acceleration. Net pulling force, that is 120. Net mass, 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 plus 3, that is 15. Is this clear? Okay, so we say 5 3s are 15, 5 2s are 10,
5 4s are 20. 3 1s are 3 8s are. So it will come out to be 8 meter per second square. Acceleration came out to be 8. Now you have to find the tension. Okay. Sir, we'll find T2 first. Why not T1? Okay, fine, T1. Not a problem. But preferable is this one. Why? Because on this block, only one force is acting, T2. That's it. Consider 7 kg. This is a 7 kg block. On this 7 kg, I would say this is the force T2 acting. This is 7 kg. Use second law. Net force is equal to mass into acceleration. Net force is how much? T2. Mass of this block is 7. Acceleration is 8. This will come out to be 56 Newton. So tension T2 is 56 Newton. Now, you can find this also. Consider 5 kg block. If you consider 5 kg block, on this 5 kg block in the forward direction tension is T1. In the backward direction tension is T2. This is T1 and this is T2. Here this is T1 and in this direction it is T2. So what you can say in this, or sir, can I not consider? Arey, consider bro, 120 T1. Okay. Now tell me what is the net force. Listen, this is the net pulling force. The direction of acceleration is always in the direction of net pulling force. We say F is equal to ma. Whatever is the direction of force, that will be the direction of acceleration. So what I can say in this particular case, this is the direction of acceleration. Because acceleration is in this direction. If acceleration is in this direction, then net force on this block will have the same direction. Very important point. The net force on the block will have the same direction. Means if this is the direction of net force, that means this is greater than this. Sir, what if this is the direction of acceleration? Then I would have said net force has this direction, means this is greater than this. So we say here, net force is equal to mass into acceleration. So I can say this T1 minus this T2 is equal to mass into acceleration. T1, we need to calculate, minus T2 is 56. Mass into acceleration, mass of this is 5. So 5 into 8. So this is 40. 40 plus 56 is 96. So T1 came out to be 96 Newton. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear, boys and girls. Everybody, quick, please, please, please. Tell me quickly. Is this clear? Oh, I need the signal, bro. I need the signal, bro. Quick. Smash the like button, quick. Is this clear? Okay, this you will be doing from your end. This you will be doing from your end. I'll tell you what is the net pulling force. In the downward direction, M into G will act. That is 5G. In the downward direction, 3G will act. If somebody asks you what is the net pulling force, always remember 5G is greater than 3G. So you will be saying 5G minus 3G. Sir, shall we not consider T1 and T2? Guys, in this case, T1 is the pulling tension. Here tension is T2 because this is a different string. This is a different string. Sir, shall we not consider this T1 and T2 as pulling force? No. Divided by net mass. Net mass is 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 plus 3 is 10. So 5G minus 3G is 2G divided by 10. G is also 10. 10 and 10 will cancel. Acceleration came out to be 2 meter per second square. Now, to find T1, consider this block and always remember 5G is greater than 3G. So, direction of acceleration would be this. Here, direction of acceleration is upward. So, consider this to find T1, consider this to find T2. This I am giving you as homework. One more question. Okay, answer of this I have mentioned. You please check this from your end. Okay. And this is also homework. 3 questions. Chalo, this one I'll show. This one I'll show. 2 I'll keep homework. Okay. Now consider 5 kg block. When you consider 5 kg block, in the downward direction it is 5g. In the upward direction it is t1. And this is the direction of acceleration. Because this is greater than this one. So acceleration will have this direction. So I can say net force is equal to mass into acceleration. Net force will be this minus this, because direction of net force is this. This is acceleration. 5g minus t1 is equal to m into a. 5g means 50. Minus t1 is equal to mass into acceleration. Mass is how much? 5. Acceleration is 2. 5 into 2, that is 10. Take it over there. So 50 minus 10, take it over here. This will be t1. So t1 came out to be 40. Okay. Now consider 3 kg block. On 3 kg block, this is 3g. In the upward direction, it is t2. So this is the direction of acceleration. Here apply Newton's second law. Can I say this t2 upward force minus 3g downward force is equal to m into a? Okay. So this t2, this is 30. M into a, 3 into 2 is 6. This will come out to be 6 plus 30. 36 Newton. Oh, clearer. Tell me. This is done. Okay. Do check this from your end also. Now comes the pseudo force. Quick. Now comes the pseudo force. Is this clear? Tell me quick. Come on, tell me, is this clear? Okay. Now, pseudo force. Take a look, guys. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Let's finish pseudo force in 5 minutes. This is a block which is at rest. There is person A, person B, person C. Okay? Please listen carefully. Please listen carefully. Please listen carefully. Everybody of you. When you are inside the bus or inside the car, you are in motion. If you look outside, there is a tree. What do you think? Will that tree appear to you in rest or in motion? Sir, obviously in motion. It feels like trees are moving in the opposite direction. Yes. But in reality, trees are at rest. Cool. If this person is at rest, he is looking at the block. According to this person, according to A, block is at rest. Block is at rest. If this person is moving with velocity V, constant velocity. So according to B, we say block is, if we ask B, he says block is moving with a constant velocity V. But in reality, it is at rest. It's like tree outside the car. Relative motion, bro. It's like tree outside the car. It feels like trees are moving, but in reality, trees are at rest. So it is according to B, tree is moving. But in reality, tree is at rest. So block isn't moving with constant velocity. So this person C, it is moving with variable velocity, means it has acceleration. Whenever velocity of the body changes, it has acceleration. So according to C, block is accelerating. But in reality, block is at rest, bro. It is C person who is accelerating. So according to him only, block is accelerating. But in reality, it is not accelerating. So can I say this is the acceleration of the block? So C says, hey, this block is accelerating with respect to me. It is coming towards me with the acceleration A. Like trees outside the car is moving with the acceleration A. But in reality, this block is at rest. So according to C, block is accelerating. So this acceleration of the block is not real, it is fake. That is what we call pseudo acceleration. And we say, my dear NEET aspirants, if there is acceleration, there is force, because force is equal to mass into acceleration. Without force, there cannot be acceleration. So this acceleration would be because of some force. Okay, since this is a pseudo acceleration, fake acceleration, it is because of the pseudo force. Sir, that means pseudo force in reality is not acting. No, it is according to this person who is moving with acceleration. This pseudo force is acting. Now, boys and girls, this is what we call inertial frame. Inertial frame. And this is what we call non-inertial frame. Non-inertial frame. Non-inertial frame means when observer is accelerating. Inertial frame means when observer is either at rest or moving with constant velocity. So when observer is in the non-inertial frame, in that case only pseudo force acts. You see, pseudo force acts. So from now onwards, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, listen to me very carefully. If I say this is a person, it is moving on a cart, and there is a this block is placed over here. If there is a person, this is A. If I say, and this person is accelerating with acceleration A. If I say, according to this person, is this block accelerating? Yes, bro. So if this is accelerating, so there will be force on this. Yes, bro. Which one? Pseudo force. And that pseudo force will be M into A. So this is the pseudo force we apply when observer is in accelerated frame. Otherwise, this pseudo force is not the real force. So my dear NEET aspirants, from now onwards, you will be applying the pseudo force only when it is in the accelerated frame, observer. Now see the question. This is a lift. It is accelerating in upward direction. And you will always prefer to solve the questions using pseudo force, using in non-inertial frame. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. If I say in this particular case, if this is a lift, and I am saying, find the normal force on the block of mass M placed inside the elevator. This is the block. Boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. If I say you have got a block over here, this block is in contact with the surface. So whenever two bodies are in contact, they apply normal force on each other. This body will apply the normal force on the block in the upward direction. In return, this block also applies the normal force on the surface in the downward direction, N dash. This N and N dash are equal. They apply the same normal force. Now, boys and girls, this block is in contact with the lift surface. So this lift is going to apply the normal force on this in the upward direction. And on this block in the downward direction, mg is acting. And boys and girls, this lift is accelerating upward. Inside this lift, we are placing the observer. Is the observer in accelerated frame or non-accelerated frame? Accelerated frame, non-inertial frame. Why? Because it has acceleration. So observer also has acceleration. When observer has acceleration, we apply pseudo force. That is M into A. We apply pseudo force, that is M into A. Now tell me, boys and girls, with respect to the observer, we said with respect to, okay, Solo, put the observer in non-inertial frame. Non-inertial frame. Okay. Now, with respect to the observer, my dear NEET aspirants, according to observer, block at rest. Block is at rest. According to this observer, this block is at rest. What does that mean, my dear NEET aspirants? Bro, if we ask this person, or tell me, is this block at rest in motion? This person says, oh, I'm inside the lift. Block is inside the lift. So block is not moving. But if the person is outside, with respect to that person, block is moving because lift is going up, so block is going up. But with respect to this object is at rest. So can I say upward force will be equal to downward force? So if this is at rest, upward force will be equals to downward force. So N will be equals to mg plus ma. So N will be equals to m into g plus a. Guys, tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Now see, put the observer outside, inertial frame. Sir, can we solve the same question using inertial also? 100%. See. Now, if the observer is outside, inertial frame, did we apply pseudo? No, sir. No pseudo. Only normal reaction and mg. Now, tell me, according to observer, block is at rest or in motion? Motion, sir. Because this is moving upward. So block is going upward. Block in motion. Block in motion. Now tell me, use net force is equal to mass into acceleration. What is net force? Upward force minus downward force, because it is accelerating upward. N minus mg is equal to mass into acceleration. Mass into acceleration. Take it over here. N will be equals to mg plus ma. See, using inertial or non-inertial, we are getting the same answer. But non-inertial is easy. Why? Put the observer inside, apply pseudo, then balance. Upward force is equal to downward force. Wait. Don't cry. Wait. If the lift is accelerating downward, shall we solve the question using inertial or non-inertial? Non-inertial. Don't put outside, put inside. When you put the observer inside, this lift is accelerating downwards. Means observer is accelerating downwards. So pseudo on the block will act in the opposite direction because pseudo force acts opposite to the acceleration. Now, with respect to this person, block is at rest. So upward force is equal to downward force. You say N plus ma will be equals to mg. Now take it over here. N will be equals to mg minus ma. So N will be equals to m into g minus a. Oh, boys and girls, please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Come on, bro. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. See, put the observer in non-inertial frame, apply pseudo, balance upward force is equal to downward force. Tell me quickly in the chats if this is clear. I need the signal in the chats. Whosoever is watching. Everyone means everyone. Great. Same case if you put observer outside. Block, put the observer outside, then pseudo will not act. In the downward direction, mg, in the upward direction, normal reaction, and it is accelerating downward. Now use second law, F net is equal to mass into acceleration. This is the direction of acceleration. So mg is greater than n. Mg minus n is equal to m into a. Take it over there, take it over here. Mg minus ma is equal to n. N will be equals to m into g minus a. Sir, clear. This was what, chapter 3? Chapter 4. Friction. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, boys and girls. Let's take a look. Frictional force. Frictional force. Take a look, boys and girls. We say frictional force is a contact force which acts parallel to the surface. Now, guys, see. Take a look. This is a block on the surface. I am applying the force F on this block, but the block is not moving. Why? I am applying force on the block. Block is still not moving. Why? Sir, it may be because this surface is applying the frictional force on this block. That's why it is not moving. So friction acts when the two bodies are in contact with each other. Sir, this is a ball. It is rolling on the floor. After some time, it stops. Why? Because of friction. Because of friction. So this friction acts when there is a relative motion between the two. What is that? Wait. If I say this is a... If I say this is one surface, this is another surface. Okay. Now, boys and girls, if I say this surface is moving in the forward direction, okay, you are inside the car. Okay. The tree outside. According to you, the tree outside is at rest or in motion. Sir, motion. I'm moving in the forward direction. Tree is moving in the opposite direction. But in reality, tree is at rest. So with respect to you, tree is doing the relative motion. Same is the case over here. This is the car. You are inside the car. You are moving forward. If you look outside, it looks like road is moving backward. So with respect to this road, car is moving forward. And with respect to the car, road is moving backward. This is the concept of relative motion. So my dear NEET aspirants, if you apply the force on the block, it will try to move in the forward direction. It moves forward. Okay. So with respect to the surface, this block moves forward. So friction on this applies in the backward. Now, this surface. Understand this very carefully, boys and girls. This surface with respect to the block, it moves in the backward direction. Relative motion, bro. So on the surface, friction also acts in the forward direction. Oh, sir, friction acts on both the surfaces. Yes. If the block moves in the forward direction with respect to the surface, on the block, friction is opposite. If the surface moves in the backward direction with respect to the block, then on the surface, friction is in the forward direction. That's what is mentioning in this. Due to the force F, block wants to do the relative motion, but F, frictional force, is opposing it. Okay. So friction opposes the relative motion. Take a look at this. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. There is a block. There is a block. On this block, you are applying force on this. On this block, you are applying force on this. Okay. So friction on the block is acting in the backward direction. This is the friction. This friction does not want the block should move. Yes. A Rain Man problem is not so important, but still I'll teach you at the end. Chill. Take a chill pill. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose you are applying 10 Newton force over here. Block is still not moving. Sir, if you are applying 10 Newton force, block is still not moving, means friction is also strong. It is also applying 10 Newton force. Oh, applied force 10, friction 10. Cool, sir. Let's suppose you are applying 20 Newton force. Still block is not moving. Why isn't block moving? Because opposite direction force must be also 20. Then only it will not move. Okay. If you are applying 30, block is applying 30. If you are applying 40, friction is also acting as 40. Strong surface means a lot of friction is being created by the surface. If you are applying 50 Newton, block is applying, friction is acting 50 Newton. Block is still at rest. If you are applying 54 Newton, block is applying 54 Newton. Okay, means friction is acting as 54 Newton. So 54, block still at rest. If you are applying 55 Newton, friction is also acting 55 Newton, block is still at rest. Now, if you apply 56 Newton or at 55 Newton, we say the block is applying the 55, the friction is acting as 55 Newton. This is the maximum value of friction this surface can apply. Sir, it cannot apply greater than 55 Newton. No. If you apply 56 Newton, block is about to move, or we say block is about to move at 55. If you apply 56 Newton, block will move. So what is the maximum value of frictional force created by the surface on the block? Sir, that is 55 Newton. This maximum force, frictional force, is what we call the limiting friction. And the block remains at rest till over here. Block is at rest. Why? Because body was applying the same amount of friction as applied force. So the friction which is acting till over here, till the block is at rest, this is called static friction. So if you are applying the force on the body till the block remains at rest, the friction applied by the surface is called static friction. And maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. Sir, this surface cannot apply friction more than this. No, this is the maximum value of static. Maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. And when you applied 56 Newton, so block started moving. Afterwards, we say block is in, body is in motion. So afterwards, kinetic friction acts. Kinetic friction acts. So when the block remains at rest, the friction acting on the body is called static friction. When the block comes in motion, the friction acting on the body is called kinetic friction. And maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. And my dear NEET aspirants, see, till here, you can clearly see that. See, applied force is equal to frictional force. So this static friction is always equal to applied force. It is self-adjusting. It depends upon how much amount of force you are applying on the body. Okay. And if somebody says, my dear NEET aspirant, see, when it comes to the static friction, I'll write over here. When it comes to the static friction will act on the body when the body is at rest. When body at rest. And what is the value of static friction? This static friction, it is always equal to the amount of applied force. If you apply 10, it will be 10. It is a self-adjusting force. And maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. Maximum value of static friction is called the limiting friction. Maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. And my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you to understand over here is maximum value of static friction is called limiting friction. And what I want you to understand in this particular case, this F limiting, it is actually equal to mu S into N. This is how we calculate the limiting friction. This is the formula to calculate. And N means N is equal to mg. Normal reaction, it is equal to mg. Let's suppose if this is a body, it is having the mass m. In the downward direction, it will be mg. In the upward direction, it is normal reaction. How much friction is, limiting friction is created over here? Mu S. Mu S is what we call coefficient of friction. It will be given in the question. Coefficient of friction tells you how much is the capability of a surface to create friction. Rough surface will have large mu. Smooth surface will have less mu. So mu defines how much friction is created by the surface. And when it comes to the kinetic friction, so kinetic friction acts when body is in motion, acts when relative motion begins. Okay, and this Fk is equal to mu k into n. So mu k is the coefficient of kinetic friction. So in the question, both will be given mu k and mu s. And my dear NEET aspirants, limiting friction is always greater than kinetic friction. And this kinetic friction is a constant friction. It is acting constant. This is a self-adjusting friction. This is the maximum value of friction. Complete theory I am done with. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me, oh. Oh, clearer, give me the signal in the chats. Quick. Find the frictional force. Listen carefully. First, mu s is also given, mu k is also given. First and the foremost thing. Sir, will the kinetic friction act over here or static friction act over here? Body has got velocity. Body is performing motion, relative motion. So kinetic friction will act over here. We say here, kinetic friction acts. In this particular case, I would say kinetic friction acts. So my dear NEET aspirants, if kinetic friction acts, listen to me very carefully. We say Fk is equal to mu k into n. Fk is equal to mu k into n. Okay. Now, boys and girls, before this, I would want you guys to understand one thing. This is F force. This component of F is 50. This is F. This is 50 cos of 37. Because this is 37. And this component will be 50 sine 37. Now take a look, guys. Two triangles you will be remembering always. This is called 37-degree triangle. This is called a 53-degree triangle. In case of, see, side, this side of, and this side will be same always. Now here you will be putting 3, here you will be putting 4, here you will be putting 4, here you will be putting 3. How do you remember this? In which one is bigger angle, 53 or 37? 53 is bigger than 37. So, and which one is bigger side, 4 or 3? 4. So in front of the bigger angle, you have got bigger side. In front of the smaller angle, you have got smaller side. That's it. This is the jugaad. Now tell me, this is 50 cos 37. Cos is base upon hypotenuse, 4 by 5. 5 ones are 5 tens are. 4 into 10 is 40. 50 sine 37. 50 sine 37 is 3 by 5. 5 ones are 5 tens are. 3 into 10 is 30. Now boys and girls, let's find the normal reaction. Normal reaction acting on this block is N, and on this block in this downward direction it is mg. Now see, if this is the block, in the upward direction what is the force acting? N. And what else is the force acting in the upward direction? 30. What is the force acting in the downward direction? This is 5g. This is 50, m into g. Now, is the block performing the motion in the vertical direction? No, sir. So upward, it is performing horizontally. Vertical motion is 0. So upward force will be equals to downward force. So N plus 30 upward is equal to this 50. So N will be equals to 50 minus 30, that will be 20 Newton. Normal reaction came out to be 20. Now let's find friction. Fk is equal to mu k into n. Friction came out to be mu k is 0.5 into 20. 0.5 means 5 divided by 10 into 20. 0, 0 will cancel, 5 2s are 10, 10 Newton. Is this clear? Okay. This is the kinetic friction which is acting over here. Let's find what is the maximum value of friction which has acted over here. Are limiting na? I know acting is which one? Static. But sometimes previously it was, what is the maximum tendency it can apply? F limiting is equal to mu s into n. So mu s is 0.6 into n, n is 20. 0.6 is 6 divided by 10 into 20. This and this will cancel, 6 2s are Newton. Is this clear? Or tell me in the chats. Now see, limiting friction is greater than kinetic friction. That's what I said. Limiting friction is greater than kinetic friction. That's what I said. Is this clear? Or please tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Quick, 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 quick. Just a second, 30 seconds, I'll come. Okay, let's take a look. Angle of repose. Now, what does angle of repose actually mean? See, I'll make you understand. What is the angle between this surface and my hand? 0. What is the angle? 90, 60, something like that. Okay, I'm increasing the angle. Cool. Now, there is a block placed on the surface. Okay. Now I am increasing the inclination. Is the block falling, sliding down? No, sir. Is the block sliding down? No, sir. Still, no, sir. Is the block sliding down? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Still, I'm increasing. Okay, block started sliding. The angle at which block starts slide, begins to slide, that is what we call the angle of repose. Okay, it is that angle after which the block starts sliding, that is what we call the angle of repose. And this angle of repose, I'll not derive it, my dear NEET aspirants, directly write this angle of repose, tan of theta is equal to mu s. This one. Tan theta, if tan theta is equal to mu s, We say the block is about to slide. The block is about to slide. So this is that angle after which the block starts sliding down. Now guys, there are three cases that we discuss over here. Listen to me very carefully. Case 1. Case 1. When tan of theta is equal to mu s. If tan theta, what is mu s? Mu s is the coefficient of friction between the block and the surface. This is the friction between the block and the surface, coefficient of friction. If tan theta is coming out to be equal to mu s, then block is about to slide. About to slide. So in this case, block has not slided yet, but it is about to slide. About, after this it will slide. If you further increase angle a bit, it will start sliding. Case 1. Case 2. Case 2. And when block is about to slide, in this particular case, which friction will act? We say limiting friction will act. F limiting. Limiting acts. Array, why limiting friction? Because limiting friction is the maximum value of friction after which block starts moving. After which block starts moving. Now tell me, when tan of theta is less than mu s. If tan theta is less than mu s, block will not slide. Block will not slide. Will not slide. Okay, so F static will act. F static acts. Third, case 3. When tan of theta is greater than mu. When tan of theta is greater than mu s. In that particular case, block slides and kinetic friction acts. Kinetic friction acts. Friction acts. And if block slides down, my dear NEET aspirants, if block slides down, it will accelerate. It will accelerate. Block accelerates. Block accelerates. Block accelerates. So my dear NEET aspirants, when block accelerates, so it will have the acceleration g sine of theta minus mu k, then kinetic friction over here. Mu k cos theta. This is the okay. So this is the acceleration, my dear NEET aspirants. This is the acceleration. G sine theta minus mu k cos theta. This is the acceleration with which the block slides when tan theta is greater than mu s. Now see the question. A cubical block rests on a plane of mu is equal to √3. There is a block which rests on this plane, mu is given as √3. The angle at which the plane must be inclined horizontally so that the block just slides down. So means it says that what should be the angle so that the block just slides down. Basically, it is that angle which is what we call the angle of repose, because at angle of repose only block is about to slide. So we know tan of theta is equal to mu. So tan of theta is equal to √3. Mu is given as √3. Says what should be the angle so that the block just slides down. So tan of theta, when is the value of tan theta as √3? Tan of theta is equal to tan of 60. So tan will cancel, so theta will come out to be 60. So at theta is equal to 60, block just slides down. The angle of inclination of an inclined plane is 60 degrees. Theta is equal to 60 degrees. The angle of inclination of the plane is theta is equal to 60 degrees. Coefficient of friction between 10 kg body and the surface is 0.2. So mu is given as 0.2. Okay. The acceleration of the body, it is asking for the acceleration. Guys, body accelerates only in case 3. Body accelerates when tan theta is greater than mu. Tell me one thing. What is the value of tan theta over here? Tan 60. That is root 3. What is the value of mu? 0.2. Root 3, 1.7 something is greater than 0.2. So here tan of theta is greater than mu. So here body will accelerate, body will slide. And what is the acceleration of the body? G sine of theta minus mu k cos of theta. We have to check in which case body will slide. Here it will slide. So we say acceleration is equal to G. What is the value of G? 10. Sine theta, that is sine 60. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2 minus mu k. Mu k is 0.2. Cos 60, that is 1 by 2. Now solve this. Acceleration must come out to be 7.5 meter per second square. Is this clear? Is this clear? Come on. Hanging chain problem. This is also very important. Guys, give me the signal in the chats. Is this clear? Come on, quick. Is this clear? Come on. This video is enough, but I would recommend you to watch my other videos, which I have told you in the recent video. Okay, like those 4-5 sessions. And along with that, go for the previous year questions, okay, if you can. Hanging chain problem. What does hanging chain problem actually mean? Listen to me very carefully. Hanging chain problem. I will make you understand the hanging chain problem. See guys, imagine this is a chain. This is the chain which is hanging. This is the hanging chain. Now, if I say, what should be the maximum length of the chain which can overlong? How much should be the length of the hanging portion? Maximum length. After that, if I further increase the length, it will fall down. So how much should be the maximum length so that it does not fall down? That is called the hanging chain problem. Now, sir, this much. Still it is not falling. This much, it is not falling. This much, it is not falling. So if you increase more than this, it will start falling. So you have to tell me how much can be the maximum length? How much can be the maximum length of chain that can overlong? How much should be the maximum length of the chain? Okay, that can overlong. That is X. X is the maximum length of the chain that can overlong. Okay, how much should be the maximum length of the chain that can overlong? And my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, what is holding this chain at this particular point? That is friction. That is friction between chain and the table. So if somebody says, how much should be this maximum length? I'll not derive this, directly remember. Mu into L, 1 plus mu. Mu is the coefficient of friction between the surface and this chain. Like, take a look at this question. A heavy chain lies on a horizontal tabletop if the coefficient of friction between the chain and the table is 0.25. Okay, a heavy chain This is a table. A heavy chain lies on a tabletop, something like this. Mu in this particular case is given as 0.25. The maximum fraction of the length of the chain that can hang over the edge of the table. How much should be the maximum length that can hang without falling? So X is mu into L upon 1 plus mu. X is equal to mu is 0.25 L upon 1 plus 0.25. So 0.25 is 25 divided by 100 into L, because after the decimal point you have 2 digits. So 0.25, so that will be 1.25. 1.25 is 125 divided by 100. How much is this? 1.25. 125 by 100. 100 and 100 cancel. 25 ones are, 25 fives are. So L by 5. So L by 5 is the portion fraction of the length that can overlong. One more on this. A rope lies on a table so that part of it is hanging. The rope begins to slide. Rope begins to slide. When it says begins to slide, means it has not slided yet. It begins to slide. The rope begins to slide when length of the hanging part is 25%. The rope begins to slide when length of the hanging part is 25% of the entire length. See, this is the table. There is a rope placed on the tabletop. It says the length of this hanging part is 25% of the total length. Let's suppose total length is L. So hanging part is 25%. If you will make it 25.1%, it will start falling down, because it says the rope begins to slide. Begins to slide means it has not slided, it begins to. Okay, so this is the value of X given. What is the coefficient of friction? In this question, you are supposed to find mu. See, I can say, guys, from this equation, multiply this over here. This will be X plus X mu. X1, 1 into X is X. This is mu X is equal to mu L. Take it over there. X will be equals to mu L minus mu X. Take mu common. X will be equals to mu common L minus X. What is the value of mu? Mu will be equals to X upon L minus X. Keep this directly in your mind. So this is how do you find the mu. This is how do you find the mu. Now tell me, how can I write this? 25% L. 25% means 25 divided by 100 L. Sir, 30% means 30 by 100. 40% means 40 by 100. This is X. 25 ones are, 25 fours are. So value of X came out to be L by 4. Now you have to find the coefficient of friction. How do you find coefficient of friction? X upon L minus X. So mu will be equals to X upon L minus X. So this will be X upon L minus X. L minus L divided by 4. X upon 4L minus L. 3L divided by 4. L is again L by 4. Na? L by 4. L by 4. 4 will cancel this and this will cancel. So it will be 1 by 3. So mu came out to be 1 by 3. Is this clear? Smash the like button if you are not like the session and come on. Is this clear, or give me the signal in the chats? Truck box problem. Truck box problem. Okay. Now see. This is a truck box problem. Next lesson will be work, power and energy. Truck box problem. Now, boys and girls, when it comes to the truck box problem, I want you to understand this. I want you to understand this. This is a truck over here. This is a truck over here. Platform, you can say. And this truck is accelerating in the forward direction. There is a person over here. Okay. Now, on this block, I would say pseudo force will act in the backward direction. Because if the truck is accelerating forward, this person will have acceleration forward. So pseudo will act on this in the backward direction. Yes. Since due to the pseudo, it wants to go backward. So my dear NEET aspirants, this platform surface will apply the friction on this. So when the truck moves forward, on this block, pseudo force will act in the backward direction and friction will act in the forward direction. So due to this pseudo, the block will fall. Due to this friction, it will hold the block. It will secure the block from falling. It is mentioned. If the truck is accelerating in the forward direction, pseudo force acts in the backward direction. Block wants to go backward. So friction acts. So friction acts. Case 1. Case 1. Listen carefully, guys. Case 1. If I say this force is equal to this force, this pseudo force is equal to, I would say, frictional force. Frictional force. Sir, in that particular case, if this becomes equal to this, the block is about to fall. If this becomes slightly greater than this, it will fall. If this becomes greater than this, it will not fall. So we say, what is pseudo force? Mass into acceleration of the truck is equal to, this is mu into mg. Are mu into n na? What is the value of n over here? N mg. Now m and m will cancel. Acceleration of the truck is mu s into g. So directly, my dear NEET aspirants, you will be saying over here, when acceleration of the truck is mu s into g, the block is about to fall, which friction will act? Limiting friction. Case 2. When block does not fall, when block does not move, it will move only in one condition, if this becomes greater than this. If frictional force is greater than, or I can say if pseudo force is less than frictional force, this is mass into acceleration of the truck is less than mu into mg. This and this will cancel. So acceleration of the truck is less than mu into g. And in this particular case, static friction will act. Static friction. Okay. Case 3. When block moves, okay. When is the block going to move? When this becomes greater than this. So block will move only in one condition, boys and girls. Case 3. When block slides. In that particular case, this becomes greater than friction. Mass into acceleration of the truck is greater than mu mg. This and this will cancel. Acceleration of the truck is greater than mu into g. Then only block will move. Okay. And my dear NEET aspirants, if block moves, listen carefully, if block moves, we can apply the Newton's second law. Okay. If this is greater than this, we can apply the Newton's second law. Block will move when acceleration of the truck is less than greater than mu s into g. Use second law. Net force is equal to mass into acceleration. What is the net force? Net force is, if this is greater than this minus this is equal to mass into acceleration. So you can say this is pseudo minus friction is equal to mass into acceleration. Pseudo force is mass into acceleration of the truck minus mu m into g is equal to m into a. Which mu you are supposed to take over here? Since the body is in motion, you will be taking over here mu k. Sir, I can say this and this will cancel. Take it over there. Acceleration of the truck will be a plus. Okay. Sorry. So this acceleration came out to be acceleration of the truck minus mu k into g. Which is this acceleration? This is relative acceleration. This relative acceleration. Okay. So this is the relative acceleration of the block. This is the relative acceleration of the block with respect to truck. This is the, guys, if I say this block moves when this force is greater than this, then this will have acceleration, block will have acceleration with respect to truck. So that is this acceleration. Acceleration of the relative acceleration of the block with respect to the truck. I hope this is crystalline clear, my dear NEET aspirants. I hope this is crystalline clear. Okay. I hope this is crystalline clear. So in this particular case, what you guys are supposed to remember, case 1, if acceleration of the truck is mu s into g, block is about to slide. If acceleration of truck is less than mu s into g, block will not slide. If acceleration of the truck is greater than mu s into g, in that case, block will slide. This will be the acceleration of the block with respect to the truck. And if somebody says, how much time the block will take to fall down? Time taken by the block to fall down. Like, this is the block. This distance over here is d. How much time it is going to take in falling down? That is 2d. d is this distance, and this will have relative acceleration, 2d divided by a relative. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Come on. Quick. Quick. Now see the question. The rear side of the truck is open and a box of 50 kg is placed at a distance of 3.2 kilometers away from one end. This is a rear side of the truck is open. There is a 50 kg block and it is D is given as 3.2. It is 3.2 meters away. The coefficient of friction between the box and the surface, friction over here is given as 0.2. If the truck starts from rest and moves on a straight road with an acceleration of this is acceleration of truck 2.1. The box falls off the truck after a time. We are supposed to find time of fall. After how much time it will fall? Guys, first of all, tell me A relative. That is acceleration of the truck minus mu k into g. This is the, when the block slides, block will have acceleration. This one. So this is 2.1 minus mu k, that is 0.2. G is 10. 0.2 into 10 is 2. Okay. So 2.1 minus 2 will be 0.1. Now how much is the time? Under root of 2d divided by A relative. Under root of 2d. 2. D is 3.2. A relative is 0.1. Solve it. 8 seconds. 2 into 3.2, that is 32 divided by 10 into 1 by 10. Because 0.1 is 1 by 10. 3.2 is 32 by 10. 2 into 32 is 64. Root 64 is 8 seconds. Done with friction. Next chapter. Work, power and energy. Crystal clear, is it? Is it crystal clear? रुको, ब्रेक करो. क्या ब्रेक करो? Wait. Smash the like button, ना? Now guys, first concept that we need to understand over here is that is work done. Work done. This is the first concept that you guys need to understand in this particular concept, in this case. That is work done. Listen carefully, boys and girls. When we talk about work done, we simply say, let's suppose if you have a block over here. Okay. On this block, if you have a block over here, on this block, if you are applying force F at an angle theta, okay, and this block displaces by S displacement, we say work has been done. Whenever force acts on anybody and that block displaces, we say work has been done. This is how we define work in physics. Force, displacement. So if we apply force on a body and it does not displace, no work, zero work. So I can say this force will have two components. This will be F cos theta and this component will be f sine theta. F cos theta, and this component will be f sine theta. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you to understand, if I say what is the work done over here? What is the work done over here? Sir, my logic says that this force has two components, cos and sine. Due to the f cos theta, it moves forward, obviously, because it is in the horizontal direction. So it will be f cos theta into s. So we can say work done will be f s cos of theta. Yes, sir. Where theta is the angle between force and displacement. We can also write it like this. It is f dot s, force vector dot displacement, because ab cos theta is a dot b. Fs cos theta is f dot s. Now, if I say, let's suppose this is a block. On this block, force is acting F. In the backward direction, friction is F. So it is displacing by the displacement S. What is the work done by F force, F external force? This is very important, which force you are talking about. You say, sir, this is F, displacement is S. What is the force, the angle between displacement, force and S? 0, so cos of 0. Cos 0 is 1, so F into S plus Fs. Whenever there is force and displacement, you can define work. Don't say, sir, this is doing the work only. Why are you mentioning the work of this? Work done by friction. That is frictional force F, displacement forward S, and cos of, what is the angle between the two? 180. Okay, whenever there is force and displacement, define work. So it will be cos 180 is minus 1, so minus F into S. So work done by friction came out to be negative. Okay, yes. Now there is a question which was asked in NEET 2016. Now see, a particle moves from point, this is a initial point of the particle, minus 2i cap plus 5j cap. To this point, this is 4j cap plus 3k cap. A particle moves from this point to this point. So this is the initial point. This is the final point. You can say this also as R1 position vector. You can write it like this. This is R2 position vector, boys and girls. Now, how can you find first of all, how can you find displacement? Always remember, displacement vector is final position minus initial position. R2 minus R1. If it says it is moving from this point to this point, then R2 minus R1. If it was moving from this point to this point, then R1 minus R2. Now, okay, I minus I, j minus j, k minus k. What is the value of I over here? 0. So 0 minus 0i minus. What is the coefficient of I over here? Minus 2. Minus into minus is plus. So I would write 2i cap. Then j minus j. What is j over here? 4. What is j over here? 5. 4 minus 5 minus 1. So minus j. K minus k. 3. Here it is 0. So 3 minus 0, it is 3 plus 3k cap. This came out to be the displacement vector. Now, this is the force acting on this particle. Force is 4i cap plus 3j cap. How much work has been done by the force? We have to find the work done by the force in this particular case. We say work done is force F dot S, force multiplied by displacement. So we say this work done is F dot S. Now, this is force and this is displacement. How do you do the dot product of two vectors? Coefficient of this is what? 4. Coefficient of this I over here is how much? 2. So 4 into 2 plus. Sir, should I mention I cap also? No, bro. What is the coefficient of j over here? 3. What is the coefficient of j over here? 1. Minus 1. Minus 1. What is the coefficient of k over here? 0. What is the coefficient of k over here? 3. So this is 8 minus 3. It will be 5 joules. We measure it in joules. Or tell me, is this clear? Okay. JEE 2026. Take a look. A mass of 1 kg is kept on an inclined plane. 1 kg mass is kept on an inclined plane which is having the inclination of 30 degrees with respect to the origin, with respect to the horizontal, and it is at rest initially. The whole assembly is moved up. Whole assembly is, this entire thing is moved up with a constant velocity, with a velocity 4 meter per second. The work done by the frictional force in 2 seconds is, work done by the frictional force in 2 seconds is, guys, listen to me very carefully. What is the force acting on this mass? mg. If this is theta, this angle would be theta. If this is mg, this would be mg cos theta. And this would be over here mg sin theta. 30, I would say, because angle is 30. If this is theta, this is theta. This is mg cos, this is mg sin. So mg sin is pulling it down. So this friction is holding it. And it clearly says that, a mass present on an inclination this with respect to the horizontal, it is at rest initially. It is at rest. If it is at rest, so we say this frictional force will be equals to mg sin theta. If it is moving, then this force is greater than this force. So F will be equals to, what is the mass over here? Mass of this is 1, G is 10, sin 30 is 1 by 2. So 10 by 2 is 5. So friction is 5 Newton. Cool. Now, friction we got. Could you please tell me what is the displacement created if the whole system is taken up? If the whole system is taken out, how much is the displacement? Displacement is velocity into time. Velocity is 4, time is 2. 4 into 2 is 8. Now see, frictional force is acting in this direction. Displacement is taken in this direction. This angle is given as 30 degrees. See, friction, this angle is 30. This would be how much? 60. So angle between friction and S is 60. So you define work as Fs cos of 60. So work done will be Fs cos 60. What is the value of F? That is 5. What is the value of S? That is 8. Cos 60 is 1 by 2. Okay. 40 by 2, that is 20 joules. Okay. Let's understand first work energy theorem. See guys, work energy theorem. What does work energy theorem mean? Directly remember, please. Work energy theorem says work done by all the forces is equal to change in kinetic energy. Work done by, directly, please. So that means work done by all the forces means work done by conservative force. Work done by non-conservative force. Work done by internal force. Work done by external force is equal to change in kinetic energy. Okay. Conservative force means field forces, gravitational force, electrostatic force. These are what we call the conservative force. Non-conservative force means friction. Internal force, external force is equal to change. So work done is equal to change in kinetic energy. That means final kinetic energy minus initial kinetic energy. I can write it like this. See guys. So work done is equal to change in kinetic energy. That is final kinetic energy minus initial kinetic energy. So work done will be, final kinetic energy is 1 by 2m v final square minus 1 by 2m v initial square. Now what can you take common over here? 1 divided by 2m you can take common, v final square minus v initial square. You can write this as something like this also. Now see, how do we solve the questions with the help of work energy theorem? That is important. This is a question, JEE 2026. A body of mass 1 kg moves along a straight line with a velocity of this, 2x square. The work done during the body Mass of the body is given. The work done by the body during the displacement x is equal to 0 to x is equal to 5. Whenever I see mass and velocity and I have to find work done, I use work energy theorem. See, mass, velocity and work done you have to calculate. So I can say in this particular case, initial velocity. Initial velocity will be when x is 0. Put x is equal to 0 over here. This will be 0. Final velocity. Put x is equal to 5 over here. So 2 into 5 square. 25 into 2 is, this would be 50. Okay. Now tell me work done will be 1 divided by 2m. V final square minus V initial square. This is work energy theorem. So work done would be 1 divided by 2m. What is the mass? 1 kg. V final square 50 square minus V initial square, that is 0. So this will be 50 square is 25. 100 divided by 2, 1250. JEE 2026 question. Okay, take a look at this one. A body, this is also the question from JEE 2026. A body of mass 2 kg is moving along x direction such that its displacement is given as a function of time. Displacement is given as alpha t square plus beta t plus gamma. Alpha is given as 1, beta is given as 1, gamma is given as 1. The work done by the body during the time interval t is equal to 2 to t is equal to 3 seconds. Okay. Guys, first let's find velocity. Velocity is dx by dt, because if we get velocity, we can apply work energy theorem to find the work done. Now tell me, what is the differentiation of this? Alpha t square, that is 2 alpha t plus. What is the differentiation of beta t square? That is beta, because beta is constant. What is the differentiation of gamma? That is 0. Gamma is constant, its value is 1. Okay. So velocity comes out to be 2 alpha. What is the value of alpha by? 1. So put it 1 into t plus beta is also 1. So velocity comes out to be 2t. Velocity comes out to be 2t. Now, at t is equal to 2 seconds, t is equal to 3 seconds. Initial velocity. 2 into 2, that is 4. Initial velocity is, put the initial time 2, put the final time 3. 2 into 3, that is 6. Now work done. 1 divided by 2 mass 2. V final square 6 square minus V initial square 4 square. 2 and 2 will cancel. Work done is 36 minus 16. So yes or no? Sorry. 2t plus 1. Now, okay, 2t plus 1. Now, V initial, put t is equal to 0, put t is equal to 2. So 2 into 2 plus 1. V initial is equal to 4 plus 1 is 5. V final. 2 into, put t is equal to 3. 2 into 3 is 6 plus 1. 2 into 3 is 6 plus 1 is 7. Now work done is 1 by 2 m. M is 2. V final square. 7 square minus V initial square. 5 square. So work done will be 2 will cancel. 49 minus 25. Done. Clear. Clear, oh, ladies and gentlemen. This question, I'm giving you the homework. This is also the JEE 2026 question, but do it from your end. About a raindrop of mass 0.1 grams starts with a 0 velocity. There is a raindrop, its mass is 1 gram. 1 gram means 1 divided by 1000 kg. Divide with 1000. Starts with 0 velocity. Initial velocity is 0. Okay. From a height of 1 kilometer. It falls from a height of 1 kilometer. Height is 1 kilometer. It hits the ground at a speed of 5 meters per second. Hits the ground. Final velocity is 5 meters per second. Work done by resistive force. Guys, see. This is the force acting on this mg in the downward direction. In the upward direction, this will be a resistive force. Friction, na? Now see, do one thing. Use work energy theorem. Work done by all forces is equal to change in kinetic energy. mv final square delta ke, right? All force. What are the force? mg, resistive force. Work done by mg plus work done by resistive force is equal to change in kinetic energy. You have to find work done by resistive force. First find work done by mg. So work done by mg will be force into displacement into cos theta. Force is mg. Displacement is how much? H. And cos of theta. What is the angle between mg and h? H is also, if you are covering this side, so h is in the same direction. Cos 0. Cos 0 is 1 mgh. Okay. M is given 1 divided by 1000. G is 10. Height is also 1000. 1 kilometer means 1000 meters. This and this will cancel, so this comes out to be 10 joule. Then you can find the change in kinetic energy. 1 divided by 2m v final square minus v initial square. Mass is given 1 by 1000. V final square is 5 square. V initial square is 0 square. You will get value of delta K. Put this here. Put 10 here. Value of this here. Then you can find the resistive force. This is your homework. This is your homework. Work done by variable force. Take a look. Take a look. Work done by variable force. Let's suppose this is an object. If you are applying force F is equal to 2x over here, is this force constant or variable? Is this force constant or variable? Tell me. Is this force constant or variable? This force is variable. Why? Constant force means F is equal to 10 Newton, 20 Newton. This will remain 10 forever. This will remain 10. It can never be 11. It can never be 12. It will remain 10 forever. This is a variable force. This is a variable force. If this force is variable, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. If this force is variable, my dear NEET aspirants, so in this particular case, if I say you have to find the work done from x is equal to 0 to x is equal to, let's suppose, 2 meters, you will be using this one. So you'll be saying work done integration of F into ds. If it is x over here, you mention x. From 0 to 2 meters. So this force variable means when x is equal to 0, force will be 0. When x is equal to 1, 2 into 1 is force is 2 Newton. When x is equal to 2 Newton, 2 into 2 is 4 Newton. When x is equal to 3 meters, 2 into 3 is 6 Newton. So force has got different values here. You'll be using this. So work done will be integration of F. This is 2x dx from 0 to 2. Take this 2 out. It will be integration of x is x square divided by 2. Limit is from 0 to 2. 2 and 2 will cancel. Now you will be putting the upper limit in this x. Put the upper limit in x. So this will be 2 square minus 0. It will be 4 joule. So when force is variable, in that case you will be using this. Sir, when force is constant, that is then this formula. Na? This formula which I have told you. This formula. Fs cos theta. And this is a question on variable force. This you will be doing from your end. I have mentioned its answer also. Simple, 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 simple. You can check it from your end. Okay. One more important thing. Boys and girls, directly remember one thing. Directly remember one thing, potential energy with respect to the reference line. This is a reference line or a surface of Earth. On the reference line, we always consider potential energy 0. On the reference line, we always consider potential energy 0. If you take it to the height h, we say here potential energy will be mg into h, above the reference line. If you take it below the reference line, here potential energy will be minus mgh. Directly you remember this. Directly. I'll give you the break. You wait, guys. Wait, guys. Let's suppose you have this hanging chain. Find the potential energy of a chain if the hanging part has length L by 2 rests on the reference line, this one. Guys, see. This is the reference line. What is the potential energy of the reference line? 0. Means this portion of the chain has got how much potential energy? 0. Why? Because it is present on the reference line. Now see. Now you have to find the potential energy of this portion. And my dear NEET aspirants, what is the length of this L by 2? Yes. Now, potential energy below the reference line is minus mg into h. If m is the total mass, what will be the mass of this half portion? U is equal to minus. It will be m divided by 2. M divided by 2. G is G. It will remain the same. H means at what is the distance? What is H? H means distance of that mass from the reference line. Now here, we consider mass of this portion at the center of mass, at the center. Now if this length is L by 2, now this distance will be how much? L by 4. And center of mass will be at L by 4. This will be also L by 4. Half of L by 2 is L by 4. L by 2 divided by 2, 2 into 2 is 4, L by 4. So this will come out to be L by 4. Minus mgl divided by 8 is the correct answer. Maximum number of students write it mgl by 4. No, mgl by 8. Okay. One more important thing, boys and girls, power. Power. What does power mean? Power is simply rate of doing work. Rate of doing work with respect to time. Okay. Let's suppose we say there is a person, there is another person. This is A, this is B. A did some work. A did some work. It displaced the block in 10 seconds. B also displaced the block by same amount, same displacement, but it took 15 seconds. Who took less time in doing the same amount of work? This person displaced the block from here to here. This person displaced the block from here to here. Same distance. This took 10 seconds. This took 5 seconds. Sir, this person did the same work done in large time. This person did the same work done in less time. Means this has got more power. Here power is more, here power is less. Power is with what rate you are doing work. How fast, how quickly you are doing work. So, time is less. You do more work done means power is more. Okay, a rate of doing work. What is the rate with which you are doing work? What is the rate with which you are doing work? So that's why we say power is work done upon time. Okay. Or you can write it like this, average power. That is delta W divided by delta T. Sir, average power means, I'll make you understand. See. Let's suppose boys and girls, you have a block over here. You are displacing this block from this point to this point. You did the work delta W, large work, in time delta T. So the power which has been applied from here to here, that is average power. Power average is delta W divided by delta T. Okay, total work done upon total time. So the amount of work you did in total divided by total time. Now, if I say you displace the body from here to here, so what is the amount of work in displacing? Let's suppose at this particular instant, you did small work done. Bro, you did the work done from here to here, large work done, large time. At a particular instant, how much work has been done? That is instantaneous power. That is dW by dt. Okay. This is average power, this is instantaneous power. Work done at a particular instant. So you are doing the work from here to here. What is the work done at a particular instant? That is average power. Okay, and we write instantaneous power like this, dW by dt. Now we already studied, according to the work energy theorem, work done means change in kinetic energy. So you can write it like this also. Power average is delta KE divided by delta T. Instantaneous power is dK divided by dt. One more important thing. Power in terms of force and velocity. If there is a body which force F is acting on the body. Okay, this is a body. F is acting the force and it has got velocity V. How much is the power? F dot V. Or you can say Fv cos theta. Fv cos theta. For a system with varying mass system means rocket propulsion. When the rocket goes up, its mass changes. In that case, power is V square dm by dt. Directly remember, dm by dt is, I have told you, a rate of change of mass. Change of mass. In rocket propulsion, when the rocket goes up, we say mass changes. How much is the power generated over there, created over there? That is V square dm by dt. NEET 2023. NEET 2023. Take a look. Guys, smash the like button if you are not liked the session yet. NEET 2023. And notes will be available on this Telegram channel. t.me/YAWARMANZOOR. t.me/Yawar Manzoor. A particle moves with a velocity. This is the velocity of the particle given. 5I cap minus 3J cap plus 6K cap. Horizontally under the action of constant force. This is the velocity, this is the force. That is 10I cap plus 10J cap plus 20K cap. The instantaneous power supplied to the particle is, we are supposed to find the power. We are supposed to find the power. Power is equal to F dot V. Dot product of F and V. Now, how do you define the dot product? Multiply coefficient of I and coefficient of I. That is 5 into 10 plus minus 3 into 10 plus 6 into 20. This is how we do the dot product. Coefficient of this, coefficient of this. 50 minus 30 plus 120. 50 minus 30 is 20. 20 plus 120 is 140 watt. I'll give you the break. Please, please, please. We'll take the break. Wait. We have to finish all the chapters. Huh? If you want me to finish all the chapters with all of these topics, then I have divided the time accordingly. No? Chill. Take a chill pill. Now, JE 2025. JE 2025. An object of 1000 grams means 1 kg. Mass of an object is 1 kg. Experiences a time-dependent force. Force on the object is given as 2Ti cap plus 3T square J cap. The power generated by the force in time T is, we are supposed to find power. Guys, see, force is given. Let's find acceleration first. Why? Because from acceleration, we'll find velocity. and then force F dot V, we can find power. Acceleration will be force divided by mass because F is equal to ma, A is equal to F by m. What is force? 2t I cap plus 3t square j cap divided by mass is 1. This will be the acceleration. Now, if I say we have studied delta V is equal to integration of A dt. Do you remember this? If acceleration is given, you can find change in velocity. Yes, sir. So we can say delta V is equal to integration of A dt. Now acceleration is 2t I cap plus 3t square j cap, and then we say dt. Now boys and girls, tell me one thing in this particular case, that is delta V is equal to 2t integration of 2t I cap. 2 is constant. For t it is t square by 2 I cap plus 3t square. 3 is constant. For 3t square it is t cube by 3 j cap. 3, 3, 2, 2. So change in velocity came out to be t square plus t cube I cap j cap. Okay. Now change in velocity means final velocity minus initial velocity is equal to t square I cap plus t cube j cap. Okay. Now guys, an object of this experiences time dependent force. Now tell me one thing. If this is the object, it experiences time dependent force. Means when time is 0, what is the force on the object? It is 0. Alright, this object is moving because of this force only. So when time is 0, force is 0. In that case, we'll assume velocity of this object will be 0. Okay, because object moves because of the force only. So if force is 0, velocity will be 0. So initial velocity is 0. Final velocity is initial velocity is 0. So t square I cap plus t cube j cap. This is velocity. Now you have power. That is F dot V. So this power came out to be F dot V. F is this. This is V. Now dot product. 2t into t square. I with I. This is how we do the dot product. Plus 3t square into t cube. So this power came out to be 2t cube plus 3t raised power 5. This is another question from JEE 2025, boys and girls. Take a look at this question. A sand dropper drops a sand of mass this on a conveyor belt at a rate proportional to the square root of the speed. As in this case, dm by dt is given as a root v. Directly you see this. If the power delivered to run the belt at a constant speed, then which of the following relation is correct? Guys, this is given. Now we have recently studied power in case of variable mass system, v square dm by dt. When I saw this relation, its language is a bit complicated, but when I saw this relation, I got to know what am I supposed to do. Dm by dt is root v. Now we know power is equal to v square dm by dt. So power will be equals to v square. Instead of dm by dt, what am I supposed to write? That is root v. So this power will be equals to v square. Root v means v raised power 1 by 2. Now when bases are same, powers are added. 2 plus 1 by 2. 2 into 2 is 4 plus 1 is 5 by 2. So P will be equals to V raised power 5 by 2. Now do the squaring on both sides. Squaring, square and this will cancel. So P square is proportional to V raised power 5. Is this clear? Is this clear? Tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Is this clear? Come on, tell me in the chats, everybody. Come on. Now, guys, let's move on to the center of mass and collision chapter. Okay. Take a look, guys. We'll take the break exactly at 5 p.m. Okay. We'll take the break for 35 minutes. Now, center of mass. Guys, see. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have an object. If you want to concentrate, if you want to assume the mass of the entire system at one point, this is an object. It has mass distributed here, 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 here. If I say assume the mass of this entire body at one point, that would be center of mass. Okay? You have to assume the mass of this body at one point, that is the center of mass, where whole mass of the system is concentrated. In simple words, you can remember it like this. Okay? Now, guys, this is in case of a body in which mass is distributed. But if you have different masses, like you have M1, you have M2, sir, these are what we call the discrete masses. Guys, if I say I need to assume the mass of this body at one point, where? I would say in this particular case, at center of mass. Similarly, for discrete masses also, we can assume the mass at the center of mass, COM. Now, what is the location of this center of mass? What is the location? Coordinate, sir, it is at 2, 3. This is what we call location. Like, similarly, let's suppose you have mass M1, you have mass M2. With respect to the origin, this is the position vector of this R1. This is the position vector. Position vector simply means where the mass is with respect to the origin. So x1, y1, z1, these are the coordinates of this mass. x2, y2, z2, these are the coordinates of this mass. If I say, sir, where is the position of center of mass? Let's suppose this is their center of mass. Now you have to tell me position of this center of mass with respect to the origin, RCOM. Okay, RCOM. Position of this center of mass, RCOM. Where is the location of center of mass? If you say, sir, this is an object, its location is 1, 2, means in x we have to move 1, in y we have to move 2. Now join these 2 points, here is the object. Similarly, where is the center of mass of these 2 objects? That is here, this is the position. And how do you write the position of center of mass, RCOM? This position of center of mass will be M1 R1, mass of first, position vector of first, plus M2 R2, mass of second, position vector of second, plus M1 upon M1 plus M2. Now, coordinates of center of mass. This is the position vector. Coordinates. Like, what is the x coordinate of this x1? What is the x coordinate of this x2? y1, y2, z1, z2. X coordinate of the center of mass. M1 x1 plus M2 x2 upon M1 plus M2. Y coordinate of the center of mass. M1 y1 plus M2 y2 upon M1 plus M2. Okay. Z coordinate. M1 z1 plus M2 z2 upon M1 plus M2. This is the Z coordinate. Like my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose this is the question. You have got 4 masses. One is here. Another is here. This is 4 kg. This is 4 kg. This is here. This is here. Find the position of center of mass. This is at origin. See, this is at 0, 0. Now, first and the foremost thing, listen to me very carefully. You will say, sir, R1. What is the position vector of R1? Because see, how do you find the position of center of mass? M1 R1, M2 R2, M3 R3. What is R1? What is R1? That is position of this. Sir, it is at 0, 0. So it will be 0 I cap, 0 j cap. So that is 0. It's at origin. What is the position of second one? Position vector. If it is 10 I cap plus 0 j cap, it is 10. X coordinate is 10. Means it is on x axis, it is at 10. X coordinate is 10, y 0. So it will be only 10 I cap. Sir, 0 j cap. Yes. For this R3, what is its position? X coordinate is 10, y is 10. So it will be 10 I cap plus 10 j cap. So means, sir, for this we can write the position vector as x1 I cap, y1 j cap, z1 k cap. For this x2 I cap, y2 j cap, z2 k cap. And if I say what is the position vector R4? R4 will be this. What is the x coordinate? 0. What is the y coordinate? 10 j cap. Now, if I say what is the position of center of mass? M1 R1 plus M2 R2 plus M3 R3 plus M4 R4, then we say upon M1 plus M2 plus M3 plus M4. M1 plus M2 plus M3 plus M4. So you can say over here RCOM, position of center of mass, it would be, that is M1 R1. What is the value of M1? That is 2 into 0 plus M2 R2. M2 is how much? That is 4. R2 is how much? 10 I cap. Plus M3 R3. M3 is 16 into R3 is 10 I cap plus 10 j cap plus M4 R4. M4 is 8. R4, that is 10 j cap. Then I can say M1 plus M2 plus M3 plus M4. 2 plus 4 plus 16 plus 8. Now guys, you guys are supposed to solve this. Solve this. This would be 0. This would be 0. This is 40 I cap plus 160 I cap plus 160 J cap plus 80 J cap divided by 4 plus 2, 16 plus 4 is 20 plus 8. This will be 30. Okay. Now 160 plus 40, 200 I cap plus 160. This would be 240 J cap. Because this plus this divided by 30. You can write it like this also. This is 200 divided by 30 I cap plus 240 divided by 30 J cap. This will cancel. This will cancel. 3 ones are 3 8s are. So this is RCOM. This is the position of center of mass. Even from this, you can write x coordinate of center of mass. Whatever is with I, it is x coordinate. That is 20 by 3. Whatever is with y, that is y coordinate. That is 24 divided by 3. That is 8. I hope this is crystalline clear. I hope this is crystalline clear. Similar question is this. Similar question is this in this particular case. Similar question is this. Okay. This is the similar question over here. Okay. I have solved this question on the same pattern. On the same pattern, my dear NEET aspirants. I'm doing this one. On the same pattern, I'm doing this one. Okay. On the same pattern, I'm doing this one. This I'll keep you as homework because you will be able to do it now. It is very simple. Answer is mentioned over here. Okay. Yes. And this question also, I'm keeping you as homework. Okay. These all the masses are present on. Okay. Guys. Here, if you have to find the position of center of mass, here it is mentioned 0, 0 means this you need to keep as origin. So this will be having the position vector as 12 I cap, minus 12 I cap, because from origin it is at 12 meters. Yes. Now, let's suppose this is the question. Question is, find the position of center of mass. See guys, if this is a rod, my dear NEET aspirants, this is a rod. You are supposed to assume the mass, this mass rod has got mass m, length L. This is origin, that is 0, 0. Do one thing, assume the mass of this rod at its center of mass, at the center, L by 2. Assume the mass of this rod at L by 2. Now, could you please tell me what is R1? Position vector means the position vector means what is the distance of this mass from the origin? Sir, that is going to be L by 2 I cap. What is the position of this mass from the center? R2 is L by 2 J cap. Because it is on y-axis, that's why x coordinate is 0. This is on x-axis, that's why its y coordinate is 0. Now, what is the position of center of mass? That will be M1 R1 plus M2 R2 upon M1 plus M2. M1 R1. M1 is this M. R1. What is the value of R1? R1 is L by 2 I cap. Plus M2, that is M. R2, my dear NEET aspirants, R2 is L by 2 J cap. Then upon M1 plus M2, that is M plus M, that is 2M. Now tell me, boys and girls, M, and M will be cancelled. RCOM. It would be, guys, L by 2 divided by 2. L divided by 4 I cap plus L by 2 divided by 2. L divided by 4 J cap. And even I can write position of center, x coordinate of center of mass is L by 4. Y coordinate of center of mass is L by 4. Is this clear? Is this question clear? On the same concept, I have put up this question. You have to tell me what is the position of center of mass of this. Tell me, guys. Answer is mentioned. I'll tell you one thing. This is the origin. Assume the mass of this at here. That is L divided by 2. Mass of this rod here. Okay. That is L divided by 2. Mass of this rod here. That is L divided by 2, comma L divided by 2. Okay, see. I'll write R1. This is x-axis, this is y-axis. So when it comes to the x-axis, it is at what distance? L by 2. So L by 2 I cap. R2. Position vector of this. This is at L by 2 J cap. Yes. R3. Now guys, see. In x-axis, you have to move L by 2. You'll reach this point. So its x coordinate is L by 2. I made a mistake. Okay. This will be at center, this will be at center, this will be at center. This is L by 2 J cap. Now see, in x you have to move at L by 2 distance because this is L by 2. So I can write L divided by 2 I cap plus. Now in y-axis, how much you need to move? Guys, from here to here, how much is this distance? L. So in y, you have to move L distance. So plus LJ cap. Oh. Yes. So I can say. So if you are assuming the mass of this rod at its center, then its position vector will be L by 2 I cap, LJ cap. Because in y-axis, you have to move by L distance. In x-axis, you have to move only L by 2 distance. Is this clear? Then simple. M1, R1, M2, R2, M3, R3. That's it. Okay. This you will be doing from your end. Now it is simple because main concept I have told you. Is this clear? Oh, tell me in the chats. Is this clear, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Is this clear? Smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. Come on. Do it. Do it, bro. Okay. Now guys, take a look. Center of mass of the rod, my dear NEET aspirants. This is a rod. This is a rod. This is a rod. Okay. Center of mass of the rod. My dear NEET aspirants, if lambda is constant, lambda means mass per unit length. Per unit length. What does that mean? That means mass present on the unit length. If the mass present on the unit length here is same as the mass present on the unit length, same. If the mass present on every unit length is same, it is not like it is heavier from this side and it is less heavier from this side. It is lighter from this side. No, mass is equally distributed. In that case, we say this center of mass we assume at L divided by 2. We say center of mass will be at L by 2, at the middle of the rod. Now, center of mass of variable mass system. If let's suppose you have got a rod in which mass is variable. Sir, what does variable mass actually mean? I'll make you understand. Variable mass actually means in which you have got mass of the rod different at different points. Here it is less heavier, lighter, more heavy. Okay, it is becoming heavier from one side and lighter from another side. That is called variable mass system. And if I say lambda is constant, I told you center of mass will be at L by 2. That is 0.5 L. Now, if lambda is proportional to x, it will be given in the question. Okay. If you increase x, lambda will increase, mass per unit length will increase. In that case, we say center of mass will be at 0.6 L. Directly, you will see in the question, if lambda is proportional to x, center of mass will be at 0.6 L. If lambda is proportional to x square, center of mass will shift towards the heavier mass at 0.75 L. If lambda is proportional to x cube, center of mass will shift towards more heavier mass, that is 0.85 L. Like this is the question. Okay. The density of the rod of length L varies with the distance x from one end at as lambda is equal to lambda naught x square by L. What is the relation between this and this? Lambda is proportional to L x square. Lambda is proportional to x square. Where is the center of mass? 0.575 L. Now, if you do the normal method, this is the normal method, integration, this, you will land onto here, 0.75. What is the shortcut we know? If lambda is proportional to x square, center of mass will be at 0.75 L. Direct. Is this point clear? Tell me in the chats. We'll move on to the collisions. Is this point clear? We'll move on to the collisions. Quick. Come on, guys. We'll take the break at 5. Is this point clear, guys? Now, guys, take a look. Collisions. What does collision actually mean? See, if this is a mass moving with certain velocity, let's suppose u1. This is another mass, it is moving with velocity u2. Now, if they collide with each other, see, this is the collision. They are colliding over here. This is called a collision. And there are 3 types of collisions: elastic, inelastic, perfectly inelastic. First one, we will see elastic collision. Now, see, what is elastic collision? It is that collision after which 2 objects regain its shape and size. When the 2 objects collide, see, deformation takes place. They deform. But after the collision, you see back to the shape. Spherical. So this is called elastic collision. And after the collision, velocity is v1. After the collision, velocity is v2. This before the collision, this after the collision. Now here also, it also regains its kinetic energy, which was converted to the potential energy during the collision. Whatever is the collision, whatever is the kinetic energy before the collision, kinetic energy of this plus this, okay, same kinetic energy will be finally. If I say 10 joule was initially, 10 joule will be finally. No loss in elastic collision. So elastic collision is that collision in which 2 objects regain its shape and size after the collision and regain its kinetic energy also. And here E means coefficient of restitution. Coefficient of restitution is 1. So coefficient of restitution defines elasticity. It defines, okay, it defines coefficient of restitution tells you whether the collision is elastic or inelastic. You will get to know after some time. Wait. Now, this is V2 minus V1 upon U1 minus U2. I'll tell you what is this. V2 minus V1. V2 minus V1. With these two velocities, this is the velocity after the separation, after the collision. Means these are the velocities with which they are separating. These are the velocities with which they are, we say, coming closer to each other. Velocity approaching. So U1 minus U2 becomes velocity of approach. V2 minus V1 becomes velocity of separation. So we say this V2 minus V1, velocity of separation, divided by velocity of approach, it is equal to E. For elastic collision, E is 1. You can take it over here. So velocity of separation is equal to velocity of approach. In case of elastic collision, we say velocity of separation is equal to velocity of approach. And kinetic energy before the collision is actually equal to kinetic energy after the collision. Kinetic energy before the collision is actually equal to what? Kinetic energy after the collision. In case of elastic, velocity of separation is equal to velocity of approach. And what else do you know? Okay, they regain the shape and size. Coefficient of restitution is 1. Okay. Momentum also. Whatever is the momentum is same in all types of collisions. Whatever is the momentum of this, what is the momentum? M1 U1 plus M2 U2. This momentum, what is the momentum here? M1 V1 plus M2 V2. It will be same. Okay. Now if somebody says that the collision, what is the velocity of first mass? What is the velocity of second mass? V1 and V2. This is the velocity of first mass after the collision. This is the velocity of M1 after the elastic collision. M1 minus M2 upon M1 plus M2 into U1, 2 times of M2 U2 upon M1 plus M2. This is the velocity of second mass after the collision. I hope this is crystalline clear. Now comes inelastic collision. Now comes inelastic collision. Inelastic collision. My dear NEET aspirants, we say it is that collision after the deformation. The masses do not regain its original shape and size. When the two masses collide, they change their shape and size. So I can say, my dear NEET aspirants, see, the masses are deformed after the collision. After the collision, deformation takes place. So we say they do not regain their original shape and size. Okay, and it is that type of collision in which objects does not regain kinetic energy. Whatever is kinetic energy initially, let's suppose 10. Finally, it will not be 10, it will be less than 10. Kinetic energy is lost. Kinetic energy is lost. Okay. Okay. So, inelastic collision is that collision in which bodies does not regain shape and size. Kinetic energy is not regained. And coefficient of restitution is greater than 0, less than 1. It is between 0 and 1. Okay. And momentum is conserved. Guys, whatever is momentum initially before the collision, it will be same after the collision. That does not change. Momentum remains same. Let's suppose here coefficient of restitution is 0.5 because it is between 0 and 1. Put it over here, 0.5, that is 1 by 2. So coefficient of restitution is velocity of separation by velocity of approach. Now take it here. So velocity of separation becomes 1 by 2 velocity of approach. So velocity of separation is 1/2 of velocity of approach. Velocity of separation is half of velocity of approach. So velocity of separation is less than velocity of approach. So kinetic energy final is less than kinetic energy initial. That's what I was saying. So in case of inelastic collision, coefficient of restitution is between 0 and 1. Velocity of separation is less than velocity of after the collision. Velocity is less, before the collision velocity is more. After the collision, kinetic energy is less, before the collision kinetic energy is more. This is the velocity of the mass m1 after inelastic collision. This is the velocity of mass m2 after inelastic collision. And consider this as the general expression. Consider these the general expressions. That is, if I say for, see, what is the velocity? m1 minus e m2 upon m1 upon m2, m1 plus m2 into u1, e plus 1 up into m2 u2 upon m1 plus m2. If I say for elastic, put e is equal to 1. For perfectly inelastic, that we will study, E is equal to 0. For perfectly inelastic, we say E is equal to 0. Okay. So if you put E is equal to 1 over here, it will become elastic expression. If you put E is equal to 0 over here, it will become inelastic expression. Perfectly inelastic collision. It is that collision in which bodies stick to each other. It is that collision in which bodies stick to each other after the collision. Like this is the mass m1 with u1, m2 with u2. When they collide, after the collision, they move together with velocity. See, if they move together, they will have same velocity. v1 is equal to v2 is equal to v. This is after the collision. Okay. And kinetic energy is not same conserved. Kinetic energy initial is not equal to kinetic energy final. Momentum is conserved. Momentum, whatever is initial, same will be final. Okay. And this is the velocity of the mass after the collision. After the collision, this v, that is for both, this velocity is m1 u1 plus m2 u2 upon m1 plus m2. This is the velocity of the mass after the collision. Okay, loss in kinetic energy. In case of, guys, now what did you study about elastic? In case of elastic, kinetic energy is conserved. Velocity of separation is equal to velocity of approach. Bodies regain their shape and size. Okay. Momentum is conserved. Coefficient of restitution is 1. In case of inelastic, momentum is conserved. Body does not regain shape and size. Kinetic energy is not conserved. Kinetic energy final is less than kinetic energy initial. Velocity of separation is less than velocity of approach. Coefficient of restitution is between 0 and 1. Perfectly elastic collision is in which two bodies stick together and move together. Momentum is conserved. Kinetic energy is not conserved. And coefficient of restitution for this is 0. For this it is 0. So coefficient of restitution basically defines whether it is elastic, inelastic or what. Now see, in case of elastic collision, we say kinetic energy initial is equal to kinetic energy final. Loss will be 0. No loss. In case of inelastic collision, kinetic energy loss will be 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 u relative square 1 minus e square. U relative means u1 minus u2. Velocity of approach basically. That is before the collision. Perfectly inelastic. In case of perfectly inelastic, kinetic energy loss will be 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 into u relative square. This is the loss in perfectly inelastic, elastic, and this is elastic. Okay. Like boys and girls, take a look at this question. A ball of 4 kg mass moving on a horizontal smooth surface makes an elastic collision with another ball of mass at rest. If the collision of the first ball, if after the collision, first ball moves with 1/4 of its velocity, then the mass of the second ball is. My dear NEET aspirants, a ball of 4 kg mass moves horizontal, okay, makes an elastic collision. Okay. There is a ball which is moving with velocity u. It is 4 kg. It strikes with another ball which is at rest. Okay, u2 is 0. After the collision, it says if after the collision, first ball moves with 1/4 of its velocity, means u by 4. Here it is u by 4. This moves with u by 4. It says what is the mass here? Tell me what is the velocity in case of elastic collision after the collision? Velocity of the mass 1 after the elastic collision. This one. So can I say, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, I'll use this formula. In case of elastic collision, velocity of the first ball after the elastic collision is m1 minus m2 into u1 upon m1 plus m2 plus 2 times of m2 u2, this. Now what is the value of u2? 0. So this entire term would become 0. Why? Because it is multiplied with u2. Now can I write it over here? v1, this is the velocity of this ball after the collision. It will be u divided by 4 is equal to m1 minus m2. m1 is 4, m2 is m. 4 minus m divided by 4 plus m into u1. What is the value of u1? That is u. Simply in the question it says you have two masses. One is 4 kg moving with u, another is m at rest. After the collision, its velocity becomes u by 4. So v1 is equal to u by 4. You have to tell me what is the value of m. Now u and u will cancel. Take it over there. It becomes 4 plus m is equal to 4 into 4 is 16 minus 4m. Take it over there, take it over here. 4m plus m is 5m is equal to 16 minus 4 is 12. So m will be 12 divided by 5. Two masses 4 kg and 8 kg collide with each other and the collision is perfectly inelastic. Perfectly inelastic means, see, diagram is given. This mass is moving with velocity 8 meter per second towards the right. This mass is moving with 4 meter per second towards the right. Okay. After the if the perfectly inelastic collision, the two masses stick together, move with some velocity v. Find the velocity of the masses after the collision. If this is inelastic collision, what is the velocity of the masses after inelastic collision? Velocity of the masses after inelastic collision. m1 u1 plus m2 u2 upon m1 plus m2. m1 u1 plus m2 u2 upon m1 plus m2. V is equal to m1 u1. What is the value of m1? Okay, m1 4 kg 8 kg 4 into u1 is 8. Sorry, yes. u1 is 8 plus m2. What is the value of m2? That is 8. 4 into 8. Then what is the mass of m2? 8. What is the mass of u2? 4 or minus 4? Minus 4. Because if the body moves towards right, we consider its velocity negative. Towards left, we consider negative. Towards right, we consider positive. Divided by m1 plus m2. 8 plus 4. 8 4s are 32. Minus 32 plus 32. It will become 0. So finally, object will come to rest. If the two masses strike perfectly inelastically, they will come to rest. Is this clear? Tell me quickly in the chats. Is this clear? Smash the like button. An object of mass 80 kg moving with a speed of 2 meter per second collide with another object. An object of mass 80 kg moving with 2 meter per second collide with another object of mass 20 kg moving with 4 meter per second. Okay. Find the loss. Find energy loss, assuming perfectly inelastic collision. Okay, in case of, guys, is there any energy loss in perfectly inelastic collision? Yes. So in case of perfectly inelastic collision, could you please tell me what is the energy loss in the perfectly inelastic collision? 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 into u relative square. U loss is equal to 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 into u1 minus u2 square. This is the formula, na? Now tell me, 1 divided by 2, what is the mass of first one? 20. What is the mass of second one? 80. 20 plus 80, that is 100. Into u1 minus u2. u1 is 4, u2 is 2. 4 minus 2 is 2. 2 square. 0, 0, 0, 0. 2 and 2 will cancel. 2 square is 4. 8 4s are 32 joules. This is delta KE loss. Delta KE loss. Okay. This question, please do check it from your end. This is your homework, okay? So basically it says that the two objects strike and move together. The two objects perform inelastic collision and then move together. Then find the energy of the composite mass. You have to tell me what is the energy of this composite mass, energy of this one. Okay. One important concept I want you guys to understand over here. See. The concept is, let's suppose this is a ball. You release this ball, it falls h height down. Then it will rebound. Okay. Then again up to certain height, it falls, it again falls down. Then again it will rebound. Again it falls down. Again it will rebound. Again it falls down. Similarly, after some time it will come to rest. Now, if I say how much is this total distance covered? Total distance covered before it comes to rest. It will not go here, bro. It will be here only. If you release, it falls. Then like this. It falls down, then this side. So you have to calculate this total height, total distance. So my dear NEET aspirants, this is the total distance. You have to directly remember it. Covered before it comes to rest. Total distance covered before it comes to rest. This is the total time taken before it comes to rest. Okay, this is h. H is the height when it falls initially. 1 plus e square upon 1 minus e square. Okay. So total time under root of 2h divided by g. This will be 1 plus e upon 1 minus e. Okay. This you guys need to remember directly. Nothing else they will ask. They will directly ask this. Okay. Now, one more important thing. If you drop an object with initial velocity 0, it falls down. Now, when it strikes the ground, this is the velocity before collision, UBC. And always remember this velocity before the collision is this UBC. Okay, it is under root of 2gh. Directly remember, velocity of hit, if you remember, I told you in kinematics. And then when it rebounds, this is velocity after the collision, VAC. It goes up to certain height. This is height after the collision. Height after first collision. Then it again falls down. It again raises. This is velocity after second collision. And this would be height after second collision. Similarly, if it makes n number of collisions, we say velocity after nth collision. If I say velocity after second collision, n in that case will be 2. Velocity after nth collision will be e raised power n UBC, velocity before collision. So E means coefficient of restitution. Okay. For elastic, how much it is? 1. For inelastic, how much it is? 0. Perfectly inelastic. For inelastic, it is between 0 and 1. Okay. Height after nth collision. E raised power 2n into height before collision. Please don't get confused over here. If it makes n number of collisions, after nth collision, this is the velocity. After nth collision, this is the height. E is the coefficient of restitution. If I say fourth collision, what is the velocity after fourth collision? Put n is equal to 4. Similarly here, this E is the coefficient of restitution. And one more important thing, this coefficient of restitution is also equal to under root of height after the collision divided by height before the collision. Keep this thing in your mind. Now take a look. This is the question which was asked in NEET 2025. NEET 2025. A ball of mass 0.5 kg is dropped from a height. This is a ball. It has a mass 0.5 kg, that is 1 by 2 kg. It is dropped from a height of 40 meters. Okay, this height is 40 meters. The ball hits the ground and rises to the height. Guys, just 2 minutes and we are done with this question. Next chapter is rotation, but before rotation, we'll take break. So height is 40 meters. Okay. The ball hits the ground. This is the ball when it hits the ground. This is UBC. The ball hits the ground. Okay. The ball hits the ground and rises up to height. The ball hits the ground and rises up to height. Height after the collision. That is 10 meters. This is height before collision. 40 meters. Okay. And this would be velocity after the collision. VAC. First and the foremost thing, my dear NEET aspirants, you tell me, and you are supposed to find the impulse imparted. Impulse is simply impulse. Impulse is simply change in momentum. Change in momentum means final momentum minus initial momentum. Now, what is final momentum? Mass into final velocity minus mass into initial velocity. This is an amazing question. So take this mass common, you can write final velocity minus initial velocity. Take a look now. Boys and girls, first of all, let's find coefficient of restitution. What type of collision is this? Coefficient of restitution is under root of height after collision divided by height before collision. That's what I said. That's what I said. Height after collision divided by height before collision. Okay. Now, this would be under root of height after the collision. That is 10. Height before the collision, it is 40, 0 and 0, 1 by root 4. E is equal to 1 by root 4 is 1 by 2 because root 4 is 2. So that is 0.5. That means inelastic. Inelastic. Now tell me, my dear NEET aspirants, could you please tell me what is velocity before collision? UBC. Sir, UBC is under root of 2g into h. So this will be under root of 2. G is 10 and height is 40. It will approximately come out to be 28 meter per second. So velocity before collision. Could you please tell me velocity after collision? Sir Ji, and this is what we call initial velocity, by the way. Okay. Before collision, initial velocity. After collision, final velocity. So I can say velocity after collision. What is velocity after collision? Guys, e raised power n into UBC. So it is e raised power n into UBC. Now this is, what is the collision number? First collision. So n is equal to 1. So, and what is the value of e? 0.5. That is 1 by 2 raised power 1. UBC, that is 28. Okay, 28 by 2, that is 14. Now, boys and girls, you tell me change in momentum or impulse. This was a very good question. Mass 1 by 2 into final velocity. Final velocity, this is final after the collision. And my dear NEET aspirants, upward velocity we consider positive. Downward velocity we consider negative. So after the collision, velocity is positive. So 14 minus initial velocity. Initial velocity when it was coming down, that is 28. So minus 28. So this would be 1 divided by 2. Minus into minus is plus. Okay. So this would be 14 plus 28 divided by 2. It would be 21. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Is this question clear? Please tell me in the chats. Come on, guys. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Amazing question it was. Check. Now, guys, let's move on to the chapter rotational motion. This is chapter 6. This is chapter 7. First concept that we need to understand over here is that is moment of inertia. The first concept that we need to understand over here is moment of inertia. Okay. First concept, moment of inertia. Okay. Yes. The first concept that we need to understand, my dear NEET aspirants, that is moment of inertia. I would want you guys to give me 100% attention. When it comes to the moment of inertia, before moment of inertia, you must have the idea about inertia. See, let's suppose you have a mass over here. Let's suppose you have a bigger mass over here. Okay. Let's suppose this is 100 kgs. This is 10 kgs. Which one is difficult to move? Sir, obviously this is difficult to move. Why? Because this is having the large inertia. Inertia is the tendency of a body to remain in the state of rest or to move to remain in the state of uniform motion. If this is at rest, it wants to remain in the rest forever until and unless some external force comes and that displaces it. Okay. So it is due to the inertia. Inertia is the property due to which it wants to remain in the rest. So this has less inertia. Why? Because its mass is less. It is difficult to change its state. This has more inertia because its mass is more. So inertia is the tendency to oppose the external force. Okay. So this has got less inertia. This has got more inertia. Simply, it is when we define inertia, we say how difficult it is to get this body in motion. It depends upon inertia. More is the inertia, more difficult it is to get the body in motion. Now, its rotational version is what we call the rotational inertia. Okay. Now, guys, see. Here we have two rods. Here in the second rod, we face more difficulty in changing its rotational state. If you want to rotate this rod, my dear NEET aspirants, it is easy to rotate this rod. It is not easy to rotate this rod because we will face more difficulty here. Why? Because this has got more moment of inertia. When we say linear motion, sir, here we face more difficulty in moving the body, more inertia. We face less difficulty in moving the body, less inertia. Similarly, my dear NEET aspirants, when we talk about moment of inertia, it is in rotational motion we define moment of inertia. It is less difficult to rotate the body to change its rotational state. It is more difficult to change its rotational state. So we say due to moment of inertia, body wants to continue its state of rotational motion or state of rest. And moment of inertia depends upon mass and distance from the axis of rotation, simply. Now the main question is, sir, how do we calculate moment of inertia? Main question is, how do we calculate moment of inertia? Guys, when it comes to the linear motion, we define inertia. When it comes to the angular motion, we define moment of inertia. Okay? Okay. how difficult it is to move the body, how difficult it is to rotate the body or change the rotational state of the body. Now, boys and girls, what I want you to understand in this particular case is, let's suppose there is a mass, it is m. It is rotating about this axis. Which is at r distance. It is like you take a rope, you attach a stone to it. Now you start rotating. This becomes the axis about which this mass is rotating. Now, what is the moment of inertia of this mass? It is m into this r square. M into this r square. This is what we call moment. This is how we define moment of inertia of a body. Mass multiplied by the perpendicular distance from the axis of rotation. Now see, let's suppose they ask you to find the moment of inertia of this body, of this system, about this axis, Okay, first we'll define about this axis. Now guys, if the mass is present at the axis of rotation, moment of inertia of those masses will be 0. So for this and this, moment of inertia will be 0. Now, when it comes to the net moment of inertia, guys, see, this is an equilateral triangle. This is side A. Now, boys and girls, I want you guys to understand one thing. This distance would be A divided by 2. Okay? Or you simply say, if this is A, this angle over here is 60. This component will be A cos 60. And this will be A sin 60. So this component will be how much? This will be A sine of 60. Perpendicular component. Now tell me, what is A sine 60? Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. Okay. Root 3A by 2. So my dear NEET aspirants, can I say one thing in this particular case? Moment of inertia is, for this mass it is 0 because it is present at axis of rotation, plus for this mass it is 0 plus. What is the moment of inertia of this mass? That is m into distance from the axis of rotation. That is a root 3 divided by 2 whole square. So this will be root 3 whole square is 3 square. 3ma square divided by 4. Okay, because we say this is side A. This component will be A sin theta. This component will be A cos theta. So if this, you can take it over here, this will be A sin theta. Okay. Now, boys and girls, what I want you to understand in this particular case is one more important thing. If I, let's suppose, say, what is the moment of inertia about this axis? What is the moment of inertia about this axis? Let's suppose we say it is y dash. About y dash. This was moment of inertia about this. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what is the moment of inertia of this mass? 0, because it is at the axis of rotation. What is the moment of inertia of this mass? M into A square, because distance from here to here is A. Plus, what is the distance from here to here? It is A by 2. So this distance also will be A by 2. We always take perpendicular distance. So it will be m into A divided by 2 whole square. Moment of inertia of this mass is m into A by 2 whole square. So this will be, that is ma square plus ma square by 4, because 2 square is 4. 4ma square plus ma square. This would be 5ma square divided by 4. So we always define moment of inertia about an axis. Okay. 5 by 4 ma square. That's great. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have to find the moment of inertia about this axis. See, if this side is A, listen to me very carefully. Could you please tell me what is going to be this distance? Half of the diagonal is always A divided by root 2. How much is going to be this diagonal? That is A divided by root 2. If I define net moment of inertia in this particular case, you say moment of inertia of this will be m into this perpendicular distance, A divided by root 2 whole square, plus moment of inertia of this, A divided by root 2 whole square. What is the moment of inertia of this? This is present at axis of rotation. This is also present at axis of rotation. Plus 0, plus 0. So what I can say in this particular case, this would be m A square divided by 2, because root 2 whole square is 2, plus m a square divided by 2. So this will be 2 times of ma square divided by 2. 2 and 2 will cancel. So it is ma square. Okay. Yes. It is ma square. I hope this is crystalline clear. Even you can find about this axis also. This I'm giving you as homework. This I'm giving you as homework. Something like this. Okay. This axis is passing through this. What is the moment of inertia? Moment of inertia of this will be 0. Then moment of inertia of this, this and this. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now, boys and girls, let's take a look at one more topic. That is what we call torque. That is what we call torque. Understand this very carefully. I'll make you understand what the torque is. I'll make you understand what the torque is. I'll make you understand what the torque is. See, guys. Let's suppose you have a rod over here. Let's suppose you have a rod over here. Okay. Let's suppose you have a rod over here. You want to rotate this rod. You want to rotate this rod about this axis. You say, I will apply force. Okay, apply force. Sir, I am applying force. I'm pulling this rod. Will the rod rotate? No. It is not the force. It is not the force which is rotating the rod. It is not the force which is rotating the rod. It is not the force which is rotating the rod. Because you are applying force, due to this force, the rod is not rotating. Okay, sir, I'll apply something like this. I'll apply something like this. I'm pushing the rod. Will it rotate the force? Will it rotate the rod? No. Sir, means it is not the force which actually rotates the rod. It is something else. If I say, make this body in motion, make this body in motion, you say, I'll apply force, this body will come into motion. So force is responsible for translational motion. If the body is at rest, it will get the body in translational motion. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I apply the force something like this, if I apply the force something like this, now will the rod rotate? Absolutely, sir. By applying the force something like this, we say a quantity is being generated, created inside the rod. That is called rotating effect. That is called rotating effect. And due to that rotating effect, the rod rotates. Due to that rotating, the rod effect rotates. So we say, due to F force, a rotating effect is created. A rotating effect is created inside the rod. Inside the rod. A rotating effect is created inside the rod called torque. Okay. A rotating effect is being created inside the rod called torque, due to which, and due to this torque only, this rod actually rotates. So my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose I'm applying the force something like this. Okay. Now in this particular case, at an angle theta with the horizontal. Now this force will have two components. I would say F cos theta, and this component is basically F sin theta. Now tell me, due to which component the rod actually rotates? Obviously F sin theta, because F cos theta is pulling the rod. So my dear NEET aspirants, here, this rod rotates due to F sin theta. Rod rotates due to F sin theta. F sin theta. So this F sin theta only will create the torque. This F sin theta only will create the rotating effect. And how much is that rotating effect? That rotating effect, that torque is, we can say R. R is the distance from the axis of rotation, and then we write this F sine theta, R F sine theta, this one. Or you can write it like this, torque is also equals to AB sine theta means A cross B. So this torque will be R cross F. R cross F. You can write it like this also. Even my dear NEET aspirants, you can write it like this also. Torque is equal to R into F perpendicular, because you are taking that component of force which is perpendicular to R. This is F perpendicular. This is the vector form. You can say RF sine theta also. You can say R cross F also. You can say RF perpendicular also. Is this clear, boys and girls? This is torque. Cross product of R and F. So basically here, this force is responsible for rotation. This force is responsible for creating the rotating effect. That rotating effect is actually torque. Now see, torque about a point. Torque about a point. Listen to me very carefully. My dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose you have a body over here, an object. On this object, I would say force is acting. Okay. Now, with respect to this point, listen to me very carefully. This is the reference point. Now, guys, we define the torque here for a purely rotating body. This is a purely rotating body. Now, torque about a point. This is the point. This is at R distance. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say in this particular case, this R will have two components. This R will have two components. If this is theta, this component will be R cos theta, and this component will be R sine of theta. Okay. Now, tell me one thing. In this particular case, if I define torque about over here with respect to this point, this is a torque about a point, I will be writing in this particular case, guys, see, we are supposed to take, whenever we define torque, we have to take force and that component of R, which are perpendicular. So you say, if we take this force over here, which component is perpendicular to this, R sine or R cos? R sine. So these two are going to create the torque. So torque in this particular case will be simply, that is R sine of theta into, I would say, F. So torque will be RF sine theta. So here also torque will be simply R cross F, R cross F, R cross F. This is torque about a point. This is torque about a point. Means about this point, what is the torque created? You can simply say that is RF sine theta. So take this force, directly you remember this, RF sine of theta, or we say R cross F. Now, boys and girls, let me show you how can they ask you the questions on this. First, torque about a point. This is a question of JEE 2025. If the coordinates of a particle with respect to the origin, there is a particle, okay, its coordinates, okay, let me make this once again so that you'll get to understand. See, guys, if the coordinates of a particle with respect to the origin is 1, 1, 1, okay, there is a particle, its coordinates are 1, 1, 1. These are the coordinates of the particle with respect to the origin. Okay, this is x, y, and this is z axis. Now, if this is the with respect to the origin, so this would be the position vector. What is the value of R? I have told you. How do we write the R? This is I cap, because what is the x component? What is the x coordinate? 1, j1, z k. Z component is also 1. I plus j plus k. Okay, this is the particle. With respect to the origin, it is at this point. If the force acting on this particle is what? This is the force acting on the particle. F is equal to I minus j plus k. What we are supposed to find? Magnitude of the torque will be. Guys, whenever directly it is given in the vector form, you simply say torque is equal to R vector cross F vector. Cross product, because it is given in the vector form, you'll be simply saying, sir, how do we do the cross product of two vectors? Listen carefully. If you have to do R cross F, you'll be writing over here I, J, K. Make the determinant. Draw these two lines, I, J, K. R cross F. It is not F cross R. R cross F. First, you have to mention the coefficients of R. What is the coefficient of I over here? 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1. If it was 2i cap, 3j cap, 4k cap, 2, 3, 4. What is the coefficient here? 1, minus 1, 1. 1, minus 1, 1. Because it is R cross F. First coefficients of R, then F. Now solve this determinant. First, my dear NEET aspirants, you solve it for I. We write it like this, I. Now, how do we solve it for I? See, guys. Hide that column in which I is present. Hide that row in which I is present. Now, cross multiply. 1 with 1, minus 1 with 1. This is how you are supposed to do this. 1 with 1. 1 into 1 is 1. Minus. Minus 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Then minus. In front of I, you will be putting minus. In front of J, you will be putting minus. Sorry, in front of I, you will be putting plus. In front of J, you will be putting minus. Now solve for J. Hide that column in which J is present. That is this one. Now 1 into 1 minus 1 into 1. We write 1 into 1 is 1 minus 1 into 1 is 1. This minus is because of the formula. This was its own minus. Then plus. Now solve for K. In front of I plus. Only in front of J you need to write minus. In front of K also plus. Now hide that column in which K is present. Hide that row in which K is present. Now 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1. Minus 1 into 1 is 1. Now tell me, this will come out to be 2i cap. Minus into minus is plus 1 plus 1 is 2. Minus 1 plus 1, 0. This will be 0j cap minus 2k cap. This comes out to be torque. We are supposed to find magnitude of torque. So magnitude of torque will be under root of. How do you find magnitude of a vector? This would be 2 square plus coefficient of this its square, coefficient of this its square. So 2 square minus 2 whole square is also plus. So this is 4 plus 4, that is root 8. Root 8 is the torque. Is this clear? Okay. This is question from NEET 2019. Find the moment of force. Moment of force is also called torque. Okay. F is given as this at this about this point. Okay, let me just draw this. About this point. This is the reference point. It has coordinates 2, minus 2, minus 2. This is the particle. This particle has got 2, 0, minus 3. The moment of force at, there is a particle which is present at this point, and this is the reference point, about this point, and this is the force acting. So this is going to be the R vector. See, how do you find R vector? This final point minus initial point. 2 minus 2, 0i cap. 0 minus of minus 2 plus 2j cap minus 3 minus, this is minus 2. Minus into minus is plus. Minus, this will be minus k cap. This came out to be position vector. This is R and this is F. Now go for R cross F. I have told you. Sir, torque will be simply, that is R vector cross F vector. Make the determinant. R vector over here is, first I'll write I, J, K. R vector is, this is 0, this is 2, this is minus 1. Then this is 4, 5, minus 6. Now solve it from your end and get the answer. Okay, what about this one? What about this one? Find the torque due to mg about O. Guys, see, this is a purely rotating body. Torque due to mg about this point O. Torque due to mg. How do you write torque? R F perpendicular. RF sin theta, bro. Now see, R. What is the value of R? From here to here, mg is acting at the center of mass. R means L by 2. What is the force acting? mg. What is the angle between the two? 90. We'll be simply saying that is mgl divided by 2. Okay, if the torque about center of mass, if the force is acting at the center of mass only, will it rotate the body? Obviously not. About this, it can rotate. So about center of mass, it will be 0. If the force acts at the axis of rotation, then torque in that case will be 0. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Is this clear? Oh? Is this clear? Yes. Now guys, angular momentum. Is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. Angular momentum. How do we define angular momentum? Take a look. First of all, momentum. If there is a mass, it has velocity, we say momentum is m into v. In rotational motion, we say angular momentum. We define angular momentum. In rotational motion, we define angular momentum. Take a look. My dear NEET aspirants, this is a mass over here, m. It has got velocity v. Okay. Now, with respect to the point A, if you take a look, it is moving in a straight line, linearly. So, with respect to point A, we can kind of say it has linear momentum. Okay. Yes. Now, if you have point B, if you are standing at point B, with respect to the point B, it is moving at an angle. So if you're looking at this, it is moving at an angle, So with respect to point B, we say it has angular momentum. So with respect to point B, body is moving angularly. This object is moving angularly with respect to point B. So with respect to point B, it will have angular momentum. And how do you define angular momentum? Listen to me very carefully. How do you define angular momentum? Angular momentum will be simply mvr sine of theta. Let me just show you here. Let's suppose this is the mass m. It has mass m, it is moving with the velocity v. Okay. So with respect to this point, it is moving angularly. This is r. Okay. Now, boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. If I say angular momentum of this object, this is r. This r will have two components. This is theta. This will be r cos of theta. This will be r sine of theta. Now tell me, if you have to define angular momentum, this velocity and r are parallel. So you have to take that component of radius which is perpendicular to r, which is perpendicular to velocity. So then only it will create angular momentum. Angular momentum means when the object is moving angularly with respect to the point, it will have angular momentum. So here we define angular momentum as m into v means linear momentum multiplied by this r sine of theta. This is angular. We cannot take cos theta over here. We have to take perpendicular component. You can write it like this, mvr perpendicular also. Okay, mvr perpendicular also. You can write it like this also. Guys, L is equal to R cross MV. R cross MV also. This is the vector form. Array R MV sine theta. AB sine theta, that is A cross B, R cross MV. Or you can write it like this also. R vector cross P vector. Because P is equal to mass into velocity. Momentum, R cross P. This is also angular momentum. In nutshell, you directly remember angular momentum of an object with respect to a point is mvr sine theta. That's it. That's it. And then we define angular momentum of a purely rotating body. Okay. Okay. This is the angular momentum of a translating body. This body is moving translation motion, it is doing. With respect to this point, it is doing angular motion. But if the body is perfectly rotating, in that case, we define angular momentum as I into omega. That's it. That's it. And what is this I? I is moment of inertia. Omega is angular velocity. With what velocity it is rotating. Like this rod. This rod has moment of inertia about the center of mass. That is this one, ml square divided by 12. What will be its angular momentum? I into omega. I is how much? ml square by 12 into omega. That's it. This is how we define angular momentum. So, for a purely rotating body, we define angular momentum I into omega. Okay? And my dear NEET aspirants, for an object about 0.0, angular momentum about 0.0, mvr sine theta. mvr sine theta. Now take a look. Okay, first let's understand. Let's take a look at this question. Yeah, this is a very good question. JEE Mains 2025. An object of mass m is projected. See, an object of mass m is projected in a vertical xy plane. This is xy plane. At an angle of 45 degrees, you have projected, this is the projectile motion at an angle of 45 degrees. With y-axis, with an initial velocity v0, The angular momentum with respect to the origin, when it reaches the maximum height, it says what is the angular momentum of this object with respect to the origin when it reaches the maximum height. See guys, at maximum height mass is m and velocity at maximum height will be, understand this very carefully. What is the velocity at maximum height? Sir, y component of the velocity at maximum height is 0. Sir, if this is v0, this component will be v0 cos 45. Horizontal component, this will be v0 sin 45. So this will be v0 cos 45 is 1 by root 2. So this is v0 divided by root 2. At topmost point, y component is 0. So only x component it has, that is v0 divided by root 2. Why, sir? Because x component throughout the horizontal motion, throughout the projectile motion remains the same. Now guys, you have to tell me angular momentum of this mass with respect to the origin. So draw this. This is the position vector. This is r. Now if this is r, can I say, sir, this will be r cos theta and this will be r sin theta, or I can say r perpendicular. Whenever I write angular momentum, you write mvr perpendicular. Because I told you have to take perpendicular component when it comes to the angular momentum. So my dear NEET aspirants will be writing L is equal to mv. What is the velocity at topmost point? Okay. One more important thing. Sir, I believe this r perpendicular is h max. Oh. Could you please tell me what is the value of this? See, we know what is the value of this r perpendicular. Sir, this will be h max. And what is the value of h max? What is the value of h max? That is u square sine square theta by 2g. U square is v0 square sine square of 45 because angle is 45 divided by 2g. v0 square sine square of 45. Sine 45 is 1 by root 2. 1 by root 2 whole square is 1 by 2 divided by 2 into 2g. So this will come out to be v0 square divided by 4g. This is r perpendicular. Now let's write angular momentum. L is equal to mvr perpendicular. L is equal to m. Velocity is how much? v0 by root 2. And r perpendicular, v0 square divided by 4g. So L will come out to be, this is m v0 cube divided by 4 root 2g. Is this clear? Is this clear? This I'll keep you as homework. This is simple. This is simple. This question is very good. A particle of mass 5 kg is moving with a uniform speed of v is equal to 3 root 2 in x or y plane along the line y is equal to x plus 4. Okay. A particle is moving along this line, okay, with velocity this. Is this clear, or tell me in the chats? Smash the like button if you're not liked the session. Come on. Now see, the particle is moving along x-axis, y is equal to x plus 4. This is the path. So y is equal to x plus 4. If you compare it with y is equal to mx plus c, equation of straight line. So I can clearly say over here, y, x, x. What is the value of m? M is 1. M means slope. And slope is tan theta. Tan theta is 1. When is the value of tan theta 1? When theta is 45. So at theta is equal to 45, tan theta is 1. Cool. And C means intercept. Intercept is 4. Intercept means where the graph is cutting the y-axis. Now see, if we make the graph, boys and girls, listen carefully. This is x-axis, this is y-axis. So you have to make the graph in such a way, slope must be 1 and positive. Positive slope means graph has to be something like this. Okay, graph has to be something like this. Particle is moving along this line. Sir, why not this? Because C is plus 4, intercept, where it is cutting the y-axis. So that's why not this. So this is the origin. So this, you can say C is given as 4. Okay. And this angle with the x-axis, this graph must make the angle of 45 degrees. Are you sure, sir? 100%. Why? Because the slope is 1. That's why angle is 45. And this object, when it is moving along this line, it has a velocity of 3 root 2. So this velocity is 3 root 2. Now you have to tell me the magnitude of angular momentum with respect to the origin. What will you say? L is equal to mvr perpendicular. Now see, this is C. This you can say as R, because from this origin to this point, this is R. To this is mass actually, M. Now if this is velocity V, this is the horizontal component of the velocity, that is 3 root 2 cos 45. Yes, sir. Now this is 3 root 2 cos 45 is 1 by root 2. This and this will cancel, so this will come out to be 3, and this is velocity. Now see, this will be the parallel component. Will you take parallel component of the velocity or perpendicular? Perpendicular component. So you take this. Now tell me what is the angular momentum. L is equal to, mass is 5 kgs. Velocity will be taking this, because this and this are making 90. So velocity will be taking 3 and radius will be taking 4. 5 3s are 15. It comes out to be 60. Is this clear? Oh, this was a very good question. Conservation of angular momentum. Conservation of angular momentum. Conservation of angular momentum. Now see, when it comes to the conservation of angular momentum, see, let's talk about conservation of linear momentum first. F is equal to dp by dt. Newton's second law, which we explained. This is F external. Let's suppose if the net external force on the body is 0, this term would be 0, is equal to dp by dt. If net external force on the body is 0, guys, if when we were discussing the Newton's second law, momentum changes because of the net external force. If I say net external force is 0, will the momentum change? No. So this will be over here, dp is equal to 0. dp means change in momentum. Change in momentum is 0, means momentum is not changing. So it means initial momentum is equal to final momentum. It means momentum is conserved. So when net external force on the body is 0, momentum remains conserved. Now see, like over there it was having mass moving with velocity v. When we were applying the external force, then only its velocity got v dash. If this external force does not exist, so it will be v only. Momentum here is equal to momentum here. Now see, let's suppose, boys and girls, its similar version in angular motion is tau is equal to dl by dt. This is what we call rotational version of Newton's second law. Whatever the role force plays in linear motion, same role torque plays in angular motion. Okay. If net external torque on a body is 0, so we say dl divided by dt is equal to 0. Okay. If tau external on the body is 0. Now, if external torque is 0, dl will be 0. Force changes the momentum, torque changes the angular momentum. dl will be 0 means angular momentum initial is equal to angular momentum final. So this will be I into omega initially. Angular momentum is I into omega. This will be I dash into omega dash finally. So angular momentum is conserved. So from now onwards, if net external torque on a body is 0, then the momentum of that, angular momentum of that body remains conserved. Let's take a look at this question. Let's take a look at this question. J Mains 2024. A thin disk of mass m. Listen carefully. I'll make the new diagram over here. A thin disk of mass m and radius r is rotating about an axis passing through the center of mass with omega. There is a disk. It is rotating about an axis. Okay, it is rotating about an axis with omega. It is rotating about an axis with omega. Its mass is m and radius is r. And it will have the moment of inertia, that is I. As simple as that. Then it says, if another disk of mass m by 2 is placed gently on it. Now this disk, okay, mass m and radius r. It says another disk of mass m by 2 is placed gently on it. Okay. This is m, r, and moment of inertia I. This is m by 2. Radius is r, and moment of inertia will be I by 2. Mass is halved, so moment of inertia is halved. Moment of inertia depends upon mass. Then it says, if this happens, what is going to be the final angular velocity, omega dash? In this case, no net external torque is acting. We say here angular momentum initial will be equals to angular momentum final. This will be I into omega, will be equals to I dash into omega dash. Now see, initially moment of inertia is I only. What is the final moment of inertia? I dash. That is moment of inertia of this I plus moment of inertia of this I divided by 2. So 2I plus I, that is 3I divided by 2. So you can write over here I, initial angular velocity is omega. This is 3I divided by 2 into omega dash. I and I will cancel. So take it over here. 2 omega divided by 3, it will be equals to omega dash. Is this clear? Is this clear? Take a look at this question. A mass m moves in a circle on a smooth horizontal plane with a velocity v0 at a radius r0. The mass is, okay, basically this mass is placed on a table. This mass is actually placed on a table, this m. And it is attached to a string, which string further basically goes through the hole. The mass is attached to a string which passes through a smooth hole in the plane as shown. This is the mass. This is a table. On the table there is a mass. It is attached to a string which passes through the hole, So if we pull the string, the mass will come closer to the hole. Okay. Then it says the tension in the string is increased. Tension in the string is increased means you are pulling the string. And mass is moved to R0. Initially it was here. Finally this mass is moved to R0 by 2. Now it performs circular motion at r naught by 2. The final radius, okay. The final value of the kinetic energy is, what is the kinetic energy finally? First of all, you tell me what is the kinetic energy initially. Kinetic energy initially, when it was at r distance, it was having velocity v naught, 1 by 2 m into v naught square. Finally, my dear NEET aspirants, when it is at this r by 2, what is the velocity here, v dash, that we need to calculate? Then only we can define kinetic energy. Okay. Now, in this particular case, we say net external torque is 0. If net external torque is 0, my dear NEET aspirants, angular momentum initial will be equals to angular momentum final. Angular momentum initial will be equals to the angular momentum final. Now, initial angular momentum. Now, this is the point object mass. It is not a purely rotating body like rod and all. So, angular momentum of this with respect to the center, that is mvr sine theta. M, v is v naught and then r naught. What is the angle between the two? 90. Sine 90 is 1. So, angular momentum initial is m v naught into r naught is equal to. Finally, when it is at r by 2, m v dash and r naught divided by 2. Now, what you can do is r naught, m, m. So, this v dash will be equals 2 times of v naught. This is the final velocity. Now, tell me what is final kinetic energy? 1 divided by 2 m into v dash square. 1 divided by 2 m. V dash is 2 times of v naught square. So, 1 divided by 2 m. 2 square is 4. 4 m v naught square. 2 ones are 2, 2s are 4. It is 2 m v naught square. 2 m v naught square. This is the final kinetic energy. Initial is 1 by 2 m v naught square. Okay. This NEET 2017, this I'll give you. Okay. No. This I'll show you. This I'll not give you. This I'll show you. Take a look at this. So basically, these are the two disks. This is rotating with angular velocity omega 1. This is rotating with angular velocity omega 2. Okay. Guys, you tell me one thing. Tell me, if the two masses perform perfectly elastic collision, what is the kinetic energy loss over there? 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 into v relative square. This is the kinetic energy of two masses which are moving in the translational motion and perform perfectly inelastic collision. Now, if the two bodies are rotating, this is rotating with omega 1, this is rotating with omega 2. Now, if these two disks are colliding, two disks of same moment of inertia, okay, rotating about their regular axes, passing through the center and perpendicular to the plane of the disk with angular velocity omega 1 and omega 2. They are brought in contact face to face. Coinciding the axes of rotation. The expression for loss in kinetic energy during this, we say you have to find the loss in kinetic energy. And here also, if the two disks are coinciding, okay, so we say this is perfectly inelastic collision in rotational motion. So, my dear NEET aspirants, we say in perfectly inelastic collision in rotational motion. In perfectly inelastic collision in rotational motion, we say what is the kinetic energy loss? It is same. 1 by 2, what is the formula here? 1 by 2 m1 m2 upon m1 plus m2 into v relative square. Tell me, in linear motion we say mass, in angular motion we say moment of inertia. I1 I2 upon I1 plus I2 into v relative square or u relative square. Here it will be omega relative square. Arey, here it is angular velocity, na? Over there it was velocity. Now tell me, it will be 1 divided by 2. Now these two objects have same moment of inertia. Omega 1 and omega 2 are the angular velocities. So I1 into I2, I into I is I square divided by 2I into omega 1 minus omega 2 whole square. Now this and this will cancel. So this will be I by 4 omega 1 minus omega 2 whole square. Okay. Is this clear? Is this clear, boys and girls? And this I'll keep you as homework. It is simple, by the way, I have shown you already this. Now, you guys are supposed to basically go for so on this Telegram channel, I'll be sharing the notes. Do join this if you are not joined this. Let's move on to the next chapter, that is gravitation. Let's move on to the next chapter, gravitation. Okay. Now, guys, take a look. Everybody out there, let's start the chapter gravitation. Let's start the chapter gravitation. Now, guys, what I want you to understand in this particular case is, listen to me very carefully. Gravitational force. Gravitational force. Okay. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have got a mass M1. You have got a mass M2. These two masses are separated by certain distance r. Whenever the two masses are separated by some distance r, we said they apply a force on each other, that is called gravitational force. And that gravitational force means they attract each other with a gravitational force. Every two masses in the universe attract each other with a gravitational force. So F is equal to G M1 M2 divided by R square. This is the gravitational force. Okay. Yes. This is the gravitational force between the two masses. Now, let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, if this is, let's suppose, Earth, okay, it has mass m and it has radius r. If you place an object of mass m on its surface, what will be the gravitational force between the two? What is the gravitational force acting on this mass due to Earth? You'll be saying, sir, that is F is equal to G. M1 is mass of Earth. M2 is this divided by, we assume mass of Earth to be at center in this case. So what is the distance between the two? That will be this R. Now, listen to me very carefully. The concept that I need to make you understand is, the concept that I want to make you understand is acceleration due to gravity. Listen. Let's suppose this is Earth and there is an object placed on the surface of Earth. What is the force acting on this object? F is equal to G, mass of Earth is me, and mass of this object is m, divided by radius of Earth is r square. This is the force, or you can, instead of me, prefer m only. It's one and the same thing. Okay, G, m divided by r square. Now, whenever there is force, there is acceleration. We say acceleration is force divided by mass. So you say this acceleration is, what is force? G, m, small m divided by r square into m. Now, boys and girls, I can say this m and m will be cancelled. Now, gm by r square, this is the acceleration, gm by r square. Now, can I say this is the acceleration due to this gravitational force which is acting on this? So this is the acceleration of the mass due to what? Due to the gravitational force. So that's why we call it acceleration due to gravitational force, or acceleration due to gravity. This is called acceleration due to gravity. Due to gravity. And we represent this acceleration due to gravity with G. And value of this G is 9.8 meter per second square, because if you put the mass of Earth, universal gravitational constant, this R, radius of Earth, it will come out to be 9.8 meter per second square. And we also represent it with G naught. Okay, G naught is Gm divided by R square. G naught is Gm divided by R square. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Everybody out there, boys and girls. Everybody out there. Tell me quickly in the chats. So this is the acceleration due to gravity on the surface of Earth. Now see, in terms of density, of Earth, we said this acceleration due to gravity, I'll not derive this, that is 4 by 3 pi g rho, and then we say Re, density of Earth, radius of Earth. This is the acceleration due to gravity in terms of density. This is the acceleration due to gravity in terms of mass of Earth. Okay. Now guys, here you can see acceleration due to gravity is directly proportional to radius of Earth. Here acceleration due to gravity is inversely proportional to radius of Earth. Both are correct. When mass is taken as constant, I'll show you the questions. In that case, acceleration due to gravity is inversely proportional to radius of Earth. When density is constant, in that case, acceleration due to gravity is directly proportional to this. Now see, we say, my dear NEET aspirants, G naught is equal to 4 by 3 pi rho G R. Now pi is constant, 4 by 3 pi is constant, universal gravitational constant, this is constant. If density is also constant, if for, let's suppose for two planets, density is also given constant, then G naught is directly proportional to Re. Graph will be direct rectangle, this straight line. And we say G naught is also equal to Gm divided by R square. If mass of the two planets is taken as constant, then G naught is inversely proportional to R square, so rectangular hyperbola. Like, this is the question. This is the question. Two planets have same density but different radii. You have got two planets They have got density same. Density is given as same. Radius is different. The acceleration due to gravity would be, guys, density is same. We say G naught is equal to 4 by 3 pi rho G R. Now see, this is constant, this is constant, this is constant. This is also constant. So can I say G naught is proportional to radius? What does it mean? The one which is having the bigger radius will have more acceleration due to gravity, greater on larger planet. The planet which has got bigger radius will be having more acceleration due to gravity. This is what I was trying to say. Now take a look at this question. A planet has same density and acceleration due to gravity as that of Earth. This is a planet and this is Earth. This is Earth. It says this planet has same density. Density is same. Acceleration due to gravity is also same. G naught is also same. Small g. And universal gravitational constant G is twice that of Earth. Universal gravitational constant on planet is 2 times universal gravitational constant on Earth. The ratio of radii is, means the ratio of radii of planet divided by radii of Earth is. Now tell me, what I can do in this particular case, I can say G is equal to 4 divided by 3 pi. G is equal to 4 by 3 pi rho G R. Now in this particular case, what is given as constant? This is constant, this is constant, this is constant, this is constant. We can say G into R is constant. We can say radius will be inversely proportional to G. Array constant means 1. Radius is inversely proportional to G. So radius of planet divided by radius of Earth, it will be. It is inversely proportional to G. It is 1 divided by G of planet. 1 divided by G of planet. G of planet is what? 2 times of GE. Divided by radius of Earth is 1 divided by G of Earth, that is GE. Take this in the numerator. This will be GE divided by 2 times of GE. Right? This will go in the numerator. No? This and this will cancel. So ratio will be 1:2. Acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth. Acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth. Acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth. Okay. Now, boys and girls, take a look. If I say acceleration due to gravity on the surface of Earth, that is how much? Gm by r square. Now, if I say what is the acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth? Above the surface of Earth at what distance? I would say h height. At h height. So it will be simply gh is equal to gm upon, instead of r, I can say re plus h whole square. Simple. Okay. In terms of g naught, you can say g naught into re square upon r plus h whole square. Even you can write it like this. This distance you can consider as small r also. Small r is basically r plus re. So you can say, you can write it like this also. In terms of g naught into re square divided by small r square. This is the acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth. Okay. Now, if the height is much less than re, like this is Earth, this is the object at height h is equal to, let's suppose, 500 meters. And what is the radius of Earth, by the way, my dear NEET aspirants? 6,400 kilometers. So if you compare 500 meter with 6,400 kilometer, it is very small. So at lesser height, we say acceleration due to gravity will remain the same as whatever is on the surface, that is g naught. If height is very small compared to the radius of Earth, acceleration due to gravity will be at g naught only, which is at the surface of Earth. Now, if height is much less than radius of Earth, that is, if height is 16 kilometer, 32 kilometer, if you go to the 64 kilometer above the surface, then gravity will change. In that case, gh is g naught 1 plus 2h by r. Okay, and this is valid when your height is between 10 kilometer to 500 kilometers. Between 10 kilometer to 500 kilometers, this is valid. 1 minus 2h by r. H is the height, r is the radius, g naught is the acceleration due to gravity on the surface. Percentage change in g at the smaller height. See, if let's suppose acceleration due to gravity here is g naught. If I say at this height, acceleration due to gravity is changed by how many percent? 2%, 3%, 5%. Here if it is 100%, how many percent it is changed here? 5%, 6%, 7%. So that is how you can calculate. This is delta g divided by g naught into 100. This is called percentage change in acceleration due to gravity is equal to minus 2h by r into 100. I'll show you the questions on this one also. Please don't worry. Now see, first question. This is the question which was asked in JEE 2026 examination. What is the question they have asked? The height in terms of radius r at which the acceleration due to gravity becomes g by 9. See, this is, let's suppose, Earth. Okay. On the surface of Earth, acceleration due to gravity is g. Now, at certain height, acceleration due to gravity becomes g by 9. This is gh. What is the value of this height? At what height acceleration due to gravity is g by 9? Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you to understand here is, what is the acceleration due to gravity at height h? That is g naught into r square upon r plus h whole square. This is the acceleration due to gravity at height h in terms of g naught. So what is the acceleration due to gravity here? G divided by 9. G divided by 9 is equal to, okay, or g naught by 9. If this is g, consider here also g. This is g into r square divided by r plus h whole square. Now I can cancel this g and g. This is r square by r plus h whole square. Take this whole square here. It will become r divided by r plus h. 1 divided by root 9, because instead of square it will become root 9. Root 9 is 3. So r upon r plus h will be equals to 1 divided by 3. Now do the cross. So this will become 3r is equal to r plus h. 3r minus r is 2r will be equals to h. So if you go at h is equal to 2r, acceleration due to gravity will be g by 9. At what height above the surface of Earth, the value of acceleration due to gravity decreases by 2%. This is Earth. If you go at height h, here acceleration due to gravity decreases by how many percent? 2%. What does that mean? That means delta g by g into 100 is minus 2%. What does it mean? It means acceleration due to percentage change in acceleration due to gravity. How many percent acceleration due to gravity has changed? Like if I say delta y divided by y into 100, this is how many percent y has changed? Percentage change in y. If I say 2%, so means y has changed by 2%. This is percentage change in acceleration due to gravity. How many percent acceleration due to gravity has changed? 2%. Minus is because it has decreased. Increase means positive. Now see, how do we find percentage change in the acceleration due to gravity at height h? Minus 2h by r into 100. We say as delta g divided by g into 100. Percentage change in the acceleration due to gravity is minus 2h divided by r into 100. Now delta g by g into 100, this is how much? 2 minus 2 is equal to minus 2h divided by r. What is the radius of Earth? 6400 kilometers into 100. Minus 2 will cancel. 0 will cancel. Take it over there. Height is 64 kilometers. So basically at 64 kilometers, acceleration due to gravity will decrease by how many percent? 2%. Acceleration due to gravity will decrease by 2%. Okay. Now this question. A body weight 144 Newton on the surface of Earth. On the surface of Earth, weight of the body is 144 Newton. Weight is basically m into g. G is acceleration due to gravity. mg means weight. Okay. So it is 144 Newton. Now it says, if you take it to the height h is equal to 3r, what will be its weight here? It will be m into gh. If weight is mg, that is on the surface of Earth, m into g naught. At height h, it is m into gh. You will be saying m. What is the value of gh? G naught into r square upon r plus h whole square. Acceleration due to gravity above the surface of Earth. Now, m into g naught. What is the value? 144. You can write 144 into r square upon r plus h. What is the value of h? 3r whole square. 144 r square divided by 3r plus r is 4r. 4r whole square is 16r square. R square cancel. 144 divided by 16, it is 9 Newton. So it will weigh, what is the weight at this height? 9 Newton. Now take a look at this question. Acceleration due to gravity below the surface of Earth. Now guys, see. This is the surface of Earth. If you go at depth d, from the surface, if you go at depth d, if you place the mass here, what is the acceleration due to gravity here? This one. No. This one. Wait. This is the center of Earth. If you go at r distance, small r distance, okay, this is the small r distance. If you go at small r distance from the center of Earth, inside, this acceleration due to gravity inside would be gm small r divided by r cube. This is the acceleration due to gravity inside the surface of Earth at a distance of small r from the center. In terms of d now, guys, if you say from the center, we say distance r. If you say from the surface, we say distance d. So you can say this r. What is this total? This is capital R. So this small r will be total capital R minus d. So small r is capital R minus d. So instead of small r, you can write r minus d. This is also the acceleration due to gravity below the surface of Earth at depth d. This is the acceleration due to gravity below the surface of Earth at depth d. This is the acceleration due to gravity at a distance r, small r, from the center of Earth. From the center of Earth. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? Okay. Yes. Now, you can write it like this also. You can write it like this in terms of G naught. GD is equal to G naught 1 minus D by R. Percentage change in G. If I say here acceleration due to gravity is G naught. If you go at depth, let's suppose D. How many percent acceleration due to gravity will change? Minus D by R into 100. Like at height H, minus 2H by R into 100. At depth D, minus D by R into 100. This is the percentage change in acceleration due to gravity at depth D. How many percent G will change at depth D? Okay. Now see. If the radius of Earth shrinks by 1.5%, the value of acceleration due to gravity changes by, see guys, what is the acceleration due to gravity on the surface? Gm divided by r square. Cool. Now see. Let's suppose if I say y is equal to x, okay, x raised power n. Y is a physical quantity which depends upon x. Y is a physical quantity which depends upon x. If x changes, y changes. How do we write change in y? Delta y divided by y. And in percent, we multiply it by 100. Percentage change in y. It will be power down, n down, delta x divided by x into 100. Sir, if it is square over here, then 2 down. If it is minus 2 over here, then minus 2 down. This is how we find. If x changes, y changes. So how do we write percentage change in y? Like this. Now see, gm is constant. So this g is equal to 1 by r square. Take this in the numerator. G is equal to r raised power minus 2. So acceleration due to gravity depends upon radius. If radius changes, g changes. How do you find percentage change in g? Delta g divided by g into 100 will be equals to power down minus 2 delta r divided by r into 100. This became the equation. Now read the question. If the radius of Earth shrinks by 1.5%, what does that mean? That is delta r. Radius of Earth decreases by delta r by r into 100. It is given as minus 1.5%. If the radius of Earth decreases by minus 1.5%, shrinks by 1.5%, what will happen to the acceleration due to gravity? Okay, you'll simply say, sir, this delta g divided by g into 100. It will be equals to, that will be minus 2. What is the value of this? Minus 1.5%. So this will be minus 2 into 1.5 is 3%. So acceleration due to gravity will change by 3%. This I'll give you as homework. Please do it from your end. Please do it from your end. Value graph between g versus small r. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear till over here. Everyone. Come on guys, quick. Give me the signal in the chats. Tell me quickly. Is this clear? Come on, tell me quickly, is this clear? Okay. Now guys, graph between g versus r. Guys, when it comes to the acceleration due to gravity inside, okay, what is the relation between g and r? Inside it is g is directly proportional to r, okay. So graph is going to be straight line. This is inside, okay. This is the center of Earth. This is inside till here. What is the acceleration due to gravity outside? Okay, outside. G is inversely proportional to r square outside. Yes. Cool. So acceleration due to gravity inside, it is directly proportional to r. Acceleration due to gravity outside, it is inversely proportional to r square. So if I make the graph, boys and girls, it would be something like this. Okay. So inside, from here to here, this is acceleration due to gravity at center 0. This is the surface. At surface, value of small r is equal to capital R. And this is outside the surface. This is inside the surface. Inside Earth, outside Earth. G is directly proportional to R, and outside is G is inversely proportional to R square. This is the graph. Very important. This graph is extremely important. Okay. Gravitational potential due to a hollow sphere. Gravitational potential due to a hollow sphere. Okay. Gravitational potential due to a hollow sphere. Boys and girls, listen carefully. Let's suppose this is a hollow sphere over here. Okay. Hollow sphere means football. This is having the radius r. If I say what is the potential outside the hollow sphere, directly remember, potential outside the hollow sphere is minus gm divided by small r. Small r is the distance from center to the outside point. Small r is variable, by the way. Now, if I say what is the potential on the surface, if you move towards the surface, so we say value of small r will be equals to capital R, because on surface this is small r, capital R. So instead of this small r, you'll be putting capital R. It will be minus gm divided by capital R. Minus gm divided by capital R. And when I say inside potential will be same as that of surface, minus gm by capital R. Whatever is the potential inside, same will be the potential on the surface in case of a hollow sphere. Keep this thing in your mind directly. Now, boys and girls, if I ask you to make the graph, listen to me very carefully. If I ask you to make the graph, so potential G is constant, universal gravitational constant. Mass of Earth is constant, radius of Earth is constant. So potential on the surface is constant. Even potential inside is also constant. So from this is R is equal to 0. From R is equal to 0 to this point. This is surface. This is inside. Inside potential mod of V is constant. And outside, if you see, my dear NEET aspirants, V outside, mod of V outside is inversely proportional to R. You have to take mod. It is inversely proportional to R. So that's why outside the surface, it is graph is rectangular hyperbola. Inside it is constant. And in reality, the graph is like this since potential is negative. So this is V, and from the lower side, it is minus V. So here, this is graph of mod versus R. V, mod of V versus R. Because when you take the mod, you take it positive. In reality, graph is this. So till here it is inside, this is outside. Because this potential is negative. That's why you have to make it from the negative side. Next, potential due to a solid sphere. In case of solid sphere, at outside it will be again minus gm by small r. Okay, outside it will be same. Even surface will be same. On the surface, value of small r is capital R. If you move to the surface, small r is capital R. Okay. So you can say minus gm divided by R. Minus gm divided by R on the surface. Now, when it comes to the potential inside, this you need to remember. Inside at what distance? See guys, outside is R distance. Inside is also small r distance. Sir, this small r is variable. For outside point, small r is greater than radius. See, small r is greater than radius. For inside point, small r is less than radius. And for surface, small r is equal to radius. Okay. So when I say inside, it is gm divided by 2r cube. Okay. Minus gm divided by 2r cube. Now take this 3 down and this 2 up. So it becomes 3r square minus small r square. This is the potential outside. This is the potential inside. This is the potential inside. This is the potential inside. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, what is going to be the potential at the center? What is going to be the potential at the center? Guys, what is the value of R at the center? What is the value of R at the center? That is 0. What is the value of potential at the center? If you put R is equal to 0, I'll show you here. If you put R is equal to 0, potential V naught will be equals to minus G M divided by 2R cube. This would be 0, so it is 3R square. Square and cube will cancel, so potential at center will be minus 3 divided by 2 Gm divided by R. 3 by 2 Gm by R. That is what is mentioned over here. 3 by 2 Gm by R. Now, boys and girls, take a look at the graph. Potential at the center is, if I say mod, ignore the negative sign, 3 by 2 Gm divided by R. Potential at the surface is, that is Gm by R. Okay, this is capital R, capital R. Potential outside is, that is mod Gm divided by R. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, this is center where R is equal to 0. So, this is the potential at this point, 3 by 2 Gm by R, 3 by 2. 3 by 2 means 1.5. So, 1.5 is greater than 1. So, potential at center is greater than potential at surface. Potential at center is greater than potential at surface. Okay, potential at center is greater than potential at surface. Okay, yes. So, if I say at center, potential is large. So, this will be potential at center. And this will be potential at surface, because at center it is greater than this. That's why graph is coming down. Then if you see outside, what is potential outside? It is inversely proportional to 1 by R minus Gm by small r. That's why outside it is a rectangular hyperbola. In reality, this graph would be this from the lower side. Here it is minus 3 by 2 Gm by R. This is center. This would be surface. It will go till surface. Then this is outside. Okay. V outside is minus Gm divided by small r. This graph is also important, my dear NEET aspirants. This graph is also important, my dear NEET aspirants. Potential due to a ring. If this is a ring which is having the radius r, at x distance potential will be minus Gm upon r square plus x square under root. If you come closer to the center, exactly at center x is equal to 0. So you say at center x is equal to 0. If you put x is equal to 0, it will become minus Gm by root of r square. Square root will cancel, minus Gm by r. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now guys, case 1, close to the ring. Close to the ring. Close to the ring. Why am I teaching you these topics? Because these are important. This is not close to the ring. This is far from the ring. Far from the ring. Far from the ring. Okay? Far from the ring. So, my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose this is a ring over here. This is a ring over here. Okay? This is a ring over here. And this ring has got radius r. You are supposed to tell me potential at a very far point at this. So here x is much greater than r. At this particular point, we say potential is minus Gm divided by x. You directly remember it. Very close to the ring. If this is the ring, this is the point. This is r and this is x. Here x is much less than r. Potential at this point will be minus Gm by x. Sorry, Gm by r. Okay. This is very far from the ring. Guys. First is at x distance, minus Gm upon under root of r square plus x square. At center, minus Gm by r. Then, very far from the ring, minus Gm by x. Very close to the ring, minus Gm by r. Now you see minus Gm by r, this is constant. Because radius of ring is constant, mass is constant, g is constant. Even at the center also it is constant. Okay. So don't you think graph must be like this? From center to the close point, and then when you go very far, it is inversely proportional to x. Yes. So this is the graph. So from here to here, it is very close to the ring. X is much, much less than r, and this is center. X is equal to 0. So from center to close to the ring, potential is constant. V is constant. And this is very far. Potential is inversely proportional to x. And in reality, the graph is this. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Conservation of mechanical energy. Tell me guys if this is clear. Smash the like button if you have not liked this session yet. Okay. Now guys, conservation of mechanical energy. When we say conservation of mechanical energy, it means total energy initially is equal to total energy finally. That means kinetic energy initially plus potential energy initially will be equals to kinetic energy finally plus potential energy finally. Okay. Like, let's suppose you have an object, you are releasing the object. At topmost point, what is the potential energy? mgh. What is kinetic energy? 0, because you are releasing. Initial velocity is 0. When you release, when it falls onto the ground, on the ground we know potential energy finally will be 0. And kinetic energy will be 1 by 2 mv square. Here potential energy is basically stored in, here energy is stored in potential. Here same energy is converted to kinetic. We say overall energy remains conserved. Energy initial is equal to energy final. Whatever is the energy here, but that is in the form of potential. Same is the energy here, that is in the form of kinetic. Now, there is a question which I need to show you on this. That is this one. See guys, very important question. Let's suppose there is an object over here which is placed at infinity, very far distance. Okay. Array, wait guys, let's finish these chapters. Wait. Duration. What do you have to do with the duration? Okay. We have to finish. That is the only goal. Huh? You have this mass. It is at infinity. If you release this mass, we know the two masses attract each other. This bigger mass, it will attract it. This sphere, it will attract. This is a solid sphere, Earth. This Earth will attract this mass towards it. Now, what is the velocity with which it will collide the surface? Okay. What is the velocity? If m mass is released, with what velocity it will hit the surface? It will hit the surface. Okay. This is the question. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, to solve this particular question, I'll use the conservation of mechanical energy. Okay. Use COME. That means energy initial is equal to energy final. That means kinetic energy initial plus potential energy initial will be equals to kinetic energy final plus potential energy final. Okay, yes. Now what I want you guys to do in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you guys to understand in this particular case, initially it is at rest, initially here, infinity. At infinity, we consider potential energy 0, we consider kinetic energy 0 because it is released, so initial velocity is 0. Finally, it is here. Okay. Now tell me, this is 0 plus this is 0 because infinity, we assume it is 0. Finally, when it strikes the surface, what is kinetic energy? 1 by 2 mv square. This velocity only we need to find. Mass of this is m plus potential energy. What is the potential energy? Guys, listen. If you have mass m1, if you have mass m2 placed at certain distance, always remember potential energy between the two masses is minus g m1 m2 divided by r. Now, when this mass reaches the surface, what is the distance between the center and the surface? This r. And we know we consider mass of the earth at the center. Now, final potential energy will be, instead of plus, I'll write minus. Array, yeah. So this will be 0 plus 0 is equal to 1 divided by 2 mv square minus g. m1, mass of this earth is m. m2, when this reaches here, this is small m divided by r square. Now take it over here. This is minus, it will become plus g capital M small m divided by r square is equal to 1 divided by 2 mv square. Now tell me, this m and m will cancel out. This 2 will go over there. So v square is equal to 2 gm divided by r square. V will be equals to under root of 2 gm divided by r square. Now, similarly, see guys, there is a one more pattern of question. If this is earth, if we make a tunnel over here, if we make a tunnel, sorry. It is not square. It is not square. It is not square. It is not. It is R only, na? It is not square. Sorry. Now clear. 2 gmm by R. Now, this is a tunnel. Okay. See, boys and girls, this is a sphere, and we are making the tunnel in the sphere. If you make the tunnel in the sphere, you place a mass m over here. With what velocity it will cross the center? This is another question. Amazing question. Again, use conservation of mechanical energy. That is kinetic energy initially plus potential energy initially is equal to kinetic energy finally plus potential energy finally. Now guys, see, amazing thing I'm going to tell you over here. Okay. Okay. We say kinetic energy initially plus potential energy initially is equal to kinetic energy finally plus potential energy finally. Okay. So we are making the tunnel in the sphere. With what velocity this sphere is going to cross this? With what velocity this sphere is going to cross this tunnel, this center? Okay. With what velocity this mass is going to cross the center? Now see, initially when it is released, we say initial velocity is 0. So initial kinetic energy will be 0. 1 by 2 mv square. Initial kinetic energy is 0. Initially when mass is here and mass of this we assume at the center, what will be potential energy? Minus G. Capital M, small m divided by, what is this distance? R is equal to. Finally, when it crosses the center, 1 by 2 mv square, this v we need to find out, minus. What is the potential energy at the center? That is the problem. Now see, always remember, potential energy, we write it like this, see, potential is always equal to potential energy divided by mass. You remember it directly. Remember, potential, V means what? Potential. U means what? Potential energy divided by mass. This is the formula which you remember. Now take it over here. So U will be equals to V into M. Now tell me, what is the potential at the center of a solid sphere? Sir, potential at the center of a solid sphere is minus 3 by 2 Gm by R. This is a solid sphere. So U will be equals to minus 3 divided by 2 Gm divided by R. This is the potential into M, this mass M. Oh. Sir, this is so amazing, so amazing. Now, so from this concept is basically giving you an idea. If you know the potential, you can find potential energy. So potential energy at the center finally. So minus 3 divided by 2 Gm M divided by R. Now take it over there. If it is minus here, it becomes plus. 3 divided by 2 Gm M divided by R minus Gm M divided by R is equal to 1 by 2 mv square. Now what can you take common? Gm M divided by R. What remains? 3 divided by 2 minus 1 is equal to 1 by 2 mv square. 2 into 1 is 2. 3 minus 2 is 1. 1 by 2. So this will become Gm M divided by 2R. 3 by 2 minus 1 is how much? 1 by 2. Okay, is equal to 1 divided by 2 mv square. 2 and 2 will cancel. M and M will cancel. So V will be equals to under root of Gm by R. Oh. Sir, crystal clear. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats, everybody out there. Is this clear, or give me the signal in the chats quick? That's great. That's great. That's great. Now see, take a look. H, what will be the final potential energy? Minus G, capital M, this small m, M naught, this is M naught actually, divided by R plus H. If it is placed here, divided by R. If it is placed here, divided by R plus H, this is final potential energy. Now, if I say, what will be the change in potential energy after solving? This will be the change in potential energy. Gmm into H divided by R into R plus H. And when you further solve it, it will come out to be this. This is very important. This expression was asked in NEET directly 2017, 2019, 2021. Directly. Now see. Now see. Now see. Okay, one more important thing. If I say, let's suppose, if the height is very, very small, if you take an object to a very, very small height, so in that particular case, guys, if in that particular case, if height is very small, okay, as compared to the radius of Earth, this term will become 0. 1 plus 0 is 1. So in that case, potential energy will be mgh. mgh. Now see the question. This is the question which was asked in JEE 2026 on this one. A body of mass m is taken from the surface of Earth to a height equal to twice the radius of Earth. An object is taken, h is equal to 2r. The increase in potential energy will be, guys, delta U will be mgh divided by 1 plus h by r. This will be change in potential energy. So this will be mg, instead of h I'll write 2r, divided by 1 plus, instead of h I'll write 2r divided by r. R and r will cancel, so 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 divided by 3 mg into r. Okay, done. Same question. The change in potential energy when the body of mass m is raised to n, h is equal to nr. This is a body. If you take an object, h is equal to nr, what will be the change in potential energy? Delta U is equal to mgh upon 1 plus h divided by r. Okay. So we'll be simply writing over here mgh, instead of h I'll write nr upon 1 plus nr divided by r. This and this will cancel. So you can write it like this: n upon 1 plus n, then mg into r. Escape velocity. Escape velocity. Tell me, guys, is this clear till over here? Okay. Is this clear? Just a second, I will come. Just a second. Okay. Now, guys, we'll take the break. Give me some time. Let's finish this chapter. After this chapter, we'll take the break. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. What is escape velocity? The minimum velocity with which you can escape from the gravitational field of Earth. Like, let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, this is Earth. This is Earth. You are launching an object in the upward direction so that you do not want this object to come back. When this object goes up, 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 Earth attracts, it falls back. Then you give the strong velocity to it. It goes, it again comes back. Then you give the strong velocity. Then it goes, it does not come back. It goes to infinity. This third velocity is called escape velocity. How much velocity you are supposed to give? The minimum velocity given to the object so that it does not return to Earth. Okay. And if you launch an object with certain velocity, it will reach what? Infinity. Okay. That is the escape velocity. And this escape velocity is under root of 2 gm divided by r. And value of this escape velocity is 11.2 kilometer per second. This is the escape velocity. Now, this escape velocity, my dear NEET aspirants, in terms of density, we say this escape velocity in terms of density is, we say r under root of 8 divided by 3 g rho into pi. This is the escape velocity. Now, let's suppose if you have two planets. Okay, see. Here, escape velocity is inversely proportional to r. But when mass of the planets is okay, is it fine now? Is it fine now? Is it fine now? Is it fine now? Yes, I believe so. Yes, it's fine now. It's fine now. Now see, so escape velocity has two formulas. If you take density as constant, g is already constant, 8 by 3 is constant, pi is constant, so v is directly proportional to r. This will be the graph. Okay, yes. Now take a look at this question, guys. The ratio of escape velocity VE at Earth to that of the planet. This is, let's suppose, Earth, and this is planet. Okay. So here escape velocity is VE, here escape velocity is VP, means the minimum velocity given to the object so that it escapes the field of this. Minimum velocity given to the object so that it escapes the field of Earth. Whose radius and mean density are twice. Okay. Radius and mean density are, okay. Radius of planet, density of planet is given as 2 times density of Earth. And radius of planet is also given as 2 times radius of Earth. This is given. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what does it say? Ratio of escape velocity means escape velocity of Earth divided by escape velocity of planet. Now tell me, density is given. Which one I would prefer to use? Escape velocity is, what was the formula? That is r under root of 8 by 3 g rho pi. Now tell me, boys and girls, in this particular case, 8 by 3 is constant, g is constant, pi is constant. We can say this escape velocity is equal to, it is proportional to, escape velocity is proportional to r, okay, and under root of rho. Because density and radius is different now. So we say escape velocity on Earth divided by escape velocity on planet. It will be radius of Earth. Radius of Earth I can say RE Density of Earth is rho e divided by radius of planet. Radius of planet is 2 times radius of Earth. Density of planet is 2 times density of Earth. Simple. So RE, rho e, 2 into 2 is, okay, this is 1 divided by 2 root 2. This is the ratio. This is the ratio. Okay. Now this is the question which was asked in JEE 2026. The escape velocity from a spherical planet is 10 kilometer per second. This is a spherical planet. From this escape velocity is, this is A, spherical planet A. Escape velocity is 10 kilometer per second. Okay. The escape velocity from another planet. This is another planet, B. Escape velocity is, the escape velocity from another planet whose density and radius are 10% of those of planet A. Okay. We are supposed to find escape velocity at this planet. And my dear NEET aspirants, it says that density of planet of B, it is 10% of the density of planet of A. That is 10% of density of planet of A. 10% means 10 divided by 100. 20% means 20 by 100. This and this will cancel. 1 by 10. 1 divided by 10, or you can directly write rho A divided by 10. And radius also, whose density and radius, a radius of B is 10% of that of A. 10% of radius of A. So this will be 10 divided by 100. Again, same, na? That is RA divided by 10. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you to understand in this particular case, when it comes to the escape velocity, we say it is R under root of 8 by 3 G rho into pi. What is constant over here? What is constant over here? Sir, constant in this particular case is 8 by 3 is constant, G is constant, pi is constant. So escape velocity is R and under root of rho. Now, if I say escape velocity of A divided by escape velocity of B, it will be R. Escape velocity of A, this will be R of A under root of, this will be rho of A divided by okay, radius of B. What is the radius of B? That is RA by 10. Okay. And density of B is rho A divided by, I would say, 10. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now this, you cancel out. It will become 10 and root 10. Okay. 10 root 10. And this is, okay, velocity of A divided by velocity of B. 10 root 10. Take it over here. So velocity of B will come out to be, velocity of A is given as 10 kilometer per second. 10 divided by 10 root of 10. Okay. Because VB, this and this will cancel out. Okay, this is 10 kilometer per second. How do you write this kilometer per second? And it is kilometer per second. Okay. So this you can write as, when you convert to the meters. So this will be 10 into 10,000 in this particular case. So VB will come out to be, guys, do the calculation from your end. 1 divided by root 10 kilometer per second. Please do check it from your end if the calculation is clear. Okay, so this will become 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer means 1000 meters divided by root 10 Okay. So VB comes out to be 1000 divided by root 10. 1000 divided by root 10. If you rationalize with 1000 with root 10 and root 10, root 10 into root 10 is 10. So it will become 1000 divided by 10 into, I would say, root 10. 0 and 0 will cancel. 100 root 10. Is there any option like this? D. Is this clear? Oh? Now, guys, yeah, it's simple math, so why not clear? Let's move on to the satellite motion. Okay, let's take a look, boys and girls. When it comes to the satellite motion, see, this is Earth, okay? And you have got a mass m over here, okay? This is Earth. Let me tell you what is satellite. This is Earth. So, this is Earth. You go at height h, you launch an object, something like this horizontally. It will keep on moving in a circular path around the Earth. This object will be considered as satellite. So, this is Earth. You go at some height h, you launch an object from that height. This object will keep on revolving around this Earth, planet. This is what we call the satellite. Okay. So, basically, when you go at height h, you throw an object horizontally with velocity v. This gravitational force, Earth attracts it towards the gravitational force. It wants to go away. Due to the gravitational force, it will change the path. When it reaches here, it wants to go straight. Due to gravitational force, it is being pulled. It will change the path. So it wants to go straight. Due to the gravitational force, it will change the path. So it will keep moving in the circle. It will keep moving in the circle. It will keep moving in the circle. And my dear NEET aspirants, the velocity with which it will keep moving in the circle, that is what we call the orbital velocity. And this orbital velocity is under root of gm divided by r plus h. Okay, g is this universal gravitational constant, m is the mass, and r plus h. R is the radius, h is the height. Energy of a satellite. Whenever energy moves in a circle, whenever this object, satellite, moves in a circular path, it has three energies. First is, since it has mass, it has velocity, it will have kinetic energy. And when you have two masses, Earth and the satellite, there will be potential energy. Kinetic is G capital M small m divided by 2r. Potential is minus G capital M small m divided by r. Okay. So clearly you can say over here, kinetic is G capital M small m by r. You can write this as potential. So minus potential divided by 2. Or mod of kinetic is potential divided by 2, mod of potential by 2. This is potential, this is kinetic. And if we say total energy is kinetic plus potential. Kinetic is gmm by 2r minus gmm by r. So this will be total energy. This will be total energy. If somebody asks you to, okay, total energy is equal to kinetic energy. Guys, mod of total and kinetic is same. See, this total energy is minus gmm by 2r. And when it comes to the kinetic, it is gmm by 2r, but plus. Only the difference of this negative sign. Okay. Now, if you make the graph between energy versus r. So, since kinetic energy is positive, you will be making the graph from upper side. Because kinetic energy is positive. Total and potential energy is negative. So, potential energy graph will be from lower side. Total energy graph will be from lower side. Okay. Yes. 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 And one more important point I just want to tell you in this particular case. Guys, see. Guys, see. We say kinetic energy in this particular case is minus G capital M plus G capital M small m divided by 2R. Potential energy is minus G capital M small m by R. Total energy is minus G capital M small m divided by 2R. Okay. Now, in this particular case, boys and girls, what I want you to understand over here is, listen carefully. I want you to understand one thing. If R increases, we say kinetic energy is inversely proportional to R. So, kinetic energy will decrease. Very important. Will decrease. And if R increases, potential energy is also inversely proportional to R. Potential energy will decrease, but in negative value. So, potential energy will decrease in negative value. It means potential energy initially is, let's suppose, minus 10. Then it becomes minus 5. Potential energy will decrease in negative value. So, means which one is greater, minus 10 or minus 5? Minus 5 is greater than minus 10. So, overall potential energy will increase. I hope this point is clear. If R increases, potential energy decreases. It decreases in negative value. So, if it decreases, so we say overall it is increasing. If R increases, total energy decreases, but total energy decreases in negative value. So, overall total energy increases. Very important point. Very important point. Is this point clear? Is this point clear, boys and girls? Tell me. Tell me quickly. Is this point clear? Okay. Time period of a satellite. Now see. This is a satellite at height h. This is the radius r. It is launched with velocity u with mass m. It will keep on revolving. How much time it is going to take in completing one cycle? That is called the time period of satellite. Time period of satellite is simply 2 pi under root of r cube divided by gm. 2 pi under root of r cube divided by gm. So, time period of satellite is simply time taken by the satellite to complete one cycle. 2 pi under root of r cube by gm. And r is what? R is small r. This. That is capital R plus h. Now, if you take this root over here, it will become square. So, t square is proportional to r cube. This is called Kepler's law. Okay. Guys, what I can say in this particular case, take a look over here. This will be t divided by 2 pi is equal to under root of r cube by gm. If you take the square over here, root over here, it will become square. So, it will become t square divided by 2 pi whole square, 4 pi square is equal to r cube divided by gm. Okay. Now, take it over here. So, t square will be equals to 4 pi square divided by gm into r cube. Now, t square is proportional to r cube. This one is what we call Kepler's constant. This one is called Kepler's constant. That is 4 pi square by gm. So, 4 pi square divided by gm is actually called Kepler's constant. Okay. Now, there is a question. This is Kepler's third law. Okay, directly. Which option is correct over here? Read this. The relation between G and K will be GMK, because 4 pi square divided by GM is equal to Kepler's constant. Take it over here. 4 pi square is equal to GMK. Okay. Okay. This question I'll keep you as homework. Please do check it from your end. We are done with gravitation. Next chapter is fluids. Okay. Next chapter is fluids. So guys, let's take a break. Okay. This is chapter 9. Next. After break. Let's take a break. Let's take a break till 8:25 p.m. Okay. Let's take a break till 8:25 p.m. Okay. We'll finish all these chapters. Okay. We'll finish all these chapters. I have promised you guys. Because only 15 days are left. If you still ask me to, sir, wait, then you'll have to wait for the next year.
check. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back.
Now, boys and girls, let's move on to the chapter fluids. And in the chapter fluids, let's basically start with the Bernoulli's equation. I would want you guys to basically focus over here. Okay. So Bernoulli's equation. See, when it comes to the Bernoulli's equation, boys and girls, in this particular case, if a liquid flows through a pipe, then potential energy per unit volume plus kinetic energy per unit volume and pressure at a point remains the same. Okay. Now, guys, see, this is the fluid or liquid flowing through the pipe. Let's suppose if I take the unit volume over here, unit volume, and if I find the potential energy of this unit volume, and if I find the kinetic energy of this unit volume, and if I find pressure at this point, whatever is the sum of these three, it will remain same at all the points. This is the Bernoulli's equation. Potential energy per unit volume. Okay. So this is potential energy per unit volume. Don't ask me, sir, how did you derive this? Directly. That is rho gh. G is acceleration due to gravity. H is the height. Okay. If I say this is at height h, so potential energy per unit volume will be rho gh. Kinetic energy per unit volume 1 by 2 or rho v square. Okay. This is kinetic energy per unit volume. Okay. This unit volume, kinetic energy of this unit volume. Plus pressure at this point. It will remain constant. That means if you consider 2 points, this point and this point. So means potential energy per unit volume at this point, that will be what? Rho gh1, because this is at height h1, plus 1 by 2 rho v square. Okay, let's suppose here velocity is v1 square. And then, my dear NEET aspirants, pressure at this point is P1. Rho gh1 1 by 2 rho v1 square plus P1. It will be equals to, if you consider this point, potential energy per unit volume at this point, rho gh2 1 by 2 rho v2 square plus P2. This will remain the same. Sum of these three will remain the same. Okay, this is Bernoulli's equation. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in case of a horizontal pipe, this is a horizontal pipe. Now, I told you potential energy we consider 0 on the reference line. On the reference line, we assume potential energy to be 0. So can I say on this reference line, potential energy, it is, let's suppose, placed on the surface. So I am saying potential energy on the surface will be 0. Yes, sir. So if potential energy term, my dear NEET aspirants, will be 0, this term will be 0, this term will be 0. What can I say? 1 by 2 rho v1 square plus p1 will be equals to 1 by 2 rho v2 square plus p2. I can say it something like this. If potential energy is same on the horizontal line and on the reference line, I can say it is 0. So rho gh will be 0. So I can say P plus 1 by 2 rho v square, this will remain constant. That means P1 plus 1 by 2 rho v1 square is equal to P2 plus 1 by 2 rho v2 square is equal to constant. Now, if I say, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, density is also constant. If I say in this particular case, density is also constant. If density is also constant, 1 by 2 is constant. So we can say P1 plus V1 square, P1 plus V1 square will be equals to P2 plus V2 square. Okay, yes. Then, my dear NEET aspirants, what does that mean? We say when area is less, area of cross section is less, velocity is going to be more. If I say area of cross section is less, okay, sure, area of cross section is less, I would say this velocity would be more. And here area of cross section is more. So means this liquid will have more area to flow. So here velocity would be less. So in this particular case, what I'm trying to say is that if area is less, velocity would be more. So velocity at point 1 will be less than velocity at point 2, because here area of cross section in this particular case is large. Here it is less. Okay. So my dear NEET aspirants, can I say in this particular case, if V1 is less, V2 is large. So this P2 has to be less, this P1 has to be more. So my dear NEET aspirants, what I can say, P1 is greater than P2. So what I can say, my dear NEET aspirants, so in a horizontal flow of fluid, if the speed increases, then the low pressure is created. If the speed increases, then the low pressure is created. So we say in this particular case, speed is less. So we say low pressure, speed is large. We say low pressure is created. Here speed is more. I can say large pressure is, here speed is less. We say large pressure is created at this particular point. I hope this is crystal and clear. In Bernoulli's equation, you guys are supposed to remember this point only, which is very important. That is this point only. That is this much. Potential energy per unit volume, kinetic energy per unit volume plus pressure at this point will be equal to this and this and this. It will remain constant. And if we talk about the horizontal pipe, then in that case, potential energy per unit volume will be 0. So P plus 1 by 2 rho V square will remain constant. Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats, everybody out there. Like there was a question which was asked in JEE 2020. Tell me guys, is this clear? Is this clear? Yes, that's great. Now, boys and girls, listen carefully. This is the horizontal pipe over here. A fluid is flowing through the pipe, through a horizontal pipe of varying cross section with speed u meter per second. Okay. Here, fluid has the velocity of u at a point where pressure is P. At this point where pressure is actually P. At another point where pressure is P by 2. Here pressure is given as P by 2. Okay. Its speed is V. Here speed is V. If the density is rho, then V will be. It is asking what is the value of V. Now, can I say in case of a horizontal pipe, it is mentioning over here in this particular case, horizontal pipe. My dear NEET aspirants, in case of horizontal pipe, what can I say? P1 plus 1 by 2 rho V1 square is equal to P2 plus 1 by 2 rho V2 square. So can I say in this particular case as we say P1 plus 1 by 2 rho V1 square will be equals to P2 plus 1 divided by 2 rho V2 square. Yes, I can write it like this. Now, boys and girls, what I want you to understand in this particular case, what is P1? P1 is given as P plus 1 by 2 rho V1 square. What is V1? V1 is given as U is equal to P2. P2 is given as P divided by 2 plus 1 divided by 2 rho V2 square is V square. That is velocity at this point. Now take it over there. Take this over here. So P minus P divided by 2 will be equals to, take it over here, 1 divided by 2 rho V square minus 1 divided by 2 rho U square. Now P minus P by 2, it will be P divided by 2 is equal to 1 by 2, you take common rho, it will be V square minus U square. Now guys, 2 and 2 will cancel, take it in the denominator, P divided by rho. Okay, minus U square becomes plus U square is equal to, I would say, V square. So what can I write? Take this root over here. So V will be equals to under root of P divided by rho plus, I would say, U square. This is the question from JEE 2020. Now, velocity of efflux. Understand velocity of efflux first. I know 12 hours is the stream limit. Arey yaar, I know. Chill, take a chill pill. I have already managed something. You focus on the class. Velocity of efflux. Let's suppose you take a container over here. You make a hole in this container. When you make the hole in this container, this velocity, this water, this fluid is going to come out with certain velocity. The velocity with which this fluid comes out, that is called the velocity of efflux. Consider a container filled with fluid. Make a hole of area of cross-section A in it. The velocity with which the liquid comes out of the hole is called velocity of efflux. The velocity with which the fluid comes out, that is what we call the velocity of efflux. And the level of the fluid inside the container also goes down by V naught. So when the fluid comes out, this also goes down by velocity what? V naught. Rho is the density. And this height is actually that is h from top to this hole. Now if somebody says how much is this velocity of efflux, you say this velocity of efflux is under root of 2 times of P1 minus P2 divided by rho. P1 is the pressure at topmost point. P2 is the pressure at here in this hole divided by rho plus 2gh plus 2gh. Now boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. If the container is open, if this vessel, if this container is not closed, if it is open, so what will be the pressure at topmost point? Atmospheric pressure, because it is open, exposed to atmosphere. What will be the pressure at this point? Atmospheric pressure. It is also exposed to the atmosphere. So my dear NEET aspirants, if the container is open, we say P1 will be P naught and P2 will be also P naught, because both the points are exposed to the atmosphere. So what will be velocity of efflux? U is equal to under root of 2 P1 minus P2, P naught minus P naught. This will become 0. Okay, plus 2gh. So this entire term is 0. So this will be under root of 2gh. And what is this h? H is basically the distance between the topmost point, this container, upper from top to this hole. This is h. Now, what do we study in this particular case? See, boys and girls, let's suppose this is a container over here. Okay, you make a hole over here. This is a hole that you are making in this container. Okay, at what depth? That is h, and fluid comes out of this hole and it falls over here. Now when the fluid comes out of this hole, it will follow the parabolic path, projectile path. If the liquid comes out of the container, follows the projectile path. Now my dear NEET aspirants, if this is h, small h, this is capital H, how much will be this? H minus h. Now if I say it follows the parabolic path, it will have time of flight. How much time it will take to reach the bottom ground? It will have range, how far it can go. So time taken by the water to reach the surface to ground, this will be under root of 2h minus h, this h. What is the time of flight you studied in projectile motion? Under root of 2h divided by g. So same, this is h minus h divided by g. And my dear NEET aspirant, this range, how far it can go, it is 2 times of under root of h minus h, this into this h. This is range. This is range. Okay. And one more important thing, range in this particular case will be maximum when hole is created at midpoint. Range will be maximum. This range will be maximum when you create the hole at midpoint. Hole at midpoint means h by 2. When you create the hole at midpoint, that is h by 2. And how much will be the maximum range? H. See, you can put it over here. Instead of small h, you can put h divided by 2. You'll get this range h. So range is maximum at the midpoint when h by 2 is equal to this small h. I hope this is crystal and clear. Now this is the question over here. This is the question over here. This is the question over here. Take a look. A tank is filled with water to a height h. A hole is made on one of the walls of the depth d. Hole is made at depth d. The distance x. The distance x from the foot of the wall. The distance x from the foot of the wall. This is the foot of the wall. Okay. The distance x from the foot of the wall. The distance x from the foot of the wall at which the stream of the water coming out of the tank strikes the ground is given by, means it is asking us this x. What is the value of x? X means range. How do you find the range? How do you find the range? The formula for range is this: 2 under root of h minus h into g. That is 2 under root of h minus h into this h. 2 under root of h minus h into this h. Okay? Yes. Now guys, this will be 2. Under root means h. This is h minus. What is the value of this h? This is given as d. Into this, instead of this, this will be also d. Now, instead of this root, I'll put 1 by 2 because value of root is 1 by 2. D into h minus d. Option second. Now, tell me the answer of this question. Tell me the answer of this question. Come on. Quick. Everybody out there. And tell me in the chats if this is clear. Now guys, see. A small hole of area of cross section 2 mm square. Area of cross section is given as 2 mm square. This is area of cross section. So can I write it like this? In meter square, it is mm square. We can write 1 mm is how many meters? 10 raised power minus 3. 10 raised power minus 3 meters, it's square. Because 1 mm means 10 raised power minus 3 meters. So it has square. So this is 2 into 10 raised power minus 3 whole square. This becomes 10 raised power minus 6 meters square. Is present near the bottom of a fully filled open tank. This is an open tank. Okay. A hole is present over here. Okay, yes. Okay. A fully filled open tank of height. Height of this tank is given as h is equal to, that is 2 meter. So it is present at the bottom. Taking g is equal to this, the rate of flow. Guys, whenever they say rate of flow, the rate of flow means A into V. Now, when the liquid comes out of this, with what velocity it will come out? Or A into U, you can say, A into U. U means under root of 2gh. So if they ask you to find the rate of flow, means you are supposed to find A into U. So this rate of flow will be A into U. What is the value of U? Under root of 2g into h. Area you know over here. Now put the values. So this is area, that is 2 into 10 raised power minus 6. Okay. Then we say under root of 2, g is 10. Height in this particular case is 2. Solve this and get the answer. Solve this, get the answer. Now take a look. Force on the container. Force on the container. Force on the container. See guys, let's suppose this is a pipe. This pipe has area of cross section A. From this pipe, we say liquid is coming out. From this pipe, liquid is coming out. With velocity, I would say V. Density is rho. If the liquid is coming out, in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, we say if the liquid comes out of the pipe, then force on the liquid will be. How much is the force created on this liquid? That is rho A V square. This is the velocity with which it is coming out. Where A is the area of cross section and this V is the velocity of the liquid. Okay? Yes. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, I want you guys to understand, consider a container over here. And make a hole in this container. When you make a hole in this container, this liquid will basically come out of this hole. Okay? Now, if the liquid comes out of the hole, comes out of the pipe, what is the force acting on the liquid? A rho A V square. Here, what is the force acting on this liquid? A rho A U square. And what is the value? Guys, same force will be acting here. What is the value of this U? U, we say, here it is mentioned. U is under root of 2gh. U is under root of 2gh. So I can write over here. So we say it is a rho A. Instead of U, I can say this is under root of 2gh. Square and root will cancel. It will simply 2g into h. So force will be 2 rho AGH. 2 rho AGH. This will be the force. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if this is the force coming on the liquid which is coming out, now we know momentum has to remain conserved. Whenever you fire the gunshot, bullet goes in the forward direction, this gun is being pushed in the backward direction. Why does this is what we call recoil of the gun. Why does this happen? In order to conserve the momentum. So my dear NEET aspirants, if this goes in the forward direction, this liquid, some liquid inside the container will move in the backward direction. Why? To conserve the momentum. And on that liquid, we say same amount of force will act. How much? That is 2 rho AG into H, where H is the side. So same, if this is the, see, this is the liquid which is coming out. This is the force acting on the liquid which is coming out. To conserve the momentum, same amount of liquid will go in the backward direction. So same amount of force will act on this liquid. Now, since this liquid is inside the container, so we consider this is the force on the container. This is the force acting on the container. If I say this is the liquid on this is the force on this liquid. This liquid is inside the container. So this is the force on this liquid. I believe this is clear. My dear NEET aspirants. Now, one thing I just want you to understand over here. What is that? If the container is present on the frictionless surface, okay? If let's suppose this is the container which is present on the frictionless surface, it will move in the backward direction. Bro, what I'm trying to say is that, let's suppose this container is present on the frictionless surface. On this container, this much force is acting. So due to this force, it will move in the backward direction. Sir, but this force is also acting. This is acting on the water, na, which is coming out. On this container, this force is acting. Due to this force, it will be pushed back. Yes, sir. Now, if the friction is present, if you place a surface in which friction is present, then what should be the value of mu? What should be the value of mu, coefficient of friction, minimum value of coefficient of friction, so that the container remains at rest, so that it produces sufficient friction. If due to this force, it wants to move backward, but the surface will create sufficient friction in this direction, which balances this force. So what should be the value of this mu? This is the answer to that question. That is 2A divided by A, where A is this area of this cross section, and this is the area of this. Please tell me in the chats, and this was directly asked once in the JEE 2021 examination. A light cylindrical vessel is kept on a horizontal surface. Area of base is A. A whole of cross section of area A is made at the bottom. The minimum coefficient friction necessary to prevent the block. This is a cylindrical vessel. Okay. So force on the container is backward. What should be the minimum friction coefficient of mu here, so that this creates the sufficient friction so that the container remains at rest? What should we say? That is 2A divided by A. 2A divided by A. 2A divided by A. Is this clear? Oh, tell me in the chat. Is this clear? Smash the like button if you are not like the session. Come on, quick. Smash the like button if you're not like the session. Come on. Okay. Then comes the equation of continuity. Then comes the equation of continuity. Okay. What is the equation of continuity? Whenever it simply says the amount of liquid which goes into the pipe, same amount of liquid is going to leave the pipe. That means A into V, rate of flow remains constant. Whenever the amount of fluid enters the pipe per second, every second, same amount of fluid must leave the pipe per second, every second. Okay. If I say some amount of fluid goes in 1 second, same amount must come out. If the pipe becomes narrow, in that case, the fluid speeds up. If let's suppose here, large amount of fluid is going in, it is moving slowly. Here, same amount of fluid has to come out. So it has to speed up. Then only in the same time it will come out. So A1, V1, this is rate of flow, will be equals to A2, V2. If in this particular case, area is large, V1 will be less. Here, A1 is less, A2 is less, area is less. We say V2 will be large. Then only a rate of flow will remain the same. AV will remain the constant. Now take a look. A large open tank has two holes in its walls, this and this. One is a square of side A. One is the square of side A at a depth X. At a depth X from the top, and other is the circular hole, and other is the circular hole of radius R. And other is the circular hole of radius R. At a depth 4x, from the top. When the tank is completely filled with water, the quantities of water flowing out per second from both the holes are same. When the tank is completely filled with water, the amount of fluid coming out of this every second is same as the amount of fluid coming out of this. Then the value of R is, it says what is the value of this R? It says what is the value of this R? Take a look, guys. Can I say AV is constant? Because it is given in the question. Rate of flow every second constant. So that means A1 V1 will be equals to A2 V2. A2 V2. A1 V1. What is the area over here? That is A square. Side square, no? What is the area of this side square? Okay. X. Okay. Velocity. With what velocity it will come out? What is this V1? Under root of 2gh. So under root of 2g. H means this depth, that is X, is equal to A2. What is the area of this? That is pi r square. Area of this area. Area of disk is pi r square. This is in circular in shape. Pi r square. And what is the velocity with which the liquid comes out over here? V2. And this V2 will be under root of 2g. And what is this depth? H. That is 4x. What can I say in this case? So x, g, 2. So this a square will come out to be pi r square. Root 4 is actually 2. So r square will come out to be a square divided by 2 pi. R will come out to be a square divided by, or we can say, take this square over here, it will become root. So it will become a divided by 4 pi. If you take it over here, it will become a root of 2. I hope this question is also clear. Okay, take a look at this question. If the liquid enters the base area A with a velocity v, the liquid is entering this area with velocity v, and n holes are made on the other side, n number of holes are made on the other side. Okay, what would be the velocity of the liquid through each hole? What is the velocity of liquid through each hole? Guys, see, the amount of fluid which goes in is the same amount of fluid which comes out. Let v dash be the velocity through each hole, and a is the area of each hole. Now tell me, the amount of fluid which goes in, that is A into V, is equal to the amount of fluid which comes out. What is the amount of fluid through one hole? That will be A. What did we consider as area? Let's suppose A2 into V dash. This is through one hole. How many holes? N holes. Balance these two. Done. That is A. A is the area of this hole. Okay. N number of holes and V dash. V dash will be simply this. Simple question. Okay. This one you do from your end. This one you do from your end. Here also equation of continuity you need to apply. The amount of fluid which goes in, same amount of fluid which comes out. So A in, AV in is equal to AV out. Okay, everything is mentioned over here. This is your homework. Please do it from your end. Viscosity. Okay. Now guys, take a look. How do we define viscosity? Viscosity is defined as the measure of fluid resistance to the flow. Viscosity is defined as the measure of fluid resistance to the flow. Okay. It is how thick or sticky the liquid is. Now see, let's suppose liquid is flowing. Between the two liquid layers also we say friction is created. Like if this block is moving on this block, we say friction is created. Similarly, between the two liquid layers also friction is being created. Fluid friction, that is viscosity. It is the fluid friction or cohesive force between the two liquid layers. Simply. Between the two liquid layers, like if this object, if this is the liquid layer, this liquid layer has got velocity V naught. This liquid layer has got velocity V naught plus delta V. I told you in the friction chapter, frictional force acts when there is relative motion between the two. Means if this is having more velocity as compared to this, so we say this will move in a forward direction. Okay, with respect to this. So friction on this will be in the backward direction applied by this. Similarly, if this is moving in forward direction, with respect to this, this is moving in the back. Sorry, this is moving in a backward direction. Absolutely. Because this has more velocity, na? It is like if you are moving in a faster car, there is another car which is moving on your side. When you overtake, after overtaking, it feels like that car is moving in a backward direction because you are moving too fast. It is because of relative motion. Same is the case here. If this liquid layer moves forward with large velocity, it looks like this liquid layer is moving in a backward direction. So this liquid layer, with respect to this, it is moving in a backward direction. So friction on this will be forward. And distance, gap between the two liquid layers is L. So it is the cohesive force between the two liquid layers because these two liquid layers does not want that they should move. Okay, so if somebody asks you, my dear NEET aspirants, how much is this cohesive force between the two liquid layers? That is viscosity. So this F is equal to neta A delta V divided by L. This is what we call coefficient of viscosity. Okay. And this A is the area, delta V is the velocity, L is the gap between the two liquid layers. This is the cohesive force between the two liquid layers. Neta is called coefficient of viscosity. From here you can find neta also. Neta will be F divided by A delta V by L. F divided by A is stress. We say shear stress also. Delta V divided by L. This is what we call the velocity gradient. Velocity gradient. So this formula and this formula you are supposed to remember. So my dear NEET aspirants, when liquid flows, between the two liquid layers also friction is created. That is called cohesive force and that is viscosity. How much is that cohesive force? That is this. Neta is the coefficient of viscosity. Okay, now take a look at this particular question. A metal block of base area 0.2 meter square is connected to a 0.02 kg block. Okay. a metal plate of, this is a metal plate, okay, of base area. Area of this metal plate is given as 0.2 meter square. Is connected to a 0.2 kg mass. This is a 0.02 kg mass. 0.02 kg mass. Via a string, passes through an ideal pulley. It passes through an ideal pulley. The liquid film of thickness 0.6 mm. So this liquid film, it has got this thickness L. L is given as 0.6 mm. That means 0.6 into 10 raised power minus 3 meters. Is placed between the block and the table. Is placed between this block and the table. Okay. Yes. When released, the block moves to the right. When released, the block moves to the right. Okay. With a constant speed of, this is the value of delta V. That is 0.17 meter per second. The coefficient of viscosity of the liquid is R. Now guys, listen to me very carefully. When released, the block moves to the right with a constant speed. Now guys, see. In this particular case, I want you to understand one thing. What is that? Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. See. In this particular case, sir, this is the tension acting in the string. And this metal plate or this block is in contact with this liquid film. So it is going to apply the cohesive force. Now, if I say this block is moving with a constant velocity, this is very important. If this block is moving with a constant velocity, it means net force on this block is 0. Oh. This is the point which I told you in the Newton's first law. In the Newton's first law, what did I say? If the net force on the object is 0, and if that object is moving with constant velocity, it will keep on moving with a constant velocity. If net force on the object is 0, if it is at rest, it will remain in the rest forever. So if net force is not 0, its velocity will change. So if net force is 0, what does that mean? That means tension is equal to this force. Tension is equal to this cohesive. And from here, similar tension is created in the string, and this tension is equal to mg, which is further equal to mg. Okay. So my dear NEET aspirants, what I'm trying to say is that net force on this is 0. So cohesive force between this liquid film and metal is backward. Tension is forward. Constant velocity, net force is 0, means this is equal to this. So tension is further equal to mg. So it is equal to this. Now what is this cohesive force, boys and girls? So this cohesive force is neta A delta V divided by L is equal to m into g. We are supposed to find this neta. Area of cross section 0.2. Array. Delta V, constant velocity 0.17. Okay. Gap between the two, 0.6 into 10 raised power minus 13, minus 3. Okay, is equal to m into g. M, mass of this, 0.02. G is 10. Solve this and get the value of neta. This is your homework. Solve this, get the value of neta. Guys, are you able to understand this? Please tell me in the chat. Okay. Similar, a good level question asked in the NEET. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Okay. Now guys, what does the question say? A flat plate of area 0.1 meter square is placed on a flat surface. is placed on a flat surface. A flat plate of area 0.1 meter square. Area of the plate is given as 0.1 meter square. Is placed on a flat surface and separated from it by a film of oil. Thickness this. So basically a plate is placed on the film of oil. So while thickness of oil is given as L is given as 10 raised power minus 5 meters. And neta, coefficient of viscosity in this case is given as 1.5. The force required to cause the plate to slide on the surface at a constant speed of this delta V is also given. That is 1 mm per second. Mm per second. So you can write 1 into 10 raised power minus 3 meter per second. Okay. It says that, guys, this is a flat plate on this oil. Now, everybody knows that, sir, cohesive force will act between this plate and this oil. That cohesive force will be this. It says how much force is required. Okay, how much force is required to move this block with constant velocity. If this block or this plate must move with constant velocity, then net force has to be 0. Means this force has to be equal to this force. So means this force has to be equal to this force. Then only it will move with constant velocity. So what is the value of this? This is neta A delta V divided by L. So this F will be equals to neta. What is the value of neta, boys and girls? What is the value of neta? Where is neta? 1.5. 1.5. Area 0.1. Delta V 10 raised power minus 3 divided by L. L is given as 10 raised power minus 5. Guys, solve this from your end and get the answer. Okay. Similar question, this I'll give you as homework. Do check this question from your end. This is your homework. This is your homework. Okay. Is this clear? Oh? Okay. Yes. Now take a look, guys. Take a look. Stokes law. What does Stokes law say? It tells us the force on a solid spherical object moving in a liquid. Let's suppose this is a liquid. This spherical object has got radius r. It is moving in a liquid. We say this liquid is going to create the resistance. Have you ever seen whenever we try to move in the liquid, it feels very difficult to move faster? Why? Because resistance is being created to us. So this force is given by, this is the force which is given by, that is 6 pi neta r. R is the radius of the sphere and then Vt. In vector form, we write it like this. And this is Vt, this is the Vt terminal velocity over here. Okay. So my dear NEET aspirants, we say when a person tries to move faster in a swimming pool, okay, large viscous force acts in that case. He would be able to move only if he moves with a less speed. Okay, this is the opposition created. NEET 2023 question. The viscous drag acting on a metal sphere of diameter 1 mm. The viscous drag acting on a metal sphere. Okay, just a second. Okay, so viscous drag acting on a metal sphere of diameter 1 mm. diameter is 1 mm. Guys, if diameter is 1 mm, radius will be how much? Radius will be 1 by 2, half. That is 0.5 mm. So you can write it like this. Radius will be 0.5 into 10 raised power minus 3 meters. Okay. The viscous drag acting on a metal sphere of diameter this falling through a fluid of viscosity this. This is given as viscosity 0.8. With a velocity is given as, that is 2 meter per second, is equal to how much viscous drag it will. Basically, let's suppose this is the water over here, or this is any liquid. This spherical object falls over here with this velocity. Now, what is the velocity? What is the viscous drag which acts over here on this object? Okay, so this viscous drag will be 6 pi neta. Okay, what was it? 6 pi neta RVT. Okay, so F is equal to 6 pi. Pi is 3.14. Neta is given as 0.8. R is given as 0.5 into 10 raised power minus 3. Okay, Vt in this particular velocity is given as 2. So solve this, you will get the viscous drag in this particular case. Okay, the terminal velocity of a copper ball of 5 mm. Copper ball, the terminal velocity of a copper ball of radius 5 mm. Radius is given as 5 mm. So you can say it is 5 into 10 raised power minus 3 meters. Falling through a tank of oil is this. This is the velocity. V is given as 10 centimeter per second. You can write as 10 into 10 raised power minus 2 meter per second, because 1 centimeter is 10 raised power minus 2 meters. So this will become 10 raised power minus 1 meter per second. The viscosity is given. This is the value of neta. Neta is given as 0.9. Then the viscous drag is again force. 6 pi neta RVT. Put the values and get the force from your end. This is the NEET 2022 question. Surface tension. Now see. Surface tension. How do we define surface tension? Take a look, boys and girls. Take a look, boys and girls. When it comes to the surface tension, we say it is the skin on the surface of a liquid. It is the skin on the surface of a liquid, because the molecules on the surface of a liquid are pulled inwards by other molecules. See. Simply, when it comes to the surface tension, it is the skin created on the surface of the liquid. Okay, kind of. Means top molecules of the liquid are being pulled inwards. Okay, the top molecules of the liquid are being pulled inwards by the other molecules inside. So they create a skin-like structure that is called surface tension. I'll make you understand. How do you understand it? It is how much force is created on a unit length of the surface. Like when you place, let's suppose this is a tank. I'll make you understand surface tension. This is a tank. This is a tank. On this tank, you place a disc, and it's filled with water. You place a disc. Then you try to lift the disc. It becomes very difficult for you to lift the disc. It feels like somebody is attracting it from lower side. Some magnet is basically pulling it. It is not magnet. It is because of surface tension. So the skin of the surface is attracting, topmost skin of the surface is attracting I would say, atoms, molecules of the disc. It creates the force. So it is being created due to surface tension, due to that skin, due to which it gets difficult to lift the disc. So that's why, my dear NEET aspirants, we say it is how much force is created on a unit length of the surface. So this surface tension, Fs is equal to F divided by L, force per unit length. So force will be equals to S into L, surface tension into length. Okay. If a rod is placed inside the liquid, okay, the surface of the rod, the surface of the liquid applies the force on the rod due to the surface tension. If this is placed, let's suppose this is a tank. If this is a tank, if you have placed the rod inside the tank, the surface of this liquid is going to pull, attract, okay, apply the force on the atoms of this rod. These atoms will be pulled. The rod will be pulled on two sides, from this side, due to the surface tension, which holds the rod tight with the surface. And if somebody says, how much is the surface tension over here? F is equal to S into L, surface tension into, and instead of L, I'll write L plus L, that is 2L. Because it is being attracted, it is being pulled by the force from this side as well as this side. That is L into L is 2L. Now, if a disk is placed into the water, okay, in case of a disk, how much is the surface tension? Guys, see, this circumference of the disk is 2 pi r. Now, this edge is being pulled by the water. This edge is being pulled by the water. So we write S into L. L means length of this. In case of a disk, it is S into 2 pi r. This is the force. And my dear NEET aspirants, if this is a ring, now see, in case of a ring, we say in case of a ring, it is being pulled. Outer edge of the ring is also being pulled. Inner edge of the ring is also being pulled. Disk is only being pulled from the outer edge. Here, outer edge, inner edge. See? So when it comes to the ring, you say S into. Guys, for this you take 2 pi r. For this also you take 2 pi r. 2 times of 2 pi r. In case of a ring, guys, if you place a ring inside water, it will be pulled by the water from the outer side, from the inner side also. So that's why we write 2 times of 2 pi r. When you place a disk, it will be only pulled outwards from the outer side. That's why only 2 pi r. Here it is 2 times 2 pi r. In case of an angular disk means which is hollow from this side. Now here, in this particular case, it will be pulled from this side, like this, from the outer side. Okay, and from this side also. How will you find the surface tension? F is equal to S into this, okay, 2 pi into r plus force on this S into 2 pi into capital R. Take this S common, 2 pi into small r plus 2 pi into capital R. A square wire frame of side L is floating on a surface of liquid L. Okay, this is a square wire is floating on a square of liquid of surface tension T. Find the force required to pull the frame out of the frame from the liquid. Okay, guys, this frame is being pulled by water inside. How much force we need to apply so that it comes out? Sir, our external force has to be equal to the force due to the liquid. And that is surface tension into this length. Now tell me, surface tension is given as T. And what is the force on one rod? S into 2L. How many rods? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you can say T into S into 2L. Like this, wait. This much. So force on one rod. So F is equal to T, because here surface tension is given as T, into 2L. Force on 4 rods. Force on 4 rods. It will be net is equal to, that is 4 times of T into 2L. So that is 4 into 2 is 8. 8 TL. 8 TL. Okay. What is this question? A thin, flat, circular disc of radius 4.5 centimeters, okay, is placed gently over the surface of water. If the surface tension of the water is 0.07, if the surface tension of the water is 0.07, then the excess force required to take it away from the surfaces. Okay, NEET 2024. This is a ring. This is a disc. Okay, how much? See, this is placed inside the water. So how much is the force we need to apply so that we can take it out of the water? That will be equals to the surface force applied by the liquid. If you apply less than that, then it will not come out. So that will be surface tension into 2 pi r. So this will be, surface tension is given 0.07. 07. Okay. And then we say 2. Pi is 3.14. R. R is given as 4.5 centimeters. So 4.5 into 10 raised power minus 2. Solve this and get the answer. Next chapter. Next stream. Next stream means, guys, stream is ready. Stream is ready. Okay. I am basically ending this stream. Next stream is made public. Okay. We have to finish this chapter now only. Okay. Next stream now only. This is chapter 10.